University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finished job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finished job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finished job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, High Research Activity, and 1 was given the R1, Very High Research Activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust.
It is 9:20 in the morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
At this time, the May 2025 meeting of the CSU Board of Trustees is called to order. Ms. Corral, please call the roll.
Trustee Adamson.
Present.
Vice Chair Rambula.
Here.
Trustee Brar. Here. Chair Clark.
Present.
Trustee Furstenberg.
Here.
Trustee Fong.
Here.
Chancellor Garcia.
Here.
Trustee Ghilarducci.
Here.
Trustee Gilbert Laurie. Trustee Wahardo. Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis. Trustee Lopez. Trustee
Here.
McGrory. Trustee Molina Mancio. Trustee Neshabat. Governor Newsom. Trustee Rodriguez.
Here.
Speaker Rivas. Trustee Steinhauser.
Here.
Superintendent Thurman. Trustee Vargas. Trustee Melikar.
Here.
Chair Clark, we have a quorum.
Thank you very much. It's now time for public comment. In our continuing effort to provide accessibility and flexibility to the public, we will begin with all public comment for committees and plenary at the beginning of our open session. The board welcomes public comment and appreciates all speakers who have taken the time to attend the meeting both in person and virtually. I want to emphasize that the board's role in these sessions is to carefully listen to and consider each and every comment. It's not to respond or interact with members of the public at this time. It would be a mistake, though, to interpret our silence as a lack of engagement. Quite to the contrary, as chair of this board, I assure you that you will not only be heard, but your perspectives and insights will inform our work both inside and outside of this chamber. As has been the case in previous meetings, university presidents are seated around the dais so they can better hear and see our public speakers as they addressed us. When public comment is concluded, the presidents will return to the usual seats. In the spirit of fairness to all those who wish to speak and to allow the committees and the board to hear from as many speakers as possible, please note that seating, pooling, or yielding remaining time to other speakers will not be permitted. I will also ask that speakers keep their remarks concise. Each speaker will have 1 minute only for their comments. It is within this framework we seek to create a space for diverse viewpoints where all members of our community may freely share their perspectives. We understand and appreciate that some comments may elicit opposing perspectives or express disagreement with system or university leadership. At the CSU, we uphold the constitutional protections of our community and view the right to free expression and open discourse as essential hallmarks of higher education. However, we ask that all who attend our meetings conduct themselves in a respectful manner that does not disrupt nor infringe upon the free speech or safety of others, that allows for the orderly conduct of this meeting. Please bear in mind that all proceedings of the board, including public comment, are live streamed and archived. Thus, it is especially important that we all remain mindful of our conduct. As a continued reminder, in addition to participating in public comment sessions, any member of the community may also submit written remarks to be shared with the full board via email. CSU stakeholders may also share their feedback with respective system-wide bodies, the California State Student Association, the statewide Academic Senate, and Alumni Council, each of which provides standing reports at each board meeting. I want to thank all of you for your attention, and now turn it over to Ms. Corral to please call the speakers who have requested to provide public comment. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Good morning, everyone. If you are in person to provide public comment, please step up to the microphones on either side of the auditorium when you hear your name. If you are on Zoom, once you hear your name, please accept the unmute request to begin your comments. Please remember that each speaker will have 1 minute to share their comments. If in person, a red light will show at the podium when 1 minute has passed. If virtual, a timer will be present on your screen. A reminder will be given at the 1 minute mark to please conclude your remarks before we proceed to the next speaker to allow for as many people as possible to provide their comments. Our first speakers will be Jay Dalton and Alora McGuire.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Dalton, and I am the Vice President for Representation for CSU Employees Union. Governor Gavin Newsom's revised state budget proposal, while imperfect, greatly spared the CSU from what would have been devastating funding cuts. Thousands of us joined together these past months to pressure the administration to restore CSU's budget allocation. We built coalitions, signed online petitions, visited legislative leaders and the governor's staff in person. Our goal was to make sure decision makers would not forget the vital role the CSU plays in California. We educate the next generation of workers and leaders who will run the world's fourth largest economy. We call on the CSU leadership to fulfill your commitment to staff and implement the negotiated salary step structure this year to bring wage equity for thousands of CSU employees. You have the support of the governor, who last week affirmed the compact with the CSU is locked in. It's time to keep your promise.
Our next speakers will be Jerusha Greenwood, Nikhil Hunter, and Renee Caprellian. Please, Jerusha, please accept the unmute request and begin your comment.
Good morning, trustees, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the integration of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and Cal Maritime. My name is Jerusha Greenwood, and I'm the Academic Senate Chair at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. In March 2025, the Cal Poly Academic Senate passed a resolution to integrate Solano campus faculty into its structure and establish a single shared governance body. This action included the appointment of 4 Solano campus faculty members as at-large senators, one of whom is required to be a Mariner, and at-large members to all of our Senate committees. This was accomplished through shared governance with both the Cal Poly and Cal Maritime administration, and we hope for future support from Cal Poly and the CSU to continue to facilitate shared governance through financial and infrastructural support for both of our campuses so faculty can participate in hybrid and in-person meetings effectively. Thank you so much for your time.
Nikhil Hunter.
Good morning, trustees. My name is Nikhil Hunter, and I'm a student leader at Cal Maritime. I want to express my sincere appreciation to the Board of Trustees and the CSU for your support of this thoughtful, student-centered integration process. This transition is already generating momentum on our campus, and as an institution rooted in hands-on, career-focused education, we see this integration as an important opportunity to elevate our unique strengths. Our core academic foundations, license track programs, and traditions remain strong while looking forward to new pathways for collaboration, growth, and innovation. This is more than just a structural change. It's a cultural and academic opportunity to build something greater together. As student leaders, we are committed to ensuring this integration positions both campuses for long-term success. Thank you.
Renee Caprellian.
Yes, good morning. My name is Renee Caprielian. I live in a severe fire zone just west of San Diego State University and the proposed Evolve student housing. In October, we had a canyon fire adjacent to SDSU, and our neighborhood was ordered to evacuate. Our evacuation route is on a city street through the campus of SDSU, and it took us a few hours just to move a few miles. SDSU campus police admitted afterwards that it didn't have the resources to handle the evacuation, and that's before adding 4,500 students. In its EIR, SDSU ignores what happened in October and concludes wildfires and evacuations will not be a problem. This is an inaccurate finding. The EIR includes 5 project alternatives and dismisses all of them independently, but does not contemplate a hybrid of them. Our community recommends SDSU modify the Evolve project under alternatives 4 and 5. After the Los Angeles fires, we expect an institution of higher learning to lead by example and not add 4,500 people to a location that was never designed or zoned for that much density. Please reject SDSU's EIR and Evolve project in its current state and configuration and location. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Matt Melendrez, Andre Achacon, and Sunny Ciampa.
All right. Good morning. My name is Matt Melendrez, and I'm a student at Cal State Long Beach. I'm speaking today in strong support of the schematic design approval for the University Student Union renovation and expansion at Cal State Long Beach. As our campus continues to grow and evolve, it's essential that our spaces do the same. The current student union no longer meets the dynamic needs of our expanding and diverse student population. This renovation isn't just about upgrading a building, it's about investing in the heart of student life. The proposed design offers modern, inclusive, and adaptable spaces where students can connect, collaborate, and find support. It reflects our university's commitment to accessibility, sustainability, and student well-being. Approving this design means creating a vibrant future-ready hub that serves today's students and tomorrow's. I urge you to support this crucial step forward for the Long Beach community. Thank you.
Great. Good morning, board members. My name is Andre Achacon, and I'm also a student at Cal State Long Beach, and I also strongly urge you to approve the CSULB Student Union Renovation and Expansion Project. And so what can the CSU do to make students feel supported? What can the CSU do to make students feel like they're proud to be made in the CSU? Across the CSU, students are struggling, lacking essential resources to basic needs, mental health, sense of belonging, and student success. Projects like these are what are part of the larger solution to the issues that we face. Projects like these are what put CSU on the map and helps students succeed. As a student, I'm incredibly excited about the USU renovation because it offers a chance to address each of these challenges. Not only is it a renovation project, but it's a project made by students, led by students, and built for students. It's not just a building, it's a space that transforms dreams into reality. And for that reason, please support the CSULB Student Union Renovation and Expansion Project. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sunny Chiampa, and I'm the incoming ASI president, and I am here to speak in favor of the University Student Union Future You project. And I am speaking here today because the University Student Union has served students for over 50 years, and the union has been a central hub and gathering place for years. However, in the most recent years, our University Student Union has been showing age, and the building has needed crucial repairs for a very long time. It's been limiting its ability to fully serve our fully diverse student body, and a new University Student Union will allow us to introduce resources that align with our campus values, mission, and dedicated to ensuring that our campus is an inclusive space. By investing and supporting in this renovation, we can ensure that Long Beach State creates a welcome and inclusive space that meets the evolving needs of all of our students for generations to come. With your support today, we can build a stronger future together. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Alex Martin, Maria Luisa Caprellian, Greg Kay, and Maya Valerie. Alex, go ahead and accept the unmute request.
Hello, my name is Alex Martin, and I'm a biology TA at Sonoma State and a member of UAW 4123. I wanted to speak today about academic student worker wages. Teaching associates, graduate assistants, and instructional student assistants make up the backbone of the CSU's academic support and allows CSU campuses to have the high graduation rates and successful academics that the CSU is known for. These positions are jobs that thousands of academic student workers rely on to survive in some of the nation's highest cost living areas and makes the CSU affordable for many academic student workers who are low income. As student workers are starting to negotiate for a new contract, I would like to urge the CSU administration and Board of Trustees to take into consideration the wage needs of student workers on campuses, which are not high enough to support workers in high-cost California, and agree to a fair contract that underlines the valuable contributions that we make to this university. Thank you for your time.
Maria Luisa.
Good morning. In 2017, SDSU proposed a student housing project similar to the Evolve. That project was abandoned because it was located in a canyon and because of environmental and fire safety concerns. In 2018, SDSU told San Diego voters it had no more space on its main campus for housing and classrooms, and to allow it to purchase the Mission Valley Qualcomm Stadium site. Voters agreed. However, 7 years later, that site has only a stadium, an underutilized trolley station, and no housing. Evolve calls for the demolition of 5 apartment buildings and replaces them with 5 13-story and 1 9-story dorm towers. This will increase the number of people currently living on Evolve's proposed peninsula site by 555%. This major increase is possible because SDSU is not required to follow local zoning and land use restrictions. Evolve has no pedestrian mobility plan or money for infrastructure improvements to handle this huge population increase. Please reject the size and scope of Evolve project in its proposed location.
Maya, please accept the unmute request.
Good morning. My name is Maya Valerie, and I'm a Cal Poly San Luis Obispo alum. However, today, I am providing public comment on behalf of the California Alliance for Student Parent Success. The Alliance is led by EdTrust West and California Competes. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the recently enacted Gains for Student Parents Act, which supports student parents in affording or enrolling in and completing college. Specifically, the Gains Act calls on colleges and universities to account for student parents' true costs of housing, food, and childcare expenses, and cost of attendance budgets so that student parents have the access to financial aid that they are eligible to receive. We are grateful for the CSU's efforts to support multi-generational success. As the CSU continues to implement the GAINS Act's provisions and crafts policies and practices to support student parents, we urge CSU's leadership to review and utilize the Alliance's implementation resources. Additionally, we respectfully urge the CSU Board of Trustees to agendize student parents' higher ed attainment and GAINS Act implementation specifically at its July board meeting to highlight CSU's commitment to student parent success system-wide. Thank you again, and we will follow up with supporting materials.
Thank you. Our next three speakers will be Sania DeBose, Katie Moore, and Manny Carrillo.
Good morning, Board of Trustees. My name is Sanaya DeBose. I am from California State University, Long Beach, and I'm here to urge for the approval of the California State University Long Beach Student Union Renovation and Expansion Schematic Design. So, Cal State Long Beach is a jewel among the CSU system with programs that have students that rival literally some of the UC students that could easily just transfer over if they don't get, allowed into the programs here. But we have a student union that doesn't quite accommodate them. The student union was built for 10,000 students, but California State University Long Beach has grown 40,000 strong. That doesn't quite make sense. If we can approve and support Cal State University Long Beach with a union that works for them, we can improve it with accessibility. We can provide more programming in regards to holistic care and so much more. But we're lacking something. And that's a union that suits us. So once again, I'm here to strongly urge for the approval of the renovation and expansion of the schematic design. Thank you.
Greetings, member of the Board of Trustees. My name is Katie Moore, and I'm entering my third year at San Diego State University. For the past 2 years, I lived in on-campus housing and most recently served as president of RHA, also known as Residence Hall Association. Through these roles, I've seen firsthand what's working and what needs improvement. One of the biggest challenges is helping students who live further from campus feel connected to SDSU student life. Expanding residential housing and amenities would increase engagement by allowing RHA to host events in various locations, making it easier for all students to participate and feel a stronger sense of community and belonging. Additionally, we need to prioritize students' well-being. Creating more residential space means fewer triple rooms and more doubles, leading to less crowding, reduced stress, and healthier living conditions overall. More housing is not just about beds. It's about building a stronger, more inclusive, and supportive SDSU experience. Overall, I hope you do consider to approve the Evolve project to make a change for us students and our campus. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Trustees. I'm Manny Carrillo, a proud San Diego State University alum who had the privilege of living on campus all 4 years. These past years were truly transformational. I built lifelong friendships, and I was inspired by my freshman year residential advisor to become one myself and support students in their transition to college. Living on campus gave me invaluable experiences that shaped who I am today. Supporting the Evolve project means giving future students the same opportunity to grow, connect, and gain life-changing experiences that can't be learned in the classroom. Additionally, as someone who has been a residential advisor in the space where the project is to take place, I have to say that the community is long overdue for some renovations. I've seen some students' apartments flood from their overflowing toilets, and some who have been unable to turn off the water in the shower because the faucet has broken. These are just a few examples that have had an effect on students' experiences living on campus. With that, I want to say that I fully support the Evolve project, as should all of you. Thank you.
Our next speakers will be Ashley Spraggins, Nick Moore, Leanna Hartmore, and Megan Eisen.
Good morning, trustees. My name is Ashley Spraggins, and I'm the Cal Poly San Luis Obispo ASI Student Body President. On behalf of our campus community, thank you for your leadership in approving and supporting the integration of Cal Maritime with Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. This is more than just a structural change. It's a defining opportunity for both campuses and the future of the CSU system. We're not just bringing two campuses together, we're expanding the very definition of what it means to learn by doing. We are already working together to create new academic opportunities, research collaborations, and hands-on learning experiences that will benefit students across both campuses. This integration is a unifying step forward to strengthen our impact and empower us as student leaders to help shape a more connected and inclusive Cal Poly. Thank you for your continued support and commitment to student success.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Nick Moore. I'm a Sonoma State alumni, class of 2015. I'm very glad to see cuts to the CSU reduced in Governor Newsom's new proposed budgets, and with those cuts being less severe than initially thought, I'd like to encourage you to prioritize reinstating Sonoma State's Women's and Gender Studies Department with the core faculty intact. This program fulfills all 4 of the guiding principles in SSU's Bridge to the Future plan, and the internship requirement for all majors supports important local community organizations like The Living Room, which is a Sonoma County shelter for women and children experiencing homelessness and food insecurity. Their executive director actually wrote to President Croutrere stating that the elimination of the WGS department and loss of those interns would force them to reduce their service hours to the community. Cutting this department hurts SSU and it hurts Sonoma County. Please fully fund the Women's and Gender Studies Department. Thank you.
Good morning, Board of Trustee members. My name is Leanna Hartmore, and I am a Sonoma State Women's and Gender Studies alum and Board President of Verity, Sonoma County Sexual Assault Prevention, Intervention, and Healing Center. I'm here today to call for more funding to SSU after the devastating cut so that the Women's and Gender Studies Department can be reinstated with a full faculty intact. The top priority of the SSU Budget Committee was to reinstate faculty, and the WGS proposal was listed as an immediate funding need. WGS is a career-based major with strong community impact, both central to the President's comeback plan. Verity depends on WGS students to serve as interns on our crisis line and graduates to staff our prevention and intervention departments. All students benefit from a WGS department due to its GE courses and the impact it has on the campus climate. The Sonoma County community and the university community will both suffer if the WGS department is not reinstated. Please direct funds to SSU specifically to reinstate the department as soon as possible. Thank you.
Our next speakers will be Zach Strasters, Lark Winner, Jose Mendoza, and one more call for Megan Eisen.
Can you hear me? Good morning. Zach Strasters here, and I want to speak in opposition to the SDSU Evolve project. You know, one of the important things to remember when we come to a hearing like this is that there are many members of the community that are not directly connected to the university, but are directly impacted by what does or does not take place. There is no provision for local hire, and there is no provision for sustainable wages for the 83 stories cumulatively that will be built by this project, or the over 5,000 beds that will be provided. And while you hear testimonies of students that are bright and that are going great places with their lives as a result of what they've learned at SDSU, you have plenty of members of the community that are going to be negatively impacted by the failure to engage them in a meaningful way. There are voices that I represent that are not here physically themselves today that are asking for you to make a just and equitable decision and deny this project until it brings all elements of the community to the table. You have the decision today. Obviously, what we need to do is make sure that the community hears us loud and clear. Deny this project. Thank you, and God bless you.
Hello, my name is Lark Winner, and I'm a graduate student at Cal State San Bernardino and the president of UAW 4123. As a union of 10,000 academic student workers who teach, tutor, and grade at all 23 CSU campuses, we are on the front lines of public higher ed in California. Unlike the board members here at the Chancellor's office, we are the ones providing the necessary instructional support so the CSU can successfully graduate over 120,000 students every year. We are the workforce that makes the CSU accessible to first-generation college students, to Californians who know that higher ed is the path to building generational wealth and stability. As we kick off negotiations for a successor contract, we demand the CSU recognize the value of our labor. Thanks.
Our next speakers will be Lily Clements, Sammy Schoner, and Alexandra Miller.
Hi, good morning, trustees. My name is Lily Clements. I'm a proud 2014 alumni of Sonoma State Women's and Gender Studies program. Given the governor's proposed May revision, the CSU has the opportunity to make this right and fund SSU to reinstate the WGS department and all tenured faculty. This department promotes safe and inclusive programming and spaces for LGBTQ students, survivors of sexual assault and abuse, and immigrants, to name a few. This program sets its students up for success as productive and empathetic leaders for California's economy. And like my fellow alumni said, in addition to completing rigorous coursework, majors must complete internship hours. And since its inception, WGS students have collectively volunteered 30,000 hours at local Sonoma County organizations. These career readiness experiences create direct pipelines to high needs fields to serve historically marginalized people. Please save the WGS department and tenured faculty at SSU. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Sammy Schoner, proud alumni and former student government leader. I had an honor in serving as the Board of Trustees on the board for Student Union and Recreation and Wellness Center. Today I'm speaking in full support and approval of the Student Union. The Student Union is more than just a building. It is a hub for connection, collaboration, and community. It is where ideas are exchanged and leaders are shaped, and every student can feel like they belong. A strong student union represents the heart of the campus, and its growth must reflect the diversity in the voices of all students. This is about creating an inclusive space where every student, regardless of background, feels seen, supported, and empowered. Let's invest in a future that brings our campus together. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alexandra Miller, and I am in the Department of Physics and Astronomy at Sonoma State University. The planned program discontinuances announced at Sonoma State in January have caused a great deal of harm to our institution. This harm has been seen both externally in our low enrollment numbers for next year, as well as internally, where morale and trust around campus are at extreme lows. I am greatly appreciative to Governor Newsom for decreasing his original proposed cuts to the CSU in his May revise. I please hope that this decrease stays. I'm here today to ask that this money be used to rehire laid-off faculty and restore the programs that were proposed to be cut. This is the best way to help restore our reputation and campus morale. Thank you for your time and attention. Please help us to save Sonoma State.
Our next speakers will be Aaron Foote, Aiden Marshall, Michael Mark, and Jose Mendoza.
Hello and good morning. My name is Erin Foote, and I have the pleasure and privilege to serve as the statewide Vice President for Organizing for the CSU Employees Union. I am before this body today to ensure the trustees' awareness of the illegal and anti-worker actions that occurred just down the street at CSU Long Beach. Their campus auxiliary, called Beach Shops, under the direction of Executive Director Miles Nevin, intimidated and misled employees to try and stop them from forming a union with CSUEU. Management threatened the loss of key benefits, took extreme positions at the labor board, and used its employer power to undermine workers. This behavior was ultimately unsuccessful in preventing unionization, but it did catch the attention of several state senators who have demanded that the Chancellor's office investigate the actions of Beach Shops. I am here to ask, what is the status of this investigation? The Chancellor's office has a responsibility to ensure labor law is followed on its campuses. This means auxiliary management must remain neutral when workers organize to determine their futures. Thank you.
Hello, can everyone hear me? Fantastic. My name is Aiden Marshall. I'm speaking on behalf of CARE California. We submitted comments demonstrating this project would have significant environmental impacts. Please deny certification of the EIR for the Evolve student project. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Michael Mark. I'm with Sheet Metal Workers Local 104 as our Planning Development Director.
Our union covers over 10,000 members and represents those from the Northern California border to Ventura. So I traveled all the way from Northern California because this meeting is important to me. I'm here to speak on a specific project where within my status of our union, we're able to work on a lot of PLA type projects, and I've had the ability to negotiate said projects. Unfortunately, the CSU system on one particular one, CSU San Jose State, we are not having any communications with the campus. The proposed San Jose State Master Campus will facilitate a total of 4.7 total million square feet of work. That is huge impact for our local community. We strongly encourage that you reach out and speak to the local Santa Clara building trades for this specific project. Again, this proposed master plan is over 4.7 million square feet, and we encourage you to reach out and talk to the local Santa Clara Building Trades Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Rachel Joy Robles, Michael New, Catherine Music, and Heidi Ziemer. Michael, go ahead and accept the unmute request.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Rachel Joy Robles, and I am a graduate student at San Diego State, and I work as a GA and TA for the School of Communication, and I am a member of UAW 4123. I am calling to action the need for full year financial security and wages. To contextualize this issue, I am someone who just lost 5% of their academic year income, AKA close to $300 due to the summer session. This seemingly small number has had major impacts on one, my cost of living, two, affording personal finances, and three, daily eating habits that have all impacted my emotional and physical well-being. My union starts negotiations very soon. Student workers need full year financial security and wages, and I highly encourage CSU administration to agree to our proposals in order to accomplish that. Thank you so much.
Michael New.
Malota Maupongpongini, and good morning, CSU Board of Trustees. My name is Michael New, and I'm a proud graduate student at California State University, Sacramento. I also serve as the Pacifica Community Success Student Assistant at the Asian Pacific Islander Desi American Center at Sacramento State. I want to thank President Wood and Vice President Dr. Anisha Mitchell. With their support and in honor of Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month, we proudly hosted the first ever Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander Student Academic Success Summit at Sacramento State this past April 30th. It was an incredible honor to lead the summit alongside Andrew Yang, Dr. Chow Vang, Francis Palu, and our dedicated student leaders from Pacifico Islanders United. Shout out to Anatau Kolo and Nolita Kiona. For the first time, many of our NHPI students shared that they felt truly seen, heard, and empowered on our campus. I'm proud that Sacramento State is taking meaningful steps and investing in long-term, sustainable support for Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander students. We are here, we are proud. Stingers up, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Katie Music, and I have been a staff member at Sonoma State University for 20 years. I'm here to request that the number of staff serving on CSU Presidential Search Advisory Committees be increased from 1 elected staff representative to 2 elected staff representatives. This change provides a chance for the committee to hear multiple viewpoints from within this critical stakeholder group and align staff representation with that of faculty and students, both of whom are allowed 2 elected representatives. It means the staff representative can share the burden of decision-making with another person, as well as ensuring a continuity of presence on the committee, because if one representative cannot attend a meeting, the others still can. Ultimately, increasing the number of staff representatives on CSU Presidential Search Advisory Committees results in equity across the stakeholder groups and ensures staff can fully and meaningfully participate in the presidential search process. Thank you.
Heidi Ziemer, please accept the unmute request.
Good morning. I'm speaking today in full support of the athletics program at Sonoma State University. I want to tell you that I am disappointed. I am disappointed because you, the Board of Trustees, have not listened. The Chancellor recently admitted in a legislative meeting that North Bay CSU campuses are struggling. Yet, instead of forming a grassroots problem-solving committee to truly listen to feedback from these campuses, you have continued your same top-down dictatorial governing style, which will continue to be unsuccessful. Please look first at yourselves and your quote-unquote leadership style. People at SSU have reported that they do not get involved because they don't think it does any good. They do not think you listen, and they also believe you retaliate. So please listen and look at yourself if you want to save these North Bay campuses.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Jeremy Ramos and Jesse Garcia. Our next speakers will be Ian Cohen, Sergio Cifuentes, Zoe Bosich, and Jillian Estes.
Good morning, Board. I am a junior at Cal State East Bay and a microbiology LA, a proud member and head steward of UAW 4123. The CSU does some shady stuff by not providing sick leave to their ISAs. My private sector job provides me ample sick leave as mandated by state law. Recently, I had to take care of someone in the hospital, and I was forced to work from the hospital in order so I could survive to pay my bills. I am asking that the board consider our bargaining contract coming up and provide ISAs their lawfully mandated sick leave so we can afford to live no matter if we get sick or we have to take care of an immediate family member. So we're not forced to be helping next year from a hospital bed in a cardiac unit. Thank you, and I appreciate the board.
Hello, my name is Sergio Daniel Cifuentes. I'm a graduate assistant in the Chicana and Chicano Studies Department at CSU Fullerton. I'm a member of UAW 4123. When it comes to providing instructional support at the CSU, my coworkers, which also include teaching associates and instructional student assistants, are on the front lines. And yet many of us live paycheck to paycheck while holding several other day jobs in order to survive. The inadequate wages we currently receive puts a serious burden on our studies, work, and well-being. Yet in the face of struggling to make ends meet, we are also facing the gutting of departments, which has impacted jobs and prospects of completing degrees for many of our coworkers. This is antithetical to the CSU's mission of serving the community. As academic student workers starting negotiations for a new contract, I would like to urge the CSU administration and the Board of Trustees to take into consideration the needs of student workers on campus, including substantially improved wages, and agree to a fair contract that underlines the valuable contributions that we make to this university and the communities we serve. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Zoe Bosich. I am a graduate student at San Diego State University and a member of UAW 4123. Myself, as well as many of my fellow graduate students and academic student workers, rely on SNAP benefits to afford groceries. This is because the CSU wages do not meet the rising cost of living in California. It is imperative that the CSU agree to increase compensation for academic workers across the CSU so that all academic student workers that the CSU relies upon to function can live with dignity and security. As student workers are starting negotiating a new contract, I urge CSU administration and the Board of Trustees to take into consideration the needs of student workers and agree to a fair contract that underlines the valuable contributions we make to this university. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Gillian Estes. I am currently serving as the staff representative on the Presidential Search Advisory Committee for Sonoma State University. It is an honor to be in this role and to represent the voices and perspectives of our staff community. While I am fully committed to this responsibility, I would like to respectfully encourage the board to consider revising the structure of future search committees to include a second staff representative. Currently, both faculty and students have 2 elected representatives, and I believe extending the same consideration to staff would promote a more equitable and inclusive process. Having a second staff voice at the table would not only enhance the diversity of perspectives, but also strengthen the advisory process as a whole. Although I understand that changes to the current committee are unlikely at this stage, I hope the board will take this recommendation into account for future presidential searches. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Amy Smith, Isle Lopez, and Anke Shenink.
Hi, good morning, board members. My name is Amy Smith, and I'm a representative of CARE California. I'm here speaking today to address you and some serious issues that we have with the Evolve Student Housing Project. As a young woman and a CSU graduate and alumni, personal safety was always an underlying concern for myself and my fellow students. The nature of being a young woman, sometimes on campus or nearby at late night hours participating in sports or other academics, was a little bit scary and sad that I have to say this, to be a lady alone. This project is going to bring about almost 4,500 additional student residences to the campus. The EIR has estimated that there could be an increase of up to 55% in Priority 1 emergency calls that will be an immediate threat to life. But even with this fact being acknowledged by the EIR, there are no assurances that the SDPD's existing facilities are going to be enough to serve, and that's really terrifying. The only responsible move is to be respectful and make your students feel safe. Look at the facilities and reanalyze it. Thank you.
Buenos dias, CSU. My name is Ilse Lopez. I am a graduate student and a graduate assistant at Cal State Fullerton in the Chicano and Chicana Studies Department. And I am a member and vice president of UAW 4123. I'm here today not only as an academic student worker, but also as a mother and a non-traditional student to speak on the reality that many of us face. Despite my role as a graduate assistant, the limited hours and low pay mean I have to take off-campus jobs just to make ends meet. This added stress takes away from the time and energy I need to focus not only on my family, but on my studies and succeed in my academic journey. As academic student workers begin negotiations for our new contract, I urge the CSU administration and the Board of Trustees to listen to our stories and recognize the essential contributions we make to this university. We are asking for a fair contract and one that supports our basic needs, honors our labor, and allows us to fully commit to our education. Gracias.
I'm Anke Schenink, and I'm with UAW 4123. UAW 4123 academic student workers are about to start bargaining for a new contract with the CSU. And while the Trump administration is waging war against higher education across the country, the CSU has the opportunity and the moral obligation to stand their ground and set the bar high for what public education can and should be. And that is only possible through investing in the workers who make this possible. Academic student workers, alongside operational student assistants and non-student staff and faculty, we run this university. Academic student workers will aim to bargain a contract that includes enhanced protections, equitable wages, job stability, and paid leave for all workers. Kicking off this bargaining today and hearing from all fellow workers this morning, we're calling on you, the Board of Trustees, to keep in mind your obligation to the people of California. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Mallory Field and Andrea Skinner.
Hello, my name is Mallory Field, and I'm a junior at Sonoma State University, speaking in urgent support of reinstating our Women's and Gender Studies department. The governor's revised budget gives the CSU a second chance, a chance to fund what matters. Cutting WGS was never about efficiency. It was about abandoning values. WGS is central to SSU's future. It drives enrollment, real-world leadership, and community impact. WGS students work on the front lines with organizations like Verity, Positive Images, and Face to Face, doing real work that saves lives, amplifies voices, and strengthens the North Bay. Cutting this program doesn't just erase majors, it severs deep, decades-long community ties and betrays everything SSU says it stands for. You say the CSU is building the future, then prove it. Reinstate WGS, reinvest in the students and communities who need it most. This is your moment to lead us or to fail us. Choose wisely.
My name is Jenna, and I serve on the CSU EU bargaining team. For the past year and a half, our unit has worked with the Office of the Chancellor's Office to review 125 classifications, which were outdated and inaccurate. We analyzed the job descriptions of more than 8,000 employees to better place them in proper classification, titles, or levels. The goal was to bring stagnant CSU pay to market level. We are happy to report the work benefited from a high level of labor management cooperation. The result is that some 4,200 individuals are now placed in a new or different classification. We needed to reform our classification system before we could implement salary steps and move off the discredited open range system. We're almost at the finish line. Let's implement our STEP system as negotiated in our contract in 2023. It is consistent with the governance compact that prioritizes workforce investment. This is critically needed for the CSU to continue service for the next generations. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Leora Finesmith.
Hello, my name is Leora, and I'm a third-year Jewish student leader at Cal Poly in San Luis Obispo. I stand before you today with a heavy heart to address the growing anti-Semitism in the CSU system, particularly at my university. Cal Poly has deeply troubling structural anti-Semitism within its faculty and departments. I still feel shocked and betrayed that I heard a professor claim that October 7th, the largest attack on Jewish people since the Holocaust, was faked and that the IDF shot its own people. This wasn't some anonymous troll online. This was a classroom educator. In that moment, my sense of safety as a Jewish student at Cal Poly shattered completely. My experience isn't isolated. Jewish peers across the country have endured verbal and physical anti-Semitism. I ask you, would this hatred be tolerated against any other minority? No, it would not. I expect better from the CSU system. Anti-Semitism is not a political issue. It's about our basic dignity and right to feel safe on campus. We deserve the same protections afforded to all other marginalized groups. So look at us, listen to us. We are your students and we're hurting. Talk to us directly about our experiences and take meaningful actions. We deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Dagoberto Aguirre, Leticia Villa, and Jasmine Cerda.
Good morning, Board of Trustees. Dagoberto Argueta, President of the Academic Professionals of California, representing Unit 4. The May revised budget has been a lesson for all of us on the merits of working collaboratively. Together, the CSU administration, trustees, as well as students, faculty, staff, along with their respective unions, have been able to blunt the worst of the cuts intended in January. We can also agree, though, that a lot of work remains to be done before the budget is settled, and we must make an effort to maintain pressure on the state capitol to improve our financial picture. This is a call for all of us to coalesce and work in lockstep this summer to roll back all the projected cuts and restore funding to the CSU. APC intends to continue a campaign of advocacy to ensure quality higher education in California, and hope we can join in a single voice with this message. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Trustees. My name is Leticia Villa, and I am a Christian woman of God. I'm from the Abide Women's Home, and I am here to speak against Evolve Student Housing Project. Over 20 years ago, the Lord transformed my life and has allowed me to be part of society. So, having an opportunity to have jobs like these would help people like myself. Unfortunately, this project does not include provision for the skilled trades who are well known for helping to hire and train men and women who have come from backgrounds like mine. For this reason, I ask that you deny the project. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Good morning, Honorable Board of Trustees. My name is Jasmine Serta, and I'm here today to speak in opposition of the SDSU Evolve Student Housing Project. I'm a member of the Abide Discipleship Home, where women learn about biblical model of being a Christian wife and a mother. And in a typical Christian family, the husband and the father is the provider financially. My husband has had the blessing to receive a skilled and a trained apprenticeship that provided much needed finances to our family. However, this project unfortunately does not provide the same type of wages of the workers building the project as it could. It does not include provisions for skilled and trained workforces to help build it. Therefore, I ask that you deny this project today. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Jess Stimac, Brandon DeShazer, Josh Sterling, and Maya Gerasi.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jeff Stimac, and I'm the assistant men's women's golf coach at Sonoma State. I'm currently in West Palm Beach, Florida, at the Division II Men's National Golf Championship with an individual that qualified, playing possibly in the last intercollegiate event for Sonoma State University. I wish I could be in celebration mode, but unfortunately I'm not. Speaking today to urge you to reinstate athletics. I've lost 2 siblings to a substance overdose, losing my brother to fentanyl. Both of them had the opportunity to play college sports and chose not to. I know in my heart that if they had played sports in college, they would have to take they would take a much less turbulent life path. With the current fentanyl epidemic plaguing our community, I urge you not to eliminate athletics, but in turn, increase athletic opportunities to CSU system-wide. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, trustees, and my apologies in advance if my logic upsets you. In the room with you, you have a couple of individuals that can just stop listening because logic clearly has no place in their academic repertoire. That would be Chancellor Garcia and Interim President Emily Cottrell. Plain and simple, Sonoma State University has a budget problem. And the interim president believes that by cutting athletics, we will solve that problem. If you look at the past history of the university, we have built 2,000 on-campus housing units. Those are currently sitting at least 50% empty. You're going to cut out athletics, 250 plus students that oftentimes come from out of the area and have to live on campus. the ability to fill the dorms will greatly impact the budget. Okay, so you're going to cut athletics. Well, we're also cutting all of our Southern California recruiters and our best recruiters who are our athletic coaches. In doing this, you're essentially saying we give up on Sonoma State and we believe that the locals will support it. It's not going to happen.
Please conclude your comment.
My son is a current sophomore at a local high school, and his friends are not going to Sonoma State because they've cut the athletics. Please get the athletics reinstated at Sonoma State.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Great. Josh Sterling, alumni, former athlete, wife, Hall of Fame team, student there. Big in the community, know the culture around Sonoma County. So that's my background. Sonoma State has been bleeding for a decade, 10 years of mismanagement by the chancellor without any steady on-campus leadership, and now you guys are watching firsthand the consequences in real time. Our campus has made it clear we don't have any confidence in the chancellor, no confidence in the president, and interesting enough, look at the SSU attendance already collapsing. It's damaging, it's deep, it's financial, it's cultural, it's emotional. What have you been hearing from leadership is also not the whole truth. It's a sneaky attempt at trying to capture the IRA money that students voted for long ago for specific programs like athletics to have. Again, not listening to the students in the community. Wow, what a theme we just can't miss. Our community has been speaking loud and clear for months to you. We show up here, we've rallied, we've filled rooms, we've stood with legislators who are fighting to also save the campus, but somehow the chancellor and the SSU president and the admin there just doesn't want to listen. Baffling, to be honest. When legislator visits, the community shows up, the room is packed, and there's hope. You guys showed up, the chancellor herself, a few weeks ago, silent, dead, ghost town. This should speak volumes to you. And let's not forget, the SSU president court filings of recording. She said athletics was eliminated because of what Governor Newsom projected for his cuts. Well, those aren't happening at that level anymore. So I'm urging you, the best thing you guys can do is lean into athletics, get 250 students back on. Our community is ready, our donors are ready, our legislators are ready. Now it's your turn.
Thank you. Maya, please accept the unmute request.
My name is Maya Gerasi, and I'm a student at San Diego State University. I also serve in student government and on our university's task force for combating anti-Semitism. Today, I want to speak about the growing anti-Semitism on campus, especially when it comes from faculty. Earlier this month, an SDSU professor celebrated the death of an Israeli man killed in a shark attack, posting, "Shark attack for the win, hashtag solidarity, hashtag free Palestine." He was mocking the loss of a human life based on identity. That is not political expression. That is hate. This is not an isolated case. I've spoken with at least a dozen Jewish friends whose professors told them that their Israeli identity and beliefs are wrong and made that message a part of the actual curriculum of the class. One friend said she felt she had to remove her Jewish necklace before coming to class and was too afraid to report the professor for fear of grade retaliation. Imagine being taught that your identity is something to be condemned. I urge this board, stand up to these public displays of hate and stand with the students suffering at the hands of those meant to help them grow. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Doug Lister, Brian Coyne, Margarita Berta Avila, and Michelle Caceres.
Doug Lister, and I'm president of the Rolando Community Council, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Rolando Community Council. Rolando Village is one of the communities adjacent to the college area in San Diego. Evolve is exactly the type of project that needs to be built. Too often I hear our community members complain about the number of students living in our community. This will alleviate those complaints with one project. San Diego is facing a severe housing shortage, and this is exactly what needs to be built. As one of the college area's leading realtors for the last 20 years, I see the pressure on the housing market on a daily basis. This complex will lessen much of that local pressure. This is the exact kind of thoughtful development that the college area needs. I would urge the Board of Trustees to approve this project. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Dr. Margarita Berta Avila, President-elect for the California Faculty Association and Professor of Education at Sacramento State. Today, I want to reiterate that CFA will continue to center and organize collectively with our communities, those in our unit, our students, and their families. As CFA, we are unapologetic about the actions we are engaged in, and we will hold you, Chancellor Garcia, Board of Directors, and University Presidents accountable. With me, I have today, for Chancellor Garcia, Chair Clark, and Vice Chair Arumbala, petitions signed by over 8,000 members of the community, faculty, students, donors, athletes. There is no confidence, and you have heard it today. As management, you have sanctioned our exploitation, be it with layoffs, notices, shutting down of programs, eliminating required courses, manufactured debt, student fees on top of yearly tuition increases. We are taking note on how your actions coincide with Trump's agenda to destroy higher ed and its access to primarily students of color and marginalized communities. Powerful learning conditions take investing in working conditions and academic support that is sustainable and just. The choices you make is a conscious one. There is no straddling the fence on this one.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Ceres. I'm the parent of a CSUN alum and the parent of an incoming, hopefully, Cal Poly SLO student. I am also the Southern Organizing Director for the California Faculty Association. And so I stand here before you to let you know, Chancellor Garcia, and to the Board of Trustees, that we have absolutely no confidence in you and your ability to lead the future of the CSU. Your actions have proven over the last 17 years in which I've been here at nearly every single Board of Trustees meeting to be tone deaf to the needs of faculty, students, staff, and the community. At some point, you must be held accountable for your lack of actions and integrity. And we ask that you begin to listen to the public, that you act upon it, and that you fund the CSU, that you support the programs that need to be supported. Otherwise, parents like myself will begin to take other choices for our children's future.
Our next speakers will be Stacy Snyder, Marcus Zemer, and Sean Keone Ellis.
Hi, my name is Stacy Snyder. I have a student at Cal Poly. I'm here to remind you that Title IX process still needs to be fixed. It has been at least 2 years since you were made aware of the extent of the problems with the CSU Title IX offices. Since that time, you also received a mandate from the governor's office to fix it. Rehabilitation of this resource needs to be seen as an emergency. The safety and well-being of students are at issue. Sexual assault survivors are re-traumatized by the Title IX process because it is cold, dangerously slow, and ineffective. I say dangerously slow because if you assume for a minute that the women who are brave enough to report a sexual assault are telling the truth, a process that takes 1 to 2 years to complete from complaint to a hearing leaves that sexual predator on campus for that period of time. I'll say that again, the slowness of the process leaves the sexual predator on campus unchecked for that period of time. These safety concerns combined with the trauma leaves deep emotional scars on survivors. Please address it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marcus Zemer. You're probably tired of hearing from me. I'm the coach, soccer coach for 36 years at Sonoma State University. They got fired by email. You're probably tired of hearing about from all of us, but we're not going away. We have a Safe Seal Athletics LLC, a nonprofit, and we're going to keep fighting to bring back athletics, whether you decide to do it now or not. Coming up, you have the chance to do the right thing with the adjustment to the California state budget by Governor Newsom. The best thing to do would be to pause athletics and hire a new president and let the new president decide the direction of the university. As previous callers have mentioned, the oversight for Sonoma State University has been less than admirable, and I think you should wait to get a new president that can make the proper decisions. Athletics checks all the boxes. If you look at the comeback plan and you look at the values of the CSU, community engagement, diversity, we have 25% of all African-American students at Sonoma State athletics. You get rid of that, and you have a much less diverse community. Campus life, athletics adds seriously to that. We have committed to raising $1 million for the next few years to help support the program. And this needs to be an agreement between the community, the CSU, which has several billion dollars in the reserves, and the governor's governor. Let's do the right thing and save SSU athletics along with other programs. This place is going nowhere, and we need some new leadership and a new direction. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and my name is Sean Ellis. I'm an organizer with the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Union, Local Union 230 here in San Diego, California. I'm here today to oppose the San Diego State University Evolved Student Housing. Look, here's the deal. I'm just going to get right to it as an organizer and the facts that you need to hear. Usually on a project like this, we would be in support of a project that creates jobs for the local community. But the general contractor that you currently have that will be doing this work, although is a union contractor with one craft, is not signed with any other crafts across San Diego, and in our lived experience and in the past, has actually hired and paid lower wages for all the skilled crafts and have not guaranteed just the basic provisions for workers for this project. So, just getting down to the bread and butter is if we're going to go and build these great colleges and provide opportunities for the folks of San Diego, don't leave the workers behind. These workers on this project, if this project moves forward, these workers are going to be paid below what the industry average is, below living wages, and they're going to build these great facilities for these students. Meanwhile, they can't afford to live in San Diego themselves. They're going to do all the hard work, and they're not going to get any benefits, and it just isn't right. So as a labor union, as the United Association Local Union 230, we will oppose this, and if it does pass through, we will do everything we can to organize those workers. So we urge at this moment right now to stop this project, send it back. Let's redo this thing. Let's have some meetings. Let's be right by the workers so that we could provide great housing for San Diego and for the students while not leaving not one person, not one worker behind in San Diego County. So once again, Local 230 opposes this project. God bless you all and have a beautiful day.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Wayne Smith, Janeth Rodriguez, Lisa Kawamura, and Brian Coyne.
Hello. I'm sorry, the mic isn't tall enough. My name is Wayne Smith. I'm a faculty member at Northridge, and soon I'll begin my 45th year. Of all the relationships in the CSU, the students are the most important, but in terms of employees, probably the relationship between the faculty and all of the other stakeholders, including the administration, is probably the single most important relationship that the trustees has to consider. Within the broad contours of HERA, the specific case law from PERB and other entities, within the broad policies of ASCSU, within the organizational structures from the department to the chancellor's office, I think we should consider deep, introspective ways to improve our long-term relationship with the faculty. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Kawamura. I'm a 27-year full-time temporary lecturer, California Faculty Association SLO chapter president, and Associate Vice President for Chapter Presidents North-elect from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. Chancellor Garcia and the Board of Trustees, I have lost confidence in you because of your stance on many issues, but today I'll speak about immigration. CSU students, faculty, and staff have the right to a safe and quality education and workplace. The draconian way your administration allows ICE agents on campuses does nothing other than promote fear and insecurity. We must be a safe place for all people to live and work as xenophobia spreads quickly from the national forefront in the U.S. Actions like this do not support the values that you yourself stated in the 2025 Fact Book of inclusive excellence, social mobility, student-focused initiatives, supporting diverse communities of students. And as the largest higher education system in the nation, we must not be complicit, and we must commit to protect the people of California and live up to the values of the People's University.
Good morning. My name is Janeth Rodriguez. I'm CFA staff. I'm here to just share that CFA and our members have lost all confidence in this body. As a former two-time graduate of Sacramento State with 2 degrees that I was able to get without incurring any debt, I don't see that that's the future where this institution is going. Unfortunately, education is now beginning to be something out of reach, in particular for students of color. As somebody who looks at these institutions as a possible opportunity for my own children, I really fear where this institution is going to go and whether the opportunities that were available to me are going to be available for the generations to come. I urge you to invest in instruction and look at how you fund this institution for the generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Chris Allen, Roberto Ceja, Doug Block, and Jorge Viramontes.
Yeah, Christopher Allen, born and raised in San Diego. I'm calling in full support of the Evolve project. I can remember these sites having the same look ever since I was 17 years old. And it's about time we increase the housing market for the students at SDSU to help it more cost effective for those students and to enrich our communities, open up some more rental properties around the area for people that don't go to SDSU, and raise our community. The general contractor selected is a local San Diego contractor and has committed to paying and making sure that there are great jobs, great benefits, and great community support. Thank you very much. Bye.
Good morning, and thank you to the CSU board members and the administration for allowing me to speak. My name is Roberto Ceja. I'm a graduate student at Cal State San Bernardino, a TA in the mathematics department, and a proud member of the UAW 4123. I've been part of the CSUSB community for the past 10 years, both as an undergraduate student and recently for the past 2 years as a TA. Over the past couple years, I've seen the incredible impact of the student workers on this campus. We support instruction, mentor on our tutors, and to keep the university smoothly. But lately, due to rising costs, especially tuition and basic living expenses, have made it harder for students like me to stay afloat. Meanwhile, our wages haven't been kept up, and we're still not receiving basic benefits like parking discounts and fair workload protections. As we enter a new round of contract negotiations, I urge the CSU administration and Board of Trustees to truly listen to the voices of student workers. We're not just employees, we're students who are deeply invested in the success of our campuses and communities. A fair contract that values our labor is an investment in the future of this university. Thank you again for your time and consideration.
Good morning, trustees. My name is Doug Block, and I'm with the Silicon Valley MEPS, and I'm here to speak on the San Jose State University Master Plan. We are part of a larger network that includes over 24 local unions and 41,000 highly skilled mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and sheet metal workers in Northern California. In Santa Clara County, our members work under project labor agreements with the county, cities, the transit authority, school districts, and more. We're building Silicon Valley, and we want to help build San Jose State University. We want to put local workers and businesses to work. I attended the community meeting on this project where I had the opportunity to speak. I also reached out to SJSU planning staff. Unfortunately, I got no response. We encourage you to meet with our local and state building trades councils and work out an agreement. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jorge Viramontes. I'm a local 619 here in San Diego, Union Carpenter. I am in full support of the Evolve Student Housing at San Diego State University. My daughter is currently attending San Diego State as we speak, as we're having this meeting. A project of this magnitude, not only does it give me the opportunity to work on it and build it, but it gives me the ability to pay my daughter's tuition. So yes, are projects like this important for us here in San Diego, for us working class? Absolutely. Let's 100% get this in full support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Matthew Lowry, Lee Nelson, Javier Gomez, Mark Nelson, Natalia Ramirez.
Hello, thank you. I'm Matthew Lowry. I'm a graduate student at Cal State LA, and I am a GA and TA in the anthropology department and a member of UAW 4123. My concerns are with recent budget cuts, the loss of GA, TA, and ISA positions. These were positions that a lot of us use as experience to then go into our fields after we graduate. And the concerns I have with that are the loss of these fields do not give us the chance to use our degrees to improve our lives because we lose the experience. And also, without us, a lot of these students, whether they're undergrad or graduate, would not get through their own degrees. And also the recent AI program that is planned, my concern is knowing the problems with AI, why it's being implemented, and why we're using it. As we go into our contract negotiations, I hope we can look for a contract that improves student workers and students' lives and doesn't just give a cash grab up for some AI or outside tutoring companies. Thank you.
Lee or Mark, go ahead and accept the unmute request. Natalia Ramirez.
My name is Natalia Ramirez. I'm a graduate student at Cal State LA, and I work as a TA for the anthropology department, or used to, since all TAs in our department were terminated this past spring semester due to supposed budget cuts, and I am a member of UAW 4123. I am a commuter student, as many who attend Cal State LA are. As many as well, I also need another full-time job to pay for my tuition and therefore need to balance driving from work to my class during the week. I pay $9 every time I need to go to campus due to the day parking fees. How can I fulfill my studies and job position if I can't even afford to park on campus? Mildred Garcia and Board of Trustees, shame on you. Do better and respect student workers' dignity. Please consider giving student workers more accessibility to affordable parking. My union starts negotiations soon, and as student workers, we need accessible parking, and I encourage CSU administration to agree to our proposals to accomplish that.
Our next speaker will be Megan Eisen.
Hi, am I off mute?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Hi, Board of Trustees. My name is Megan Eisen. I'm an alumni of Sonoma State Women's and Gender Studies program. Over the last month, I have worked with alumni and students and faculty of the program to save the department. We are a multidisciplinary group of alumni and students. Our degree prepares us for careers in any field and sets us apart. With the recent changes to the funding cuts, we are calling on the Board of Trustees to earmark and allocate funds to reinstate the WGS department at Sonoma State University with its faculty intact and degree programs intact. Queer Studies minor, Women's and Gender Studies major and minor. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Beth Fisher, Lior Plofkin, and Amber Dennis.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Good morning, trustees. My name is Beth Fisher. I'm a San Jose State alumna, class of 2004 and 2006. I'm here on behalf of David Beanie, the Executive Director of the Santa Clara and San Benito Counties Building Trades Council. Our Building Trades Council is comprised of 23 craft unions and more than 30,000 construction workers in Silicon Valley. And I'd like to address the San Jose State Master Campus Plan. For the past couple of months, David has attempted to connect with the facilities planning leadership at San Jose State to address one of the most critical components of the master plan, the craft labor. Our crafts offer state-certified apprenticeship programs that train highly skilled workers capable of delivering master plan projects on time and within budget. Our council also participates in a free apprenticeship program funded by the state and county, which offers a year of free training to individuals from underserved communities. Without an agreement in place for craft labor, SJSU cannot fully capitalize on these opportunities. Please encourage SJSU facilities leadership to schedule a meeting with David to move this process forward. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Awesome. Good morning, members of the board. My name is Lior Plofkin, and I'm a Jewish student leader at California State University, Northridge. I'm proud to be part of the CSU system, but I'm here today because Jewish students like myself are being left behind when it comes to protection, support, and accountability. I know CSUN is in Berkeley or Columbia, but the anti-Semitism on my campus doesn't always make headlines, but that doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. At last year's Meet the Club in the fall, a student from the Students for Justice in Palestine threw a piece of watermelon at me, a symbol associated with the Free Palestine movement, while I was tabling with the Students Supporting Israel organization. That moment was deeply humiliating and frankly scary. I filed a report, but since then I received minimal follow-up from Campus PD or from the Office of Equity and Diversity. No accountability, no real support, just silence. That silence sends a message that what happened doesn't matter, that Jewish students are not worth the same level of concern, and that's unacceptable. This isn't just about me. Since October 7th of 2023, Jewish students across CSU campuses have been harassed, called names, excluded from spaces, and are made to feel like outsiders. We're asking you, the leadership of this system, to act, to hold people accountable, to ensure that equity and inclusion means something for everyone, including Jews. Thank you for your time and for taking this seriously.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Amber Ray, and I'm a graduate student and proud UAW 4123 student leader from Cal Poly Humboldt. In my time as a non-traditional student, I've worked in 8 different academic student worker positions on my campus, often juggling 3 student jobs on top of a full-time graduate class load while raising my family. If academic student workers were paid a living wage, we wouldn't have to take on multiple jobs to supplement our income. Working as a graduate teaching associate last semester, I made $16 an hour teaching English 104, where I had 24 freshmen and 2 sophomores, yet I had to work 2 other jobs simultaneously to feed my family. As academic student workers, our labor is vital to maintaining the everyday functions of the CSU, We are the tutors, the graders, the lab techs, and the teaching assistants that ensure students graduate in a timely manner. As UAW 4123 soon enters into negotiations for our new contract, I would like to urge the CSU administration and the Board of Trustees to take into consideration the needs of student workers on campus and agree to a fair contract that underlines the valuable contributions that we make to the CSU. Thank you for your time.
Mark Nelson, go ahead.
The trustees must not certify the flawed SDSU EIR at this meeting, and at a minimum, delay the decision to the next meeting. SDSU violated the public's right to due process, violating both CEQA and the Public Records Act when it withheld requested documents that had already been bundled up and transferred to DUDAC. That act withheld the vital contact information of commenters to suppress community organizing against the project, a calculated socially violent action against democracy by SDSU's administration. Trustee Ghilarducci is a fire disaster expert and knows fully well that 95% of wildfires are human caused. This 5,000 more students in the canyon will be humans. Trustee McGrory's own son's wedding was impacted by a wildfire. This flawed EIR must not be certified, and the flawed $200,000 per bed Evolve Project's non-cost-effective intergenerational student debt burden must be stopped.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Gregory Christopher Brown, Dan Gore, and Ron Lopez.
Morning, Board of Trustees and Chancellor Garcia. Chancellor Garcia refuses, you can hear me, right? Chancellor Garcia refused to engage in transparent bargaining. Her team has rejected all of our calls for open negotiations. They object to the use of AI during bargaining sessions, but force it on our campuses without input. This is hypocrisy, and it shows a complete lack of respect for shared governance. Routinely, President Charles Toombs' mic has been cut off. He hasn't been allowed to continue his statement. Thankfully, our incoming President, Margarita Bertha Avila, has been allowed to continue her statement. But this is very disrespectful. And I must admit that I have lost faith and confidence in Chancellor Garcia and the Board of Trustees. I've encouraged our campus academic senate to vote a vote of no confidence in Millie Garcia.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Dan Gore. I'm a proud UA member of Local 230 Plumbers and Steam Fitters. I'm also a business representative. I'm speaking in opposition of the SDSU Evolve Student Housing Project. Here are a couple facts. The project is going to require many highly trained and skilled workers like us. Okay, we pride ourselves on bringing on training to highly skilled workers and members throughout the community, and we also have many apprentices in the area that live close to SDSU. But because the contractor for this project has not committed to local hire, you're denying these younger generations a chance to learn the valuable skills that this work site could offer. Be careful with Swinnerton. They have a high history of cost overruns, okay? For example, they had a project in downtown Sacramento on the tower project that they went $50 million over budget, okay? We also have evidence that shows that they went over $5 million on a public works project for the Palo Alto Safety Building. The city council had to release more funds just to complete the project, okay? By using union labor workforce, we ensure you that these projects will come in under budget, on time, without a deficit. I encourage you to sit back at the table and bring on union labor for the plumbers and steam fitters. Thank you.
Thank you. Ron, please accept the unmute request.
My name is Ron Lopez, professor at Sonoma State. COVID wildfire and demographics have all contributed to our enrollment decline, but leadership failures and bad decisions are primarily responsible. Rather than cutting successful academic programs in athletics, which have been major recruitment magnets, please consider cutting from the top. Sonoma State University has a bloated and overpaid administration, many of whom are in part responsible for our current predicament. And why we still have those people in place is beyond me. Sonoma State University is the only option for many North Bay students and students from other parts of California. And our graduates, including Senator Mike McGuire, regularly become community leaders. Please reinstate full funding for Sonoma State University, replace the failed leadership, including the executive cabinet and the chancellor, and invest in the CSU, Sonoma State University, and the future of the California community. I call for a reinstatement of funding, cut programs and faculty, removal of existing leadership that has contributed to this crisis, and I will follow up with written comments that I will submit to you all in more detail. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Danny Mangan, Dylan Wisman, and Hannah Gill.
Good morning, trustees. My name is Danny Mangan. I'm a union rep. I represent the members of Sprinkler Fitters UA Local 483. I'm speaking regarding the San Jose State University Master Plan. Our 5-year apprenticeship program produces highly trained sprinkler fitters. We also offer continuing education to our members after graduation. Those continuing education hours go towards the state mandated CAL FIRE sprinkler fitter license. Every sprinkler fitter in the state of California must have a current sprinkler fitter license in order to install fire sprinklers. So why is this important? Because our members' work serves as the front line of fire safety for your buildings and life safety systems. Without a building trades agreement, there is no guarantee regarding the quality of the work you'll get. So with that being said, I strongly encourage San Jose State to sit down with our local building trades council. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Dylan Weissman, and I'm a former graduate student at CSU Northridge, where I worked as a teaching associate for the English department, and I'm a member of UAW 4123. I call upon CSU administration and the Board of Trustees to agree to our upcoming bargaining demands, especially wage increases and reduction or elimination of parking fees. I, like many of my workers, I had to work multiple part-time jobs to afford the degree I just received. My coworkers and I had to forego a substantial portion of our pay in order to park at the place that we work and study. ISAs, GAs, and TAs make up the backbone of the CSU. If we are left struggling to survive, so will the CSU. My union starts negotiations soon. Student workers need increased pay and reduced parking fees. And I encourage the CSU administration to agree to our proposals so that current and future student workers can continue making the CSU the great institution that it is. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Hannah Gill. I'm an undergraduate at CSU Fresno, and I work as an instructional student assistant for interdisciplinary courses in the College of Science and Mathematics. I'm also a proud member of UAW 4123. I'm here to speak about 2 urgent access issues affecting student workers. As a disabled student worker myself living with chronic illness, I navigate daily pain, medical appointments, and fatigue, all while teaching, studying, and commuting over 30 minutes each way. Our current contract doesn't provide academic student workers like me with enough sick leave, flexibility, or support for chronic illness and disability. And these challenges are compounded by another major access issue, parking. Fresno State is a very high commuter campus. 94% of our students commute, including me. On days I drive to campus just to teach for 1 hour, it's hard to justify the cost of gas, tuition, and full price parking permits every semester just to work. Despite doing the work of employees, academic student workers are denied a discount. As my union begins bargaining soon, I ask that you support a fair contract that centers equity, one that expands sick leave, affirms disabled workers' right to thrive, and ensures all academic student workers receive the parking access and workplace dignity that we deserve. Thank you.
Our next speakers will be Zach Greenberg, Macy Tolleson, and Benjamin Zemer.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi. Hello, I'm Zach Greenberg, an academic student worker at San Francisco State University with UAW 4123. Despite the commitment to reverse CSU funding cuts in the state budget, my campus is in the midst of a severe budget crisis. Administrators point to a decrease in student numbers to explain these disastrous cuts. Not only are student worker positions being slashed, but I've personally noticed how cuts in course offerings, among other changes, have derailed current students here at SF State. Women and gender studies, history, and other departments are but a shade of what they were just a year ago. Yet remaining courses are larger and more popular than ever. As administrators cut lecturer positions, we student workers have had to fill in with grading and other essential work. The administrative response to budget cuts here has been highly arbitrary, with only token attempts to engage with the students and unions, and only when it's too late. I am asking the trustees, can the CSU address demographic changes on CSU campuses without resorting to ad hoc austerity and tuition increases? The CSU as a system must transparently address these issues that affect student workers with grassroots engagement with student workers and faculty. Lastly, I'd like to add, as a Jewish CSU student, that any effort to address anti-Semitism must not be limited to engagement with Jewish students and organizations who support the Israeli government, but include those many Jewish student voices who may not. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Macy Tolleson, and I'm a graduate student at San Francisco State. I work as a tutor on campus and am a proud member of UAW 4123. I'd like to talk about fair wages for academic student workers. Since the majority of my classmates and coworkers are living paycheck to paycheck and have multiple jobs to make ends meet while we try to focus on our academic and graduate success, it has become economically more challenging every semester to graduate and make ends meet. With increased cost of living and tuition, our survival as academic student workers has never been more critical. Public higher ed provides an essential role, and everyone here today should be united in our efforts to protect it. My tutoring hours have decreased almost 50% since my first semester because my tutoring center is receiving less and less funding. And now we have to deal with AI contracts that nobody asked for and are extremely expensive. As academic student workers are starting negotiations and admin salaries continue to increase, it is imperative that we work together to create valuable contracts that actually protect and support academic student worker success. Thank you for your time.
Benjamin Zemer. Our next speakers will be Frank Austin, Dominic Toriano, and Will Smith.
Good morning, trustees. My name is Frank Austin, and I'm with UA Local 393. We represent plumbers, steam fitters, and HVAC service technicians throughout the Silicon Valley. Local 393 is a proud partner with over 25 Silicon Valley-based contractors. 16 of those companies are specifically located in San Jose. Earlier this year, the San Jose State University campus master plan was released. The plan lays out 3.7 million square feet of new construction, over 1 million square feet of replacement construction, and 1.6 million square feet of remodeled projects. Our local contractors should have the first opportunity to work on these San Jose State projects, keeping these projects local rather than going to out-of-town, low-road contractors. We should support local businesses that are creating good local jobs for workers that are skilled and trained and work with high safety standards. That is why our contractors need the leadership of San Jose State University to sit down and speak with Dave Beanie, the executive director of our local Building Trades Council, and come to terms on PLA agreements, assuring that these projects are done with local labor, where fair, livable wages are paid, while providing high quality healthcare, and an opportunity for a worker to retire in dignity. I appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Good morning, trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the San Jose State Campus Master Plan. My name is Dominic Toriano, and I'm with the Sheet Metal Workers Local Union 104. I not only live in San Jose, but I'm also a business agent who covers the area. I want to remind you about the issues with the student union renovation and expansion construction project back in 2010 to 2012 that included delays, cost overruns, and safety concerns from both students and workers. Non-union companies with untrained workers were largely performing the work. Many of these contractors had dubious histories of poor performance and wage violations. Local 104 has skilled and trained members throughout Silicon Valley who are ready to work on building the kind of campus that San Jose deserves. We would welcome a project labor agreement with the Building Trades Council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Christina Chisel and Thomas Corrigan.
Hello, my name's Christina Seisel. I'm faculty from the CSU Fullerton campus and president-elect of the CFA chapter at Fullerton. I have lost confidence in you, Chancellor Garcia, and the Board of Trustees because of your refusal to engage in open bargaining. I'm here today to ask why the CSU refuses to come to the bargaining table. We have had several scheduled meetings where our members have flown, at great expense to our finances, time, and families, to discuss the many pressing issues facing us. Layoffs, a $17 million AI contract that violates our meet and confer process. We have an unprecedented mental health crisis among our students and cannot hire enough counselors to serve them. The gross mismanagement of CSU funding has left faculty grappling with how to give our students, the future of California, a quality education when we have been doing more with less for well over a decade. And our freedom of speech and academic inquiry is under direct threat. At the same time, we have been suffering cut after cut. We have seen your salaries increase exponentially. If we are the people's university, let the people who do the work be part of the bargaining process. Sunlight is the best disinfectant, and with your refusal to come to the table in good faith, I'm wondering what dirt you are trying to hide. Please join us in good faith and provide the transparency that we and the people of California deserve. Together, let's educate for the future of California.
My name is Thomas Corrigan. I'm a faculty member at Cal State San Bernardino, and I have lost confidence in you, Chancellor Garcia, and the Board of Trustees because you continue to use a so-called budget crisis to impose devastating austerity measures. While Sonoma State makes tragic headlines with program eliminations, campuses like Cal State San Bernardino suffer a death by 1,000 cuts. Part-time lecturers lose work through widespread course cancellations. Students are crammed in the remaining classes and struggle to get the courses they need to graduate. Staff operate in skeleton crews, and faculty can't even print exams. Meanwhile, our campus president earns a grotesque $640,000 in annual compensation. The chancellor's office budget is up 106% over a decade, and the CSU is sitting on billions in reserves and investments. This isn't a budget crisis. This is a crisis of priorities and leadership. I demand the Chancellor's Office and Board of Trustees redirect funds from the CSU's bloated administration and investments to our university's core mission, teaching and learning. If not, the CSU's death by 1,000 cuts is on your hands.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Annie Danis, Anna Prata, and Lori Walkington.
Hello, my name is Annie Danis, and I'm faculty from the Cal Poly Pomona campus. And I've lost confidence in you, Chancellor Garcia, and the Board of Trustees because of long-term mismanagement of funds, and most recently, your refusal to begin negotiating a contract with the faculty. I am 2 months away from giving birth to my first child, and I want to be able to provide her with the best life possible. But I can't do this if you, Chancellor Garcia, and your bargaining team refuse to even discuss the challenges and needs of your faculty. It is unconscionable that you won't allow faculty to attend bargaining sessions and are using this as a way to stall the legal framework of our contract. It makes me wonder, what are you hiding? I demand the bargaining begin immediately with all union members allowed to attend sessions, as has been done so easily in the past.
Good morning. My name is Ana Prada. I have been a professor in the sociology department at Cal State Northridge for 18 years now, and I'm also vice president for tenure track with CFA on my campus. So I just want to reiterate how faculty is disappointed with how they've been treated, with not showing up for open bargaining, for the mistreatment and the disrespect. This is something I hear from our members constantly. I also want to speak to a specific thing regarding AI. Faculty doesn't understand the process of why these negotiations and the push towards AI is happening on our campus. AI has been important, but we need to be in the conversation as faculty on how it's going to be implemented. So far, it has made our lives harder, not easier, and students and faculty are confused with implementation. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lori Walkington. I'm an alumni and faculty at California State University, San Marcos. I am also speaking out against AI. An earlier speaker asked if you're listening. It appears that you are, through the AI that has been placed into our internal systems without conferring with faculty. This is a threat to our academic freedom and a gross overreach. Anonymous note-taking bots have already been appearing in our meetings and in place of human faculty and proposed for staff who are already overworked and stretched beyond their capacity. For our students, this will result in their being denied the opportunity to advance their critical thinking skills development as they reach for ChatGPT and other so-called simple solutions that we already know yield inaccurate results. AI is an unwanted, unneeded intrusion on our campuses that will cost our students valuable critical thinking skills that are needed to solve real-world issues that we are facing today, and it is an intrusion into our faculty's academic freedom. Faculty teaching conditions are our students' learning conditions, and Chancellor Garcia and Board of Trustees, we do not want or need your surveillance. We didn't want your AI, and we have no confidence in you.
Thank you. Our next speakers are Rachel Hill and Thomas Norman.
Thank you. My name is Rachel Hill. I'm faculty member at Cal Poly Pomona and delegate at large for CFA Pomona. And I've lost confidence in you, Chancellor Garcia, and the Board of Trustees due to the repeated refusal to bargain in good faith with CFA. CSU management introduced ground rules that were not part of previous bargaining cycles, which includes restrictions on allowed observers. CSU bargaining team has since refused to even meet with our team in person to negotiate said ground rules. Greater access to participatory bargaining was a clear mandate from our union members, yet CSU management insists on limiting CFA members from observing the bargaining process. If there's nothing to hide, why is there such a fear of faculty witnessing the process? Continuing to stall bargaining is a waste of all of our precious resources. If there's any hope of restoring trust and repairing relationships between CSU management and faculty, everyone must return to the bargaining table and engage in good faith. Thank you.
Good morning, Chancellor Garcia and Chair Clark and trustees. I hope you're all well. Thank you for listening. This has been long. If you need to stretch during my remarks, please do so. It's been well over an hour. My name is Dr. Thomas Norman. I'm a professor at Dominguez Hills, proud union member of the California Faculty Association. As you know, this past Wednesday, Governor Newsom released the May revise, the California budget, which reduced our system cuts from about 8% to 2.82%. While this is better, the fight to fully fund the CSU is not over. We need to work on this together. Let me be clear. This great news is a direct result of the CFA members who've continued to advocate nonstop against budget cuts since the governor released the budget proposal in early January. CFA members have attended numerous budget subcommittee hearings, have had dozens of meetings with legislators, and for this year's lobby day, we joined forces with the APC and Teamsters Local 2010. We're proud that this year over 150 union members packed the halls of the Capitol in Sacramento to advocate against these proposed cuts. In addition, we've hand-delivered thousands of petitions, postcards, and letters of advocacy from our community coalition, as well as thousands of copies of our equity paper, shortchanging students how the CSU is failing our future. Regardless of what happens the next several weeks, the CSU management should be held accountable for how it will use those dollars the CSU receives. A 3% cut to state funding for the CSU represents a reduction of less than 2% of the overall CSU budget. Investing in public higher education is a commitment, one that Chancellor Garcia and the Board of Trustees needs to choose. Austerity is not inevitable. It's a choice, one that you will be making. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speakers will be Coral Wheeler and Alam Mutsabed.
My name is Coral Wheeler, and I'm an assistant professor of physics at Cal Poly Pomona and a proud CFA member. I teach physics and astronomy to hundreds of our science and engineering students each year. I'm here today because I've lost confidence in you, Chancellor Garcia, and in the Board of Trustees. It is unacceptable that the CSU administration's bargaining team has only met with our bargaining team for 15 minutes and will now not even come to the table. It is not the right of the CSU administration to unilaterally exclude CFA members like me from bargaining, a process that impacts our lives. It is not up to the administration to pick and choose who represents us at the table. And by the way, I was a grad student at UCI, and even the UC admin agreed to us bringing whoever we wanted to the table. This process may seem like business as usual to the administration, but this is my life. I love teaching physics and doing research, but my colleagues and I are stressed, upset, and at the end of our ropes. We demand that the administration's bargaining team come back to the table and bargain a contract in good faith with our chosen representatives.
Chair Clark, this concludes the time we have for public comment.
Thank you, and thank you all the speakers who provided comment. I assure you, we do admire your conviction. We appreciate your perspectives, and we appreciate the thought and civility that went into your comments today. I understand there were some speakers who signed up to talk after the deadline. I would ask them to submit written comments to trustees' office at calstate.edu. I would ask the Office of the Board of Trustees to put those into one communication to the trustees so that we can be sure that we read them all. At this point, we're going to take a 15-minute break until 11:30, and then we'll reconvene at 11:30 promptly for our reports prior to lunch. Thank you very much.
Valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as
We're going to start our meeting again. Well, good morning. Good morning. We're in the midst of commencement season. And I have to say, as I give the chair's report, it is good to be here. So many good things continue to happen in the CSU. And commencement season is really a time of joy. In that spirit, I would like to celebrate the service of a few individuals who are attending their final board meeting with us. As their retirement approaches, we look forward to a fitting tribute to Cal Maritime Interim President Michael Dumont and Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer Steve Relier tomorrow. We are going to do our best to do right in terms of the good that you've done for us, both of you. And we've just learned of the December retirement of CSU Dominguez Hills President Thomas Parham, who will celebrate fully as the date, when we'll celebrate that fully as the date nears. And I just want to say, President Parham, congratulations. It is well deserved. Please give him a round of applause. But this morning, we'd like to recognize outgoing California State Student Association President Issa Acera and Alumni Council President John Poley for their service at the California State community. I want to say each of you has served a vital voice in championing the CSU mission. On behalf of the entire board, I thank you for your collaboration. I wish you all of the best in your next pursuits. New officers will take their seats this summer, and I would like to take this moment to congratulate Academic Chair, Senate, Dr. Betsy Boyd, who was recently reappointed to serve her role for the 2025-2026 academic year. Now, in addition to thanking CSSA President Issa, I'd like to congratulate him on his upcoming graduation from San Francisco State this Friday, and he will receive a master's degree in public administration. And wait, he is committed to the University of San Francisco to pursue a doctorate in education and organizational leadership. Yes, you've already impressed us beyond measure, and we can't wait to see what you accomplish next. Congratulations. Now, he, of course, is one of approximately 125,000 talented students who've completed years of hard work to earn a CSU degree this spring. Each of our 23 universities are pulling out all the stops to celebrate our graduates and their loved ones at ceremonies up and down our state. I would like to say thank you to my colleagues who have joined in the festivities and extended congratulations on behalf of the board. Graduates all around the state of California, you've made us very proud. And to everyone watching today, please know that it's never too late to pursue the goal of higher education. In fact, the tennis legend, social justice activist, and friend and supporter of the CSU, Billie Jean King, recently announced that she's re-enrolling at Cal State LA at the age of 81. She will complete her history degree, and what she left to pursue for her tennis career, and if her tennis career is anything like she finishes her degree, we know how the tennis career turned out. But she has said the fact that she never graduated has always bothered her. So this spring, she has resumed her road to graduation. We'll be cheering for you once again, Ms. King, as you accomplish this lifelong goal. A CSU degree prepares our graduates to be engaged as global citizens and increasingly climate champions. And if you need proof, I hope you're paying attention on Earth Day. Thousands of CSU students, faculty, and staff took part in programs across our state to address climate change and to advance sustainability. Here are just a few examples. Chico State invited both United States Senator Adam Schiff and Governor Gavin Newsom to tour the campus farm to learn about the university's research and innovation in sustainable agriculture. Cal State LA hosted a 2-day symposium on biodiversity, conservation, and ecological resilience in urban zones. Our Fresno State Bulldogs joined city leaders in planting 160 trees as part of the Beautify Fresno initiative. And at CSUN's Institute of Sustainability showcased student performers in a concert called Jam in the Garden. That's jam, like music. Year-round, our campus sustainability teams worked actively with the Chancellor's Office on cutting-edge measures to reduce our impact on the planet. 11 CSU campuses have received the California Climate Action Grants to involve students in climate research, workforce training, and community involvement. The CSU Consortium on Climate Adaptation involves our students in interdisciplinary research and hands-on learning to prepare them for climate-related fields. The CSU Faculty Learning Community for Climate Change provides training facilities and opportunities for faculty across the CSU. Numerous campuses are investing in electric car chargers, solar, battery, microgrid projects, and they continue to push the envelopes. In fact, Sacramento State is pioneering a system that converts campus food waste into biodiesel and compost, with excess heat stored as clean energy. And this is just the tip of the icebergs we're working to save. As a whole, the CSU is aiming to cut carbon emissions by 2030 with a goal of carbon neutrality by 2045. Congratulations to our sustainability team here at the Chancellor's Office and to the tens of thousands of students, faculty, and staff committed to climate literacy and sustainability throughout the CSU. And as our universities work to sustain the planet, our board has been especially busy this spring working to sustain the institution that we all love. My deep appreciation goes to my colleagues who traveled to Sacramento last month for our second annual Trustee Advocacy Day, coordinated by our Office of Advocacy and State Relations to rally against the proposed cuts to the CSU. Our trustees met with 8 legislative offices, including directly with Assembly Majority Leader Cecilia Aguilar-Curry and Assembly Higher Education Chair Mike Fong. They also had an audience with the Governor's Office staff, the former director of the Department of Finance, and the current Legislative Analyst Office staff. And preceding the event, Trustee Wenda Fong and I were grateful for a very productive meeting with Senate Pro Tem Mike McGuire. As much as we talked about the great value of the CSU, as California's engine of economic growth and social mobility, we also listened. Our legislators spoke about their constraints, their concerns, and those of their constituents. All of us understand, along with the state, that the CSU will face challenging circumstances in the coming year. We know deeply that any cuts have very real human impact. But as Chancellor Garcia will touch upon in a moment, times of budgetary challenge often spur innovation. I would say this is particularly true at our Bay Area campuses with Sonoma State, San Francisco State, and Cal State East Bay. They proposed a networked approach to certain administrative functions that will cut costs and optimize impacts to those campus communities. We look forward to hearing more about this approach tomorrow. Also, with an eye on Sonoma State's future, I was honored to serve on the Presidential Search Committee and to have led its initial convening. On behalf of Search Committee Chair, Trustee Mark Gilladucci, with an open campus forum on May the 5th. I'd like to repeat what I said at that event. It is with great empathy we recognize this is an extremely challenging and emotionally fraught time for this much-loved and consequential institution. Every one of us on the search committee and on this full board is committed to helping identify the best candidate to lead Sonoma State through this difficult moment and toward its brightest future. And we're also committed to carefully listening to every voice throughout this process and to ensuring that those voices guide and inform our work. Our goal is to interview final candidates this fall with an appointment expected at the November board meeting. On that topic, a separate search committee is in the process of identifying final candidates for the position of president of Cal State Long Beach. Interviews will be held in June and July, and we anticipate naming President Connolly's successor at our July board meeting. As you all know, and as Chancellor Garcia announced in a memo to the Cal Poly Humboldt campus community, the search for the university's next president has been extended, and I want to express my great and sincere appreciation to President Spagna for committing to serve through the fall term. I also want to thank the member of the Presidential Search Committee who have similarly extended their service. I have every confidence will soon identify a visionary leader to serve at the university's 9th president. The Chancellor and I will provide you with an update as the timeline is finalized. And finally, as we work to continually improve the operations of this board, beginning in the July meeting, we're going to pilot a concurrent committee meeting structure. We believe this structure will provide opportunities for more efficient use of our time, while also allowing for a deeper analysis and discussions of the matters presented. The Committee on Committees took this goal into careful consideration as they developed the proposed slate of committee assignments to ensure a balance of trustee representation across standing committees. Of course, this is a work in progress. We'll continue to assess the new structure to assure it has the desired effect. And I'm always happy to return to the subject of commencement. Before we proceed with our meeting, please enjoy this video from Cal State San Bernardino, featuring just one of our star graduates who will soon make their mark in one of California's most challenging fields. Please roll the video.
I knew I wanted to be a type of engineer, and as soon as I took a couple of programming classes, I already knew this is for me. I came mission set that I needed to develop some type of technology to help in the firefighting field. Having a firefighting background, there's a lot of problems that need to be fixed within the field. I can't just wait around and see what happens. I'm just trying to bridge that gap that there is between engineering and scientists. Some of the tools are just not adequate enough or haven't been stress tested in these wildfires, and walking that walk, being in those same footsteps, I think has helped me the most, just applying my real world experiences so we as firefighters can fight fires with technology, if it's either with drone technology, mapping, satellite sensing, using multiple agents of AI. I think we can accomplish this and really change the game in firefighting.
One of my really best students, Vicky Lopez, an excellent student, hardworking, maintained their tenacity, wanted to do research, willing to do more, even though they came with a full plate, but the ambitions that they have made me feel like excited to support Vicky.
When it comes to technology and developing and researching here at Cal State San Bernardino, the support system is here with the faculty, and I couldn't be more grateful. I've had like a full boat, 19 plus units at a time, all while still trying to manage a personal life.
She secured an internship at UC Berkeley. She secured an internship with an Myriad lab in Germany, presenting in the annual Calibridge program, and recently winning first place on a CSUSB research competition. All of these achievements make me so proud of Vicky.
My motivation comes from just the people I surround myself with. They have a grit to them where they push you and encourage you. Creating that support system has been the biggest gift here at CSUSB.
I want to give my students the opportunity to develop more skills that prepare them to be career ready, to do internship and get hired full time. Vicky is a good example for that. They came to the lab and now look where they are applying for a PhD.
We come from immigrant family, came here with nothing. I'd be first generation graduating in my family and hopefully pursue a graduate degree. Those are my goals, to go far and beyond that moment. It would bring huge pride to my family, and then the rest is history.
Commencement, I try not to miss any of them, because seeing the parents, seeing the family around our students and how much they support, this is the time where I feel like we did something we are proud of. Seeing the parents happy.
Now we're toward the ends of my graduation, so I couldn't be happier of the journey that was presented to me. I'm excited for what the future holds.
A feeling of grit about them. What an inspiring story. This is another example of the tenacity of our campus teams in addressing some of our most complex challenges. Vicki, we wish you and all our graduates continued success in your next chapter. This concludes my report. I'll now turn it over to the Chair of the Academic Senate, Dr. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair Clark, and thank you for the congratulatory remarks. I very much appreciated that. Let's see, we have a few more minutes in the morning. Buenos dias, ohayo gozaimasu, talofa, mahaba, and good morning, everyone. With respect, I begin today by acknowledging that I speak to you on the land of the Tongva Gabrieleño and the Aha Chemin Juaneño nations who have lived and continue to live here. I recognize the Tongva and the Aha Chemin nations and their spiritual connection to the ocean and the land as the first stewards and the traditional caretakers of this area we now call Long Beach. And as I share this report, I thank them for their strength, perseverance, and resistance. Since my last report in March, the ASCSU held its final interim and plenary meetings of the academic year. And as I report on the work we accomplished, I want to reiterate the overarching goal I set at the beginning of the year to guide the ASCSU toward more action-oriented and outcome-driven work. You'll see reflected not only in our resolution packet, but also in the tangible results across the CSU system this year. In September, I outlined 5 priorities. I'll reflect on those now in reverse order. Priority 5, which became a high priority this year, legislative advocacy. This year, the ASCSU made deliberate strides in both state and federal advocacy. For the first time, ASCSU delegations participated in advocacy efforts in Washington, D.C. and Sacramento. The ASCSU's inaugural delegation's visibility was made possible by the diligent work of our legislative specialists, executive committee, and the Fiscal and Government Affairs Committee led by Christine Isaacson from Cal Maritime, who also received a well-deserved ASCSU special commendation. I was proud to join the Chancellor's delegation in both spaces, and that ASCSU was united in advocacy for the CSU with trustees, the Chancellor's Office teams, both the state relations and federal relations, the CFA and our CSU staff unions, the Alumni Council, the California State Student Association, University of California, and the California Community Colleges. The first 2 resolutions in your packet reflect our values and outline our next steps in the federal policy landscape. We thank the presidents who signed the AAC&U letter and those joining broader, and we support you in joining broader higher education coalitions. We strongly encourage any remaining presidents and the Chancellor to do the same. Our shared responsibility is to defend the CSU's mission and the diverse, culturally competent workers we produce. We've been seen and heard. Our contributed voice has been critical, and we will remain a constant and consistent presence as we ask the legislature and the governor to stop the cuts to the CSU and fully fund the system that serves our students and our state's future. Priority 4, foster and facilitate an inclusive, diverse, and equity-minded ASCSU. Following the adoption of our revised constitution, the ASCSU held its inaugural lecturer council and is now in the process of conducting elections for our first lecturer senators. We also anticipate providing our first report on equity metrics requested by the board in the next academic year. Several resolutions in our May packet reflect our commitment to this priority, including our support for programs that center marginalized perspectives, and a resolution calling for financial support for teacher credential students impacted by federal changes to DEI funding. This work has been foundational, and I'm proud to report the adoption of the ASCSU's 5-year Equity, Diversity, Justice, and Inclusion Plan developed by the ASCSU JEDI Committee, which outlines ongoing strategic actions and evaluation processes. Priority 3 is to foster relationships, to show up, do the work, be engaged, have hard conversations, and listen. This year has had its challenges, and they are not over. Through this, the ASCSU remain committed to collaboration on betterment of the CSU and policies therein. A few highlights. We co-developed the guidelines for the applied professional doctoral programs and general education exemptions. We supported changes to Area 2 in the CalGATC AB 928 to allow essential math courses for teacher preparation, improving transfer pathways. Special thanks to DVC Evans for supporting this effort. We also contributed to the implementation of the Common Course numbering legislation, which is ongoing, and conducted a faculty survey on the year of engagement led by our Academic Affairs Committee Chair Norbert Schur in collaboration with DVC Perez and Deloitte. We look forward to sharing the results at an upcoming meeting. We find this to be one of the best collaborations, I think exemplar collaborations between the ASCSU and our Chancellor's Office partners. We continue to partner on the CSU Strategic Plan, Strategic Enrollment Management, which you'll hear about tomorrow, financial aid reform, and other student-focused initiatives, including many of those that are also on the docket tomorrow. Priority 2, improve transparency and internal functioning of the ASCSU operations. In parallel with the board's efforts to improve transparency, we too have enhanced the ASCSU's internal systems, upgrading our file management, guidance documents, and operations to foster a more equitable and supportive environment for our senators. And externally, we adopted our first official media policy at the May plenary, part of a broader effort to clarify and evaluate our public communications. And the first priority I shared with you at the beginning of the year was to advocate for and reinforce the role of faculty in joint decision-making and consultation per HERA. Shared governance is often cited, but not always understood. And under HERA and our Constitution, faculty have a formal and vital role in the CSU governance. To amplify our voice, we established 2 communication specialists' role this year, and their charge was to tell our story and convey the ASCSU's purpose across the system and beyond. And we'll be incorporating much of those suggestions into our website and other documents. Our partnerships continue with the Chancellor's Office on major initiatives, and it's my hope that the board increasingly recognizes ASCSU's contributions, not just through resolutions, but through our active and great engagement in governance and student success. Looking ahead, the ASCSU Executive Committee for the year 25-26, at our May 9th organizational meeting, following faculty were elected to serve as officers for the upcoming year, and their terms to start June 1. Continuing a second term, yours truly. I'm an entomologist and plant scientist in the College of Agriculture at Chico State. Continuing in a second term as vice chair, Professor Adam Swenson in philosophy from CSU Northridge. Continuing in a second term as secretary, Tracy Dawn Hamilton from mathematics and statistics at CSU Sacramento. Continuing in his second term as member at large, Nola Butler-Bird, in counseling and school psychology at San Diego State University. And new to the executive team in the role of member at large, Dana Nakano from sociology at CSU Stanislaus. And while the ASCSU looks forward to working with our new officer team in the upcoming year, it also extends its deep appreciation for the dedicated service of our outgoing officers. Julia Curry Rodriguez, who served as member at large from San Jose State University, and who is joining us through the live stream today, and Beth Steffel, our illustrious immediate past chair. Thank you. As we close out this academic year, I want to thank the CSSA President Isera, Alumni Council President Poli, CFA President Toombs, for their partnership and thoughtful and insightful leadership. I will miss you. I also look forward to continuing to foster the relationships between our organizations with the amazing incoming leadership. I deliver this report to you while our office remains unstaffed, but I want to acknowledge the critical behind-the-scenes efforts of so many in the Chancellor's Office staff who made possible our resolutions getting to you on time and much of our plenary going without a hitch. And that also was reflective of our ASCSU leadership team that's sitting here today. Many of them took on many responsibilities above and beyond to make it happen in the last month. And I appreciate them very, very much. I close with the same invitation I shared at the September meeting, shortly after beginning my tour. Please ask the ASCSU for information relevant to the work you do. You know us. We are here. We invite your questions. We are servant leaders who attend these meetings not for public prowess or for lack of other work, rather to prioritize our availability to you as a resource. Thank you, Chair Clark and trustees. This concludes my report, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Chair Boyd. And again, congratulations. Moving on to our next report, CSSA President Yesaya Isera. I hate to say this, would you please share your final report? I will indeed.
Thank you, Chair Clark, and talofa lava, everyone. Happy AAPI month. Good morning, trustees, Chancellor Garcia, university presidents, and everyone here today. My name is Yesaya Isera, and I serve as the president of the Cal State Student Association. CSSA represents nearly 500,000 students in the California State University and serves as the official voice of CSU students to the California State Legislature and the Board of Trustees. It is an honor to present this report on their behalf for my last time. On April 13th, CSSA held its executive officer elections. I am pleased to announce that the CSSA Board of Directors has selected Tara Al-Rahani to serve as CSSA President for the 25 to 26 academic term. Tara is a familiar face here in Dumke. She is an undergraduate student at San Jose State University and currently serves as my Vice President of System-Wide Affairs. Tara has played a vital role in the transformation of CSSA, and I am thrilled to pass the torch to such an amazing, outstanding student leader, advocate, and friend. Additionally, Katie Karoum has been elected as Vice President of System-Wide Affairs for the 25 to 26 academic term. Katie is an undergraduate student at Cal State Northridge, where she most recently served as ASI President and majors in Communication Studies. Katie is a proven leader whose commitment to student success and advocacy is remarkable. Both Tara and Katie will keep up the hard-fought momentum that we have collectively built. Please join me in congratulating these two outstanding leaders. Now I am delighted to present the Robert C. Maxson President of the Year Award. CSSA gives this award to an individual campus president that embodies student-centered excellence and who goes above and beyond to serve their campus community and their surrounding community. I am honored to present this prestigious award to President Dr. Cynthia Teniente Maxson. Dr. Teniente Maxson serves as the 31st president of San Jose State University and is an internationally recognized Latina leader with extensive experience across multiple state university systems. What stood out to CSSA the most is that President Teniente Maxson is a champion for student success, institutional AI innovation, and industry partnerships with Silicon Valley that drive economic mobility for her students, campus, and the local community. Her leadership at SJSU has been marked by strategic growth, national recognition, and facilities initiatives, repositioning the university as a premier urban research institution. Dr. Teniente Maxson has truly been a transformative leader and campus president, and her leadership extends beyond her campus and is a model for student-centered leadership across the system. On behalf of the Cal State Student Association, I thank you for your bold leadership, and I am humbled to present you with the Robert C. Maxson President of the Year Award. Please give it up for Dr. Teniente Maxson. Thank you. Let's get us started. I know, we travel with one always. Let's do one more. Thank you so much. Let's give it up one more time for Dr. Teniente Maxson. On May 5th, 2025, the California State Student Association joined the CSU Chancellor's Office, Academic Senate, CSU Alumni Council, and legislative allies on the Capitol lawn to oppose Governor Newsom's $375 million budget cut to the CSU. I opened alongside Assembly members Mike Fong and Jose Salache, stressing that stable funding is essential, not optional, and warning that cuts would hit low-income, first-generation, and students of color the most and the hardest by shrinking course offerings, advising, mental health, housing support, and raising dropout risks. We highlighted that every dollar invested in the CSU returns nearly $7 in economic activity and up to $30 when accounting for graduates' lifetime earnings, making cuts both harmful and short-sighted. After the rally, coalition members, mostly made up of students, delivered advocacy packets and signs stating "Don't cut the CSU" to all legislative offices. Thanks to this collective effort, Newsom's proposal was trimmed from 8% to 3%. While we welcome this progress, the students believe that we must continue to insist on a full, equitable funding for California's engine of social mobility and economic prosperity. In addition to our budget advocacy, CSSA continues to advance our legislative priorities. Our co-sponsored bills and supported legislation are currently in their respective appropriation committees in both the Assembly and the Senate, awaiting action during the upcoming suspense hearings scheduled for this Friday. These hearings will be critical in determining the fate of many of our priority bills, and we are closely monitoring the outcomes. We are proud to highlight that AB 313, a CSSA-supported bill, has already passed the Assembly and is now being considered in the Senate. This bill would ensure that if the federal government delays the release of the free application for federal student aid, or FAFSA, in any given year, California automatically extends the state's financial aid application deadlines, such as those for the Cal Grant and Middle Class Scholarship, by 1 month. This proactive measure would help safeguard access to aid for thousands of students across the state. We look forward to providing a more detailed update after the suspense file decisions are made, and will continue to advocate for policies that prioritize equity, affordability, and student success across the CSU. A year ago, when I was elected to serve in this capacity, I set a clear and ambitious goal for CSSA to achieve: creating a stronger culture of care for our student leaders, expanding CSSA visibility to all 23 campuses, engaging in deeper and more thoughtful conversations with students, faculty, campus presidents, trustees, and the Chancellor's Office. And most importantly, we set out to revitalize CSSA to better fit the needs of the student body today. This meant more conversations centered around basic needs, mental health, and housing, candid and transparent dialogue on freedom of speech, freedom of thought, and safe demonstration on our campuses, the re-examination of our advocacy efforts and the practices both in CSSA and analyzing the advocacy practices in the California State University. And lastly, by reappearing on the national stage, by joining the reformation of the United States Student Association, a resolution that was most recently passed last month. Ultimately, we are pushing the needle towards a more inclusive and collaborative system that puts shared governance at the center, and I'm so proud to report that CSSA has made significant strides in all of these areas. I truly believe that no other university system or state takes shared governance as seriously as the California State University. Is there work to be done? Yes, of course there is. Nothing and no one is perfect. But with the help of all of you, we are closer to an even more inclusive environment than ever before. This is apparent in so many interactions and moments we have all shared with one another, but I would be remiss if I didn't highlight the historic nature of one person and of one relationship in particular, Chancellor Mildred Garcia. Over the past year, I have participated in an incredible amount of meetings with the Chancellor, whether that be in Sacramento fighting for the CSU budget, or in Washington, D.C., pleading for our minority institutions and Pell Grant funding. I have learned something new in every interaction, and there is not a day that goes by that I don't feel the strongest sense of gratitude for her example of leadership. Chancellor Garcia, you are truly the most extraordinary champion. You are truly the most extraordinary champion I have ever witnessed. Your kindness to others, your strength as a breaker of glass ceilings, and your North Star have centered me in a way that I have not experienced since I picked up my first microphone when I was a child. You listen to the student voice, you care about students and our well-being, and you fight like hell to make sure the CSU is heard loud and clear in every space you enter. You have become my friend and mentor, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. I am so privileged to have been able to witness your first full year as Chancellor of the California State University. Growing up, there were times when I often felt broken. I grew up in a very conservative space, and as someone who was different from everyone else, this was extremely isolating. My mother, being my rock and my first North Star, always made it clear that I was worthy of so much more. Because of her, I am me. You see, all I ever dreamed of was to find my voice and make my mark. It wasn't until I moved to SF State where I realized that I have always had a voice. I just needed a little help learning how to make it soar. These past 6 years at SF State have taught me that the world is truly what we make of it. And at the risk of sounding like the poster child of the CSU, I must say that without SF State, without the guidance and care from SF State folks like President Lynn Mahoney, Dr. Jamila Moore, Christine Amador, and Alejandro Rios from Associated Students, and without the ethos of the CSU, I, Yesaya Sarah, would not be standing here today as a successful, informed, and energetic young professional who is still molding the foundation of the rest of my life. I could not have done any of this without my CSSA team, who have stood by me this past year as the most incredible supporters. my vice presidents, Tara Al-Rahani and Tyler Kouari, to CSSA staff, Joe, Mary, Brandon, Genesis, Hannah, and Shati, as well as our partners in the Chancellor's Office, Dr. Dilcy Perez, Dr. Nathan Evans, Ray Murillo, and Jeannie Tran Martin, as well as the Academic Senate of the CSU, Dr. Boyd, Dr. Steffel, just to name a few. These folks do the very hard and fulfilling work of ensuring our shared mission and values are centered every day, and I could not have asked for a better support system throughout this journey. I truly hope that I have had even a small impact on everyone here today, those listening online, and the students of the CSU. In my next chapter, as I begin my doctoral degree in organizational leadership this fall at the University of San Francisco, I am overwhelmed with purpose and gratitude for the work we have accomplished and the work still left to do. This Friday, I will address the class of 2025 and officially graduate from the institution that made me who I am today. Though I am confident that this will not be the last time you hear my voice, just know it is because of the California State University that you will hear it again. Chair Clark, for the students of the CSU, for my younger self who would be so proud, for my family and their sacrifices, and for the bright days ahead, this concludes my final report to the Board of Trustees. Thank you.
So the chancellor just said he made her cry. He didn't make me cry. One of the few times. So thank you for that, President Yasser. You're an inspiration to all of us. We will now hear our next report from President John Poley of the CSU Alumni Council, and I hate to say this also. Please share your final report.
Well, thank you, Chair Clark. And ESA, air hugs. I wanted to come up and give you a big hug. Congratulations. And congratulations to all of the members of your new boards. We absolutely appreciate the collaboration and look forward to continuing our work with CSSA and ASCSU. As this is my final report as president of the CSU Alumni Council, I want to express my deep appreciation for the opportunity to serve our alumni community and support the mission of the California State University system. In September, I will reach 15 years of volunteer leadership service to the CSU. It has been a privilege to represent the voice of our more than 4.3, almost 4.4 million alumni over the past 2 years, and I am proud of what we have achieved together. Under our shared leadership, the Alumni Council has amplified the alumni voice in meaningful and enduring ways. From active roles on strategic planning committees and student success framework work groups, to participating in advisory boards and search processes, alumni have been increasingly involved in shaping the future of the CSU. I'm especially proud of what we've become regular contributors to conversations around academic success, student equity, and the CSU's graduation initiative. One of our defining accomplishments has been the successful launch and system-wide implementation of the Alumni Student Connections Initiative. Thanks to funding from Academic and Student Affairs and the leadership of the Special Committee on Alumni Student Connections, 26 unique, actionable, campus-based projects received funding to support student success throughout the student life cycle. Notably, the initiative sparked 127 cross-campus collaborations with 40% first-time partnerships between alumni offices and other campus departments. These projects were not only impactful at the campus level, but have also created a blueprint for long-term integration of alumni and student success strategies across the system. The power of these projects are more than just metrics. They demonstrate the impact of storytelling, mentorship, and representation. We've heard powerful student testimonials about the life-changing effect of having alumni believe in them and help them during their college journey. This work has begun to redefine the role of alumni to be an integral contributor to the CSU educational experience. Beyond these initiatives, alumni have been present and active in advocacy efforts, sharing our stories, contacting our representatives, writing op-eds, and supporting students during their recent rally to stop the cuts to the CSU. I want to thank all of the alumni who contributed to our advocacy efforts. As I conclude my term, I do so with immense pride and optimism. I have every confidence that the CSU Alumni Council, under Adrian Harrell's leadership, will continue to grow these efforts and build on the momentum of our past and current council. Alumni are ready to meet the moment, serve as partners in student and postgraduate success, and help write the next chapter for the CSU. Again, I want to thank our collaboration with CSSA, ASCSU, and I also want to thank you, Chair Clark, Chancellor Garcia, Trustee Adamson, who exemplifies what it means to be made in the CSU and an alumni of the CSU, and all of the trustees, presidents, and of course, external relations and communications staff, including Jody and Aaron, who are always there for us, for your continued support and trust. While my term as Alumni Council President might be ending, I will continue to serve as an advocate for the CSU and alumni community. This concludes my report.
Thank you so much for that, President Foley, and thank you for your leadership in just presenting and harnessing the power of the over 4 million alumni. You've done it exceptionally, and we greatly appreciate your leadership. God bless you. And now, it is my pleasure to turn it over to our Chancellor, Dr. Mildred Garcia, for her report.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Before I begin my report, I want to echo the Chair in recognizing several outstanding leaders attending their last meeting in their current capacity. SSA President Isera, you have been a powerful and effective voice for the CSU students, always advocating with strength and with passion while building relationships and earning the respect of all CSU stakeholders. Congratulations also on earning your master's degree. And please know you have a friend and enthusiastic mentor in me as your educational professional journey continues. And I know that your goal is to become a university president. I do hope that you invite all of us to that investiture when that time comes. President Foley, thanks in large part to your leadership and that of your colleagues on the Alumni Council, the CSU's massive global alumni network is becoming engaged as never before, supporting our students from recruitment to career through all the journeys in our students' lives. Thank you very much for your impactful leadership. Executive Vice Chancellor Relier and President Admiral Dumont, I will defer my remarks until tomorrow's plenary. But please know that while your respective services CSU was of very different lengths and very different capacities, your collective impact will span so many generations, and it is deeply valued. Again, I look forward to speaking at greater length about the amazing work that you have done for the CSU. We also have a senior leader attending his very first board meeting this month. I want to welcome Vice Chancellor for Human Resources and Chief Human Resources Officer Frank Urtalte to these proceedings. Vice Chancellor Urtalte has truly hit the ground running and has quickly established himself as a valuable member of Chancellor's Council. We will be hearing more from Frank a bit later in the meeting, but again, bienvenido, welcome. To begin my report, I am extremely pleased to announce that after consultation with board leadership, I have appointed Dr. Iris S. Levine to serve as interim president of Cal Poly Pomona upon President Coley's retirement at the end of July. This marks a return to the CSU and the Pomona campus for Dr. Levine, who served the university for more than 30 years. First, as a professor in the music department, and then in academic and administrative positions of increasing responsibility, including as interim provost and as special assistant to President Coley. I have every confidence that Dr. Levine will serve Cal Poly Pomona and the CSU well during this time of transition. The board will be asked to approve the interim president's compensation at our July meeting. Now, to updates from our state and nation's capital. I'll begin on the federal front, where we continue to face real and potential disinvestment in higher education and threats to our most fundamental core values. To help the broader CSU community track these critical and fast-moving developments, we have launched a federal updates page on our website at calstate.edu. There you'll find regular updates on potential impacts to our students, faculty, and staff, actions we're taking, as well as available resources and guidance. I encourage everyone in the CSU community to visit that page regularly. But this morning, I want to focus for a moment on the federal budget process and its implications for the CSU. As you may know, the House Committee on Education and Workforce recently released what they titled its Student Success and Savings Plan. There are a variety of concerning provisions, including those related to eligibility for and limits to Title IV aid. But perhaps more impactful to the CSU are those that would, if they should pass, significantly reduce our students' Pell Grants. This bill would require students to enroll in 15 credit hours per semester to be eligible to receive the full amount of the award. This ups the requirement from the current 12 credit hours. Also new in the bill, students attending less than half-time, often those, as many of you know, are students, 99% I would say work, they're balancing work and family obligations, would be entirely ineligible for Pell. Let me bottom line the potential impact to our CSU students. Using enrollment data from fall 2024, more than 211,000 students system-wide received Pell Grants to advance their studies. Of those, 60%, over 127,000 students, would have had their award reduced or eliminated under this proposed bill. We estimate that this would have totaled close to $200 million in lost financial support for CSU students in the academic year. While this is alarming, and it certainly is, we must remember that the Senate is just beginning its process, and its budget resolution seeks far less in reductions. We have months to push back on those potential cuts, And we will. Not only will we do it, we will join coalitions across the country to fight this. Our Office of Federal Relations has led a comprehensive, bipartisan effort built around daily direct advocacy with senior leadership both on Capitol Hill and in the administration. It was highlighted by last month's Hill Week, where a CSU delegation over 125 strong conducted more than 80 meetings with our elected officials from across the state and from both sides of the aisle. In fact, together with other CSU leaders, I've had the opportunity to meet with both of California's senators, dozens of representatives, senior members of the administration, and leaders of science-based foundations and agencies responsible for much of the CSU's federal research funding. Thanks to Assistant Vice Chancellor of Federal Relations Jeff Cullen and his team for continuing to lead this robust advocacy effort. Here in California, Governor Newsom has released the May revision of his January budget proposal. As you have heard, the news is quite positive. Governor Newsom has walked back the 8% or $375 million cut outlined in his January proposal. He now proposes a 3% or $144 million cut in ongoing funding. The deferral of the CSU's ongoing funding of $252 million set forth in the multi-year compact still remains. The May revision is a powerful demonstration of Governor Newsom's commitment to prioritizing higher education, even during the state's ongoing fiscal challenges. And I am grateful for his clear appreciation of the CSU's mission and its far-reaching impact. I am also grateful for what has been the largest, most coordinated, and most passionate advocacy effort in memory. And I want to thank the many thousands of CSU constituents and stakeholders who have participated. As I've mentioned dozens of times, your individual voice matters. Our collective, unified voices are powerful. It is compelling, it inspires, and let this May revision stand as proof of that. But, and you probably knew there had to be a but, this is not a time for celebration. Our work has just begun. Our messaging was and remains stop the cuts to the CSU. And a majority of the state legislature supports us and has expressed its commitment to rejecting budget cuts to California public higher education. So what do we need to do? We need to redouble our advocacy efforts with the governor's administration and the state legislature to ensure that the final budget reflects this express commitment and eliminates the cuts to the CSU entirely. Let me be clear. In other words, we need to finish the job. We need to finish the job because as much as I value and appreciate the governor's commitment to the CSU, our fiscal challenges remain. The CSU continues to deal with a severe budget shortfall. We still face a proposed $144 million cut in ongoing funding compounded by federal disinvestment. The harsh reality is that we are not closing our budget gap identified by the Sustainable Financial Model Workgroup report that was done 2 years ago. We are losing ground. We have to recognize that, and we must confront that head on. Cost reductions measures will continue to be necessary if we don't fight this. We know what they will look like. We have already seen cuts across the system, perhaps most notably at Sonoma State. As I shared with the system-wide Academic Senate 10 days ago, and as the chair shared a few minutes ago, these are painful decisions that are not made lightly. System and university leadership understands that cuts have deep human impact to our students and their families, to our faculty, staff, and alumni, to our administrators. And I want everyone that hears my voice today know that we not only understand the human toll, we also feel it. We, including all of us in this auditorium, are in the business not to cause hardship. We are in the business to transform lives. The Chancellor's Office will continue to do its part to reduce costs. We will be introducing cost-saving measures across every division. In fact, I have instructed my vice chancellors to reduce our operating budget by 8%, and I told them that was the floor, not the ceiling, while the CSU campuses are currently preparing for 5% cuts. And we will continue to introduce and scale efficiency measures, such as the Multi-University Collaboration Initiative. But we must acknowledge that efficiency efforts only can go so far in the face of a growing budget deficit and chronic long-term underfunding. Again, this is our reality. But there is another reality, and that is that California State University will not be deterred. We will continue to advance our mission. There's not a doubt in my mind, and let me give you a few reasons why. Our mission will continue because of the intellect, creativity, and commitment of our incredible faculty and staff across the system. And on this point, I want to recognize CSU's Bakersfield Phil Chang, Cal State San Marcos Raji Rapauti, and Cal Poly Humboldt's Justin Maxim, each of whom were named to the 2025 class of Guggenheim Fellows, while Cal Poly Pomona's Aaron Kayer joined the class of Andrew Carnegie Fellows. Let me say congratulations to all. Let's give them a round of applause. The CSU will move forward because of our commitment to innovation. Our artificial intelligence initiative stands as a global model for an AI-empowered higher education system. And as part of the initiative, just last month, more than 700 faculty members representing all 23 campuses submitted proposals as part of our Artificial Intelligence Educational Innovations Challenge. The proposals outline creative ways to integrate AI into our classrooms and labs. Our faculty are reimagining how we teach, learn, and collaborate, and use AI ethically in an increasingly AI-driven world. And we will move forward with a clear vision and understanding of our values, goals, and priorities, and the path toward achieving them. You've heard and will continue to hear regular updates on the multiple strategic planning efforts currently underway. For now, I want to emphasize that our work to reimagine student success, to develop a national model for strategic enrollment management, and to craft a forward-focused information technology plan are not separate nor siloed endeavors. They are anything but. Indeed, all will be incorporated into the system-wide strategic plan to form a unified, comprehensive, student-centered guiding document, which I look forward to share with you in September. Again, our mission continues, and with it, so does its transformational impact. Just 3 weeks ago, 15 CSU campuses were recognized as opportunity colleges and universities, a new classification from the American Council on Education and the Carnegie Foundation. It recognizes institutions that prioritize access and whose graduates secure well-paying careers. I was honored to participate in the launch of this new classification. And on this topic, I also want to recognize President Parham, who played a critical role in the development of the classification, which is perfectly aligned with the CSU's core values. But of course, there is no greater demonstration of our impact than commencement season. This May, as Chair Clark noted, approximately 125,000 members of the most dynamically diverse graduating class in America will walk across the stage into a better life for themselves, their families, their future generations, and for their communities. So as I encouraged the system-wide academic senate a little more than a week ago, please take a moment to celebrate this commencement season. Celebrate our future students, our future leaders. They have a bright future. And celebrate your essential role in their success. Because I know that at the end of the semester, many of you will joyously celebrate and collapse. And I want to share with all of you, I am deeply appreciated, all you do for those 125,000 students and all the students we serve as they walk across their stage and their families are cheering them on and celebrating with them. I want to close my report in a somewhat unconventional way. During last month's Hill Week, CSSA President Isera joined me and other CSU leadership in a meeting before members of the California Democratic Congressional Delegation. As I mentioned earlier, YESE is always a powerful voice for the CSU and its students. But at this particular meeting, this took on a whole new meaning. The delegation learned of his bachelor's degree in vocal performance and operatic studies and clamored for a quick demonstration. Knowing YESE, he boldly accepted the challenge with a fast-thinking colleague of ours caught it on video. I share it with you not only as a tribute to YESE's immense talent, but as a broader representation of the courage, hope, and genius of all our students, a collective voice that will never be silenced. Please roll the video.
Non senti tu nell'aria il profumo che spande primavera, non senti tu nell'aria il suono di nuova voce lusinghiera.
If you please excuse the pun, Chair Clark. On that inspirational note, that concludes my report.
Thank you. Thank you, Chancellor. I'm glad you chose to end with that video. Holy mackerel. President Sarah, your voice has always commanded attention. I was in the room, and sir, you commanded national attention in that very moment. So, as Chancellor Garcia detailed so well, we're going to continue to fight for the resources and support that our students deserve. And as we work to advance the CSU mission and expand its impact across the Golden State, I'm pleased to welcome once again our team from SOVA and Dr. Allison Cadleck, our facilitation partners, to provide the next update on the strategic planning process. I want to thank you and acknowledge the steering committee's continued commitment and hard work to guiding this critically important effort. I'll now turn it over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Good afternoon, trustees. I'm honored to be here today to share our progress on the CSU strategic planning process and to reflect on what it will take for this system to not just adapt, but to lead the future of American higher education. This plan is about building a stronger foundation for the system, not just for the next few years, but for the next generation. As a reminder, the strategic planning process launched last fall and is progressing through 3 major phases: listening and learning, aligning and designing strategic objectives, goal setting, metric development, and implementation planning. We are now completing phase 2, moving toward finalization over the summer. It is also important to note, though it isn't visualized here, that the year of engagement and strategic enrollment work will be funneling into the strategic plan, and our team is working with the Chancellor's Office team to ensure these dots are well connected and those efforts are integrated into the strategic plan. Since February, we have engaged thousands in the CSU community through virtual town halls, targeted listening sessions, and asynchronous feedback channels. We had more than 1,100 participants in town halls alone during the second phase of stakeholder engagement, with strong representation from staff, faculty, and students. Throughout this strategic planning process, stakeholder voices have been central to refining the strategies and emerging outcomes, strategic objectives. We also want to give you a snapshot, a quick synopsis of stakeholder engagement to date, which includes 16 town halls with almost 3,000 attendees, 22 targeted listening sessions, as well as dedicated working sessions with the board, presidents, and lots of traffic on the asynchronous platform, including hundreds of contributions and lots of visitors and views. So returning to phase 2, here's a snapshot of stakeholder perspectives shared during the phase 2 town halls. Participants across the town halls emphasized the importance of practical action, not just a vision, but a clear path to change. Faculty and staff raised concerns about workload, compensation, academic quality. Students prioritized affordability, educational equality, and career outcomes. Administrators acknowledged systemic challenges while providing context around decisions. And alumni and partners highlighted CSU's long-term value and community impact. During the phase 2 town hall sessions, participants shared questions and comments that provided insights into stakeholders' concerns and priorities, which we summarize here as broad themes. The bars with the number at the bottom show frequencies of the kinds of issues raised. We received more than 60 comments or questions related to campus or system issues, including topics related to system-wide initiatives, campus authority, and strategic direction. Stakeholders want to know who will make decisions and how. There were persistent questions and comments related to staffing, student success, budgets, and sustainability, as stakeholders wondered aloud whether people and resources are effectively aligned. There was high interest in whether the CSU can keep up with technology, AI, and innovation efforts. And while they came up less frequently, there were impassioned comments and questions about equity and how it will show up in the strategic plan. You'll recall from the board retreat in February that George Siemens offered a helpful framework to understand different levels of change as it relates to the integration of AI. He actually adapted a more general horizons of change model to AI, and we wanted to share that again here because it's instructive for thinking about what the system-level strategic plan is aiming at. So tier 1 is simple digitization or tool adoption, in which the status quo is largely left unchanged. Tier 2 is about shifting pedagogy, learning design to match new technological capabilities. And Tier 3 is about full system or whole cloth redesign, intentionally disconnecting from legacy models to build something new, something truly future ready. To fulfill its mission, the CSU must position itself for Tier 3 change, not just modernizing, but leading. Tier 1 activities may be helpful or necessary in the near term, but you will be best served by Tier 2 and Tier 3, and it will not be enough to stay in Tier 1. Tier 1 activities that must happen with urgency, scaffolding quickly toward Tier 2. Systemness. Systemness is CSU's greatest strategic advantage. Shared challenges demand shared solutions. System-wide collaboration enables economies of scale, consistency in student experience, and innovation at speed. Strengthening systemness is key to moving from good to truly great, and the risks of not embracing this are significant. So, when it comes to building the foundations for long-term success, the steering committee has been working hard, developing and helping to vet and pore through and construct all of the pieces, right? Related outcomes that align to the strategic framework. And 4 key qualities have anchored this work. Stability, the ability to withstand external disruptions without compromising mission. Viability, remaining a first choice destination for students and families. Resilience, rapidly adapting to change and bouncing forward. And growth, expanding impact, influence, and innovation, not just enrollment. The strategic plan is about strengthening the system's foundation so that each campus, each student, each community served by CSU can thrive. So, building out from the emerging strategies we shared in March, the steering committee has been working on identifying and prioritizing desired outcomes of the strategic plan that support the goals of stability, viability, resilience, and growth. With these as the foundation, we will ultimately connect the outcomes with strategies through planning and metrics. In fact, this may be the last time you see the word outcomes. We're going to get more precise in our language as we move forward and begin talking about strategic objectives around which measurement, accountability, and planning can take place. So you can see here a sampling of these outcomes or strategic objectives, but these are just a handful of roughly 3 dozen that were proposed by the steering committee. Scaling system-wide course sharing, a fully operational cross-campus enrollment system designed to allow students to seamlessly register for and complete courses at any CSU campus while maintaining home campus status. System-wide PACE programs, a comprehensive suite of programs that include certificates and credentials designed specifically for working adults seeking career advancement. Expanded regional partnerships between CSUs, regional collaborations between CSU campuses that enhance the student experience, improve outcomes, and promote long-term sustainability. A unified system identity that respects campus uniqueness, a cohesive CSU system identity, a visual identity, including a logo, a unified logo or seal that reinforces system cohesion while honoring unique brands. An integrated alumni network, a One CSU alumni platform connecting graduates across all campuses for networking, mentorship, and professional development opportunities. And modern system technology infrastructure, upgrading the CSU's technology and data systems to create a unified digital ecosystem prepared for future technological advancements and integration. So as the steering committee continues to refine the strategic plan's priority outcomes or strategic objectives, they will also ensure alignment with the other Chancellor's Office initiatives, including but not limited to the Year of Engagement and Strategic Enrollment Management. We see the strategic plan as providing an overarching framework for these and other system-wide initiatives. To elaborate on the importance of systemness in achieving the plan's desired outcomes, I'd like to introduce steering committee member and CSU Alumni Council President John Poley to share some reflections.
As Allison noted, one of the CSU's greatest assets is its systemness. Another of its greatest assets is its alumni network. But this asset remains largely untapped because we have yet to leverage our systemness to harness the power of the alumni. On behalf of the steering committee, I share this as just one example of where the CSU requires system-level change in order to be a true ecosystem leader. CSU has more than 4 million living alumni. They are leaders, innovators, community pillars, and they have a deep loyalty to the CSU. Yet today, our alumni engagement remains largely decentralized and undersupported at the system level. Our campuses already do great work individually to build and maintain alumni relationships, but as a whole system, we can be greater than the sum of our parts. Again, as a whole system, we can be greater than the sum of our parts. As a system, we can execute a strong, cohesive alumni strategy that amplifies individual campuses' connections and initiatives through centralized resources and support. If we activate our CSU alumni as a community of 4 million strong, we could increase opportunities for collective giving and advocacy, maximize chances for career networking and mentorship across campuses, boost the CSU's brand power nationally and globally. Imagine the power of a unified CSU alumni network, one that connects graduates across campuses, industries, and geographies. As a system-wide alumni strategy would build pride and affinity for individual campuses and for CSU as a system, mobilize alumni in advocacy for funding, policy, and reputation, create cross-campus career networks to support students and young alumni, and expand philanthropy opportunities by telling a bigger, more powerful CSU story. To realize this opportunity, CSU needs two things: a shared identity and a system-wide strategic approach. CSU's alumni are not just our history, they are our future, they are partners, advocates, investors, and mentors, but only if we treat them as a system-wide priority. Building an integrated strategic alumni network strengthens the foundation of the system, supporting resiliency, visibility, growth, and stability for decades to come. Systemness isn't just an aspiration, it's the path to unlocking the full power of CSU's people. Our alumni are ready. Now we need to meet them at a system level. Back to you guys.
Thank you, President Poley. Can we pull the deck up again? Thank you. So looking ahead, we're working with the steering committee to finalize goals, strategic objectives, success metrics. Over the summer, we'll be focused on planning for implementation, accountability, and leadership alignment in the drafting of the plan. We also want to acknowledge that thoughtful resource planning will be essential to successful implementation. Conversations are already underway about what it will take, from reallocating existing investments to scaling what's already working to projecting future needs. We're committed to ensuring the strategic plan is both ambitious and achievable, and we remain on track to present the final strategic plan in September. In closing, I just want to say this is CSU's moment to lead. By strengthening your systemness, embracing transformation, and building towards stability, viability, resilience, and growth, CSU can define the future of public higher education for California and for the nation. Thank you again for your time and engagement.
Thank you, Dr. Kedlek, and thank you, Alumni Council President Foley, for lending your voice. You've helped underscore the importance of this effort, especially as it relates to systemness. I will now open the floor up to questions from any members of the Board of Trustees. All right. You answered all their questions. Excellent presentation. And with that, Again, I want to thank you. I look forward to your presentation in July, and then I'm really looking forward, I know the board is looking forward to our final presentation in September. We're going to take a break. We're running a bit behind, so we'll take a 45-minute lunch period, and we'll return at 1:45. 1:45.
Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job-ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse.
Okay, welcome back. At this time, we'll now begin the business of our committees. Trustee Adamson, will you please convene the Committee on Collective Bargaining?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the Committee on Collective Bargaining please come to order? It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Does any committee member wish to remove any item for separate discussion? May I have a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda?
So moved.
A second? Moved and seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? The items listed on the consent agenda are approved. Chair Clark, that concludes the very lengthy business of the Committee on Collective Bargaining.
Extremely well handled, Trustee Adamson. Thank you very much. Trustee Furstenberg, will you please convene the Committee on Organization and Rules?
Thank you, Chair Clark. And will the Committee on Organization and Rules please come to order? It's now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda, which consists of two items: approval of the minutes of the March 2025 meeting and approval of the Board of Trustees policy for the conferral of emeritus, emerita titles for trustees and system executives. Is there any objection to the approval of the consent agenda? It has been requested that item 2, approval of the Board of Trustees policy for the conferral of emeritus and emerita titles for trustees and system executives, which is an action item, be removed from the consent agenda for separate discussion. This was an information item before the board at the March 2025 meeting. Michelle Kiss, Associate Vice Chancellor and Chief of Staff to the Office of the Board of Trustees, will present the item.
Thank you, Trustee Furstenberg. In the interest of time, so this was presented as an information item at the last meeting. This is to establish the process and procedures for conferring the title of emeritus and emerita titles for system executives, presidents, chancellors, executive vice chancellors, and trustees. There were no questions or discussions at the last meeting, so it's before this board for full approval. Thank you.
Before we proceed with any questions or discussions, may I have a motion from a committee member to approve the item?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Okay. And I seem to have lost page 3, so I guess we're open for discussion.
Yes, that's right.
Wow, I picked that one right up. Okay. Therefore, I don't see any, okay, we need a roll call vote. Thank you.
We actually do not. We don't have any virtual trustees.
Okay, so the item is approved? No,
All in favor.
Would you all please say you're in favor?
In favor.
In favor.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. That concludes this committee.
Thank you, Trustee Furstenberg. Again, well done. Trustee Fong, will you please convene the Committee on University and Faculty and Personnel?
Thank you, Chair Clark. Will the meeting of the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel please come to order? It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Is there any objection to approving the consent agenda, which consists of the minutes from the last meeting? Hearing none, the consent agenda is approved. Today, the committee has one item on the discussion agenda. Item 2 is an information item providing an update on civil rights programs and services. The item will be presented by Vice Chancellor Frank Hutarte and Executive Advisor for Civil Rights, Peter Lim. First, I'd like to formally welcome our new Vice Chancellor to your new position, and welcome to your first board meeting. So Vice Chancellor Hurtarte, please begin.
Thank you, Trustee Fong, and good morning, members of the Board of Trustees. Before we begin, I want to share a couple thoughts about my approach to this work. I'm a people-centered, data-informed leader committed to meaningful change. Although I'm new to this role, I've spent time reviewing past board meetings, the Cozen O'Connor report, and the State Auditor's report, and spent time learning from my peers. So I want to impress on you, this is not a reset. I want to build on the existing momentum guided by core principles of transparency and accountability. I will speak candidly and recognize both progress and areas of improvement. One question I've heard as I've reviewed the board meetings is, how do we know if our students, faculty, employees feel safe? My answer is, we ask them. Progress begins by asking the right questions. Today, you'll see data from President Tiente Matson's presentation on San Jose State's Title IX campus survey, an example of how meaningful feedback can inform action. Many campuses have launched similar surveys, and we'll share common themes as they emerge. Today's presentation will briefly review our progress and outline what lies ahead. Our focus is evolving from foundational work at the Chancellor's office to campus-level implementation, where the work directly impacts students and employees. This shift is intentional. While system-wide infrastructure is essential, the heart of the work lives on our campuses, in the classrooms, offices, residence halls, and student centers. That's where the change is really felt. The key question we must continue to ask ourselves is, are our efforts truly improving lived experiences? Over the last two board meetings, we've highlighted progress on this on the 16 California State Auditor recommendations and shared campus-level examples from Cal Poly Pomona and Chico State. Our strategy there was intentional, starting at the center by building infrastructure and capacity within the Chancellor's office. This laid the foundation and the groundwork to guide our university partners so they too can effectively lead at their respective campuses. We must move beyond compliance mindset. So I'll say that again, we must move beyond a compliance mindset. This work is about people and must be grounded in care, empathy, and respect. Using a 5-part framework, we'll show how campuses are building programs that are more responsive and accessible to their communities. We'll close with a spotlight on San Jose State, where President Tiente Matson will share our campus's progress and commitment to fostering an inclusive, respectful environments. While there are signs of improvement, I want you to know challenges remain. Our commitment is to continuous improvement, greater support, and cultivating a culture rooted in care, so our actions build trust, promote equality, and reflect our shared values. With that context in mind, I'd now like to invite Executive Advisor Pete Lim to provide the board with an update on the work underway across our campuses to improve Title IX and DHR programs.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Hurtarte. Today's update uses a 5-part framework to highlight how our university partners are strengthening their Title IX and DHR programs, what I'll refer to collectively as civil rights programming, and the positive impact these efforts are having on campus communities. We're seeing real momentum across the system, with many campuses making meaningful improvements. At the same time, there are still areas where additional support is needed to ensure all institutions can sustain and build on this progress. I'm going to organize today's update into 5 key categories that were first introduced following Cozen's system-wide assessment. They are infrastructure and resources, strengthening internal protocols, communications, prevention and education, and responding to other conduct of concern. Following that assessment, campuses received recommendations across all 5 areas. The number and scope of these recommendations varied based on individual or each institution's existing programs, resources, and needs. For instance, one campus might have received 17 recommendations in the area of infrastructure, while another received just 6. Given this variation, it's challenging to compare campuses using quantitative completion rates alone. These numbers don't fully capture the substance or impact of the changes being made. That's why today's update takes a different approach. Rather than focusing solely on metrics or completion rates, we'll highlight tangible progress in each category, sharing how campuses are strengthening their civil rights programming and where further support or attention is still needed. Starting with infrastructure, let's speak about staffing. In July of 2023, there were significant gaps in our system-wide infrastructure, particularly in staffing. Most campuses lack the necessary personnel to adequately carry out their care and compliance responsibilities. Since that time, our campuses have made substantial investments to strengthen their civil rights offices' infrastructure. Staffing across our 23 campuses has increased by 44%. In May 2023, there were 97 civil rights employees at the campus level. Today, that number stands at 140. An increase of 43 dedicated professionals now serving our students and employees. While this increase is significant, it was both calculated and intentional. COSN identified 177 as the ideal staffing level across our campuses, an 82% increase from our staffing levels at that time. Rather than aiming for that number simply to hit a target, we have chosen a more thoughtful, incremental approach. Now, after 2 years of implementation, it's an appropriate time to assess the practicality of some of COSN's recommendations. Moving forward, we will share our feedback on which suggestions are not feasible, may need adaptation, or are less effective in achieving their intended goals. Turning to break down the levels of staffing, a breakdown of our current staffing levels shows that of the 140 campus-level employees, 46 of them are Title IX coordinators, DHR administrators, or deputy Title IX coordinators. 40 of them, or 29%, are civil rights investigators. 17 of those employees, or 12%, are prevention and education coordinators, and 37, or 26%, serve as administrative assistants, case managers, or in other operational capacities. This increase in overall staffing represents a meaningful and commendable step forward in our commitment to building and maintaining a reliable and better civil rights program. But while this increase seems great, these 140 employees are supporting our 460,000 students and 60,000 employees, which is a tremendous undertaking. In addition to these employees, every campus has a survivor advocate dedicated to providing confidential support to individuals who experience interpersonal violence. Campuses are also actively working to establish similar advocacy roles for individuals accused of interpersonal violence, ensuring a balanced and equitable support for everyone involved in an investigation. Looking ahead, impending budget cuts require us to confront the reality that more staffing increases may be unlikely. Further improvements cannot rely on expanding headcount. Instead, our focus must shift to strengthening the professional competencies of our current team. By enhancing the skills of our existing staff, we create a force multiplier effect. This work is complex and human-centered, requiring daily judgment calls that deeply impact our students and employees. Training alone isn't enough. We must also ensure it's effective. While increased staffing allows for more time to make decisions, we have to equip our teams with the skills and knowledge to make the right decisions. Starting May 2nd, the Chancellor's Office launched a multi-part training series for campus Title IX and DHR investigators, focused on trauma-informed practices, interview strategies, and evidence gathering. In July, we'll offer a comprehensive 3-day training for all campus implementers. We've strengthened staffing, and now we must strengthen professional competencies. A key step in strengthening internal protocols is ensuring timely, informed responses to new reports, always with campus safety in mind. One effective strategy is a creation of multidisciplinary teams composed of key administrators from areas such as civil rights, human resources, student affairs, and campus police. These teams help ensure the Title IX and DHR offices have the full context they need to assess risk and respond effectively. This collaborative approach allows us to lead better, make more informed decisions, and reflects a meaningful cultural and operational shift in how we handle reports. Nearly every campus now has established a multidisciplinary team, and we will be looking at the few remaining campuses to do the same. In parallel, Title IX coordinators and DHR administrators now hold standing consultations with their assigned civil rights attorney and specialist from the Chancellor's Office to review and assess complex reports and coordinate appropriate responses. I look forward to seeing these teams in action and offering feedback to support their continued growth and impact on their campuses. As we think about communications, clear, consistent communication is essential to effective civil rights programs. It raises awareness, builds trust, helps demystify complex processes, and in turn, increases reporting. Here are a few campuses that are doing this well. Long Beach produced short, accessible videos to explain when and why to contact the Civil Rights Office. Maritime shares clear reporting flowcharts for incidents on campus, at sea, and during internships that are available both online and in visible campus areas. Sonoma State launched a peer ambassador program with students leading customized workshops on consent and bystander intervention and have delivered over 40 to date. Channel Islands expanded its social media presence, increasing engagement by 193% with posts introducing staff, promoting events, and explaining Title IX. We'll continue spotlighting effective campus communication strategies and will assist those campuses that need support in this area. As we think about prevention and education, we often focus on responding to misconduct, addressing discrimination and harassment after they occur. Yet our ultimate goal is prevention, stopping these incidents before they happen. That's the essence of prevention and education, a forward-looking approach that sets clear behavioral expectations for our students and employees. We need to get in front of it and teach when conduct is unacceptable and will not be tolerated. A strong prevention arm is a hallmark of a robust Title IX and DHR program. 16 campuses now employ dedicated prevention and education specialists. Schools like Sonoma and Long Beach have taken it further, launching peer educator programs that train students to lead workshops and discussions around consent, bystander intervention, and respectful behavior. Most recently, during Sexual Assault Awareness Month, campuses including Fullerton, Monterey Bay, East Bay, Sacramento State, San Diego, and Sonoma rolled out a range of initiatives: survivor support panels, community engagement events, awareness campaigns, and training sessions. These efforts not only offered resources and solidarity to survivors, but also reinforced our broader commitment to holding offenders accountable. In November, Dr. Sarah Free-Gintis outlined how the Chancellor's Office supports campuses in addressing other conduct of concern, behaviors that disrupt campus life, but don't meet the threshold for formal policy violations. Campuses address these incidents through education, mediation, and training, guided by system-wide guidance on curbing the behavior, repairing the harm, and addressing its impact. We remain committed to helping campuses apply these tools effectively. I appreciate the opportunity to update you. At its core, this work is about people, creating reliable programs so every CSU community member who experiences discrimination or harassment knows where to go and is confident their institution will respond with care and empathy. Our campuses have made remarkable progress in a short time, and there's still more to do. Thank you.
Before we move on, in keeping with our commitment we made to the board, I would like to know, we will be reviewing and evaluating how campuses are responding to other conduct of concern. This is an effort to ensure we remain aligned with our commitments and effectively address disruptive behavior that impacts the experience of students and employees. As we've noted, the Chancellor's Office has continued oversight to the campuses as they improve their civil rights programs. In recent updates, we spotlighted Cal Poly Pomona and Chico State's progress. Today, we welcome President Cynthia Tiente Matson of San Jose State University to share her campus's journey, what we've learned, and how they've grown, and the outcomes of their implementation plan. As a reminder, in 2021, the Department of Justice deemed their Title IX program inadequate, putting them effectively at ground zero. Just 4 years later, their transformation reflects what is possible with strong leadership and a strategic vision. Moving forward, we'll continue to invite presidents and campus leaders to highlight the real-time work behind the Title IX and civil rights efforts. President Tiente Matson, thank you for joining us. Please share your update on San Jose State civil rights initiatives.
Thank you very much. So over the past few years, we've seen tremendous growth and transformation in our Title IX and equal opportunity operations. Much like Pete described, that growth reflects both the seriousness of this work and our commitment to supporting our campus community. Today, I'm pleased to share with you the significant progress we've made in enhancing our Title IX and equal opportunity operations. We focus specifically on infrastructure, communications, and prevention and education. So let's start with the infrastructure piece. In 21-22, that academic year, our Title IX and EO office consisted of just 2 positions, a Title IX coordinator and a Title IX analyst. Fast forward to 23-24, and we've expanded to a team of 7 dedicated professionals, an AVP for Title IX and equal opportunity, a deputy coordinator, 3 civil rights investigators, a training and project manager, and an administrative coordinator. With the help of very engaged senior leadership, this growth has significantly increased our capacity to manage cases, conduct investigations, and provide timely, meaningful support to students, faculty, and staff. We're not doing this work alone. Our office is supported by a team of subject matter experts from the CSU Chancellor's Office, including a system-wide director for civil rights, a civil rights attorney, and campus counsel. Together, they form the Chancellor's Office Civil Rights Oversight Team. Our AVP meets with the oversight team every other week to review active matters. Additionally, the system-wide director and civil rights attorney personally review every notice of investigation, the investigation report, and the outcome letter before they're finalized, ensuring quality, consistency, and legal compliance across the board. We've also enhanced training for our own staff and broadened our network of respondent consultants, further expanding our ability to support all the parties involved. Alongside these efforts, we've increased support and resources to our campus survivor advocate to better ensure that survivors receive timely, trauma-informed care. We've also invested in our physical presence on campus. In 2023, we relocated our Title IX and Equal Opportunity Office to the heart of campus, right next to the Student Union, one of our busiest areas, to increase visibility and accessibility. The new space is welcoming, it's warm and inviting, and has seen increased foot traffic since the move. It also has soundproofed soft interview rooms to protect the privacy and sensitivity of the information they receive. This past fall, we expanded the space to accommodate it for the elevated staffing levels. Visibility and accessibility are vital. Our Title IX and EO office must be woven into campus life. So in 2022, we launched and annually have refreshed a marketing campaign spotlighting who we are, where we're located, and how we help. The latest iteration features video testimonials on campus LED screens. To demystify the work, we've rolled out clear, user-friendly informational materials. And to foster trust through transparency, our Title IX and DHR administrator sends campus-wide email updates twice each semester, sharing both improvements and areas for growth. And this is all posted on our website. We've also made major strides in campus engagement through live in-person training. Here's how our efforts have grown year over year. In 21-22, we hosted 21 live trainings and just 1 tabling event. In 22-23, we saw a sharp increase with 88 trainings and 11 tabling events. In 23-24, We delivered 113 live trainings and 17 tabling events, our most yet. These trainings aren't one size fits all. They've been tailored to meet the needs of specific campus populations, including University Police, which also has a trauma-informed and sensitivity content area, our resident advisors, our Greek life organizations, our university housing residents, our athletics department, all the employees, our student athletes, and even prospective student interns. Using data, we've seen how these investments have benefited our students. One metric to gauge our efforts is the number of reports our office reviews. Now, let me be clear, increasing reporting is actually a good thing. It's a metric that shows an awareness of the office and that our campus trusts the services provided. Here's our reporting numbers year over year. In 22-23, 318 reports. In 23-24, 374 reports. And this academic year, that number has jumped dramatically. We've received almost 577 reports. In spring of 24, we launched a campus-wide Title IX survey to gauge student and employee perceptions of the Title IX and DHR programs. Nearly 3,000 campus constituents participated in the survey, and I'm pleased to report their feedback. Participants identified the Title IX and EO office as a resource they would use. Most participants who interacted with the office were satisfied. Most participants who filed a report felt that it was properly addressed, and about 25% of them had received live training from the Title IX and EO office. So the expanded staffing, collaboration, training, outreach, and infrastructure are building a stronger, more responsive Title IX and EO program. It's visible, it's trusted, and it's accessible by everyone. We're very proud of our progress and committed to sustaining this momentum. Thank you.
Thank you, President Tiente-Mattson, for this important update. It clearly reflects your leadership and the university's deep commitment to advancing civil rights work that is both necessary and vital to transforming our campuses into environments rooted in trust, respect, and support for all students, employees, and community members. As I mentioned during my opening remarks, this is not a reset. It's an opportunity to strengthen our efforts and build momentum while we have a while to go. While we recognize there is more work ahead, we remain committed to sharing how this work is taking shape and making an impact across all of our universities. Trustee Fong, this concludes our Civil Rights Report. We would now be pleased to answer any questions from you or the board.
Well, thank you very much, Vice Chancellor Hurtarte, Mr. Lim, and President Tiente-Mattson for your report. This is an information item. Are there any questions or comments from the board? I see Trustee Melikar.
Thank you, Trustee Fong, and thank you so much, Vice Chancellor Hurtarte and team. It's clear from your report and the information that you have shared with us that strengthening Title IX and non-discrimination efforts is essential to fostering a safe and equitable environment for all CSU students and employees, and that consistency and transparency in complaint resolution and investigative processes are key to rebuilding institutional trust. Our prior audit findings and legal challenges have underscored the need for sustained investment in Title IX offices and DEI infrastructure. Coordination across campuses is important to prevent uneven applications of policies and ensure compliance with state and federal mandates. So in addition to the training and support for faculty and staff in handling discrimination and harassment cases, I wanted to ask you about your comment during our last board meeting about a new investigator certification program was noted as a step toward addressing investigator shortages, and I thought that might also lend to the momentum that you shared with us. if you could comment on whether there's anything being done at this time in developing and possibly implementing a new investigator certification program, and how faculty, staff, and students might be involved in its development. That would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I did watch that on the board meeting because I wasn't employed with the CSU yet, but I'm going to ask Pete Lim to address that question.
Thank you for the question. So I think it's important to make a distinction. When we think about who we're delivering that investigator training to, we're delivering that training to our civil rights investigators who may not be, who are generally not students and are generally not faculty. They're employees and specialists who specialize in civil rights investigations. As we think about the training, as I said, it's not about just delivering training and providing certificates to our investigators. It's really evaluating and assessing the quality and caliber of those trainings. It's why we at the Chancellor's Office, understanding and appreciating that things are being developed at the campus level, why we delivered, beginning May 2nd, a 4-part investigator series from our experts at the Chancellor's Office. So we're providing a consistent education program for our investigators. So we'll continue to evaluate these campus level investigator programs. I don't know that certificates are the metric to establish when we have qualified investigators. I think investigators become good investigators by rolling up their sleeves and doing the work. And so evaluating and watching them and observing them in real time is how we deliver quality education programming and improve the skill sets of our investigators.
Trustee Furstenberg.
I apologize because I think I'm going to sound very confused. I remember the day that the Cozen O'Connor report was presented to the board. It was a terrible day in the CSU history. And we have worked as a board, as the Chancellor's Office, at 23 campuses to address that, what we needed to address. We had serious obligations. It's about 3 years later, and we have done a lot as a system and at the campus level. We set up a task force that we asked to bring a report at every board meeting of how we were doing. I don't know if that task force still exists, but we didn't get a report from it at the last board meeting nor at this board meeting. We've had 3 different vice chancellors running human relations, and so that it's understandable. And now we have a change in terminology. Civil rights. Comma, Title IX and other discrimination. So we had to reset, but we're still in the process of figuring out, getting to where we need to be. And I apologize because I think we've gone a long way, but with the changes in terminology, I just feel that I haven't caught up with where we are. If that makes any sense at all. So I guess my question is, how long do you think it's going to take us to get to where we need to be so that you can say to us at your second meeting or your third meeting, we're getting, we're on the way. we're close to where we have to be. And I apologize, but it's an incredible responsibility that we have, and I think we've addressed it, but we're not there yet.
I'm going to call on Deputy Vice Chancellor Dilsey Perez first.
Great. Thank you, Trustee Fong. I appreciate that question, and I think that it's very fair, Trustee Furstenberg. I will assure you the Oversight Committee continues to meet on a regular basis. We did pause, particularly to allow Vice Chancellor Hurtarte and Executive Advisor Lim time to get in and get acclimated, and I've met with them to let them or fill them in on the oversight expectations. Trustee Kimbell, as well as Trustee Gilbert-Lorry, also serve on the Oversight Committee and have been our voice for oversight in these presentations. And what I will say to you is what we hear from our Oversight Committee here today is that the language of how do we know it's a new day in the CSU has been ongoing on the Oversight Committee. How do we know that students are safe have been part of our constant conversations and even dialogue around what safety means. I actually appreciate the shift because the Oversight Committee has wrestled with compliance is critically important, but it is not the only thing in the work we're doing related to Title IX. We also have to worry, as the Oversight Committee has talked about, the humanity of this work and ensuring that anyone, any student, any person that is involved in the administrative process understands what is expected, is handled with, as Executive Advisor Lim said, with care and empathy. And I would say to you in helping to meet with them and onboarding and working with them, I don't think the mission and the purpose has changed from what it was. I would suggest and pose that it has been expanded to really include the humanity piece of that. And I believe the Oversight Committee, we have a meeting in 2 weeks, will really truly appreciate that approach and that more comprehensive approach. So I think it is in line, but I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. We see it as an expansion of the work, the compliance work that has already begun.
Chair Clark.
Thank you. I have a couple of observations, and I'm going to retract a wish that I had. A couple of observations. One, I'm greatly impressed with this presentation for multiple reasons. One, the comments, the observations made about this is a very human thing that we're trying to do. The concept of trying to keep students safe. Safe is a matter of kind of perspective, I think. And I see great progress being made. And Mr. Lim, I can see in these presentations you've made, your expertise in this area is obvious, and I'm so glad that you're here. The presentation concerning San Jose is outstanding, and at the same time, I hear members of our stakeholder groups talking about how there's administrative bloat, and yet we're required by law to make sure certain areas are staffed so that administratively we can perform the function that we're required to perform and do it in a very human way. The comments by my colleagues, harken me back, and I do have a couple of other comments, but Vice Chancellor Hurtarte, in a separate conversation, a private conversation we had yesterday, you made reference to that this system should run by policies more than people. And I probably got that wrong a little bit. I think what you were conveying is we shouldn't count on one human being here until eternity to make sure that the function of the CSU is done, that the policies are in place. Am I getting that right? And then I have one last comment.
You are.
All right, concise. That's refreshing, actually. So I've got that right, that even if there might be, because these positions are highly sought after. And they're sought after both in the public sector and the private sector. So we might have 2 or 3 people over a period of time performing a function, but the system needs to have policies in place so that the system completes its mission. So I am actually buoyed up by this presentation. I believe we are making progress. And I would put it out there, this is just my view, I'm not sure we ever actually get there. I'm not sure there's a space, there's a point where we say we did it. What the circumstances of a few years back showed us was we were nowhere near close, not even mildly close, across the board in terms of the system. I don't know that there's a there, but I think we're closer to that mystical place of there. And so I would note, just a couple of other comments. I would note that as things morph, just inform us. And I've said this in multiple different ways. Tell us your thinking in terms of why things have to morph. Explain to the board in this public setting how we're getting closer to an ideal of absolute safety. And also it just struck me, Chancellor and I know we talk sometimes multiple times a day, and yet there always seems to be something else coming anew. If a trustee leaves or something like that, please inform me. Keep me posted. It's hard to believe, but I actually have a job other than this. And so I want to make sure that while I serve in this position, I keep the committees fully staffed, that I keep the working groups fully staffed. And so I would ask for your help in making sure that I'm meeting my marks. And I would say that to all the trustees, I need your help in making sure I'm meeting my marks. I understand your this is different. Very different. But I think it's better. And I greatly appreciate this presentation. It's one of the best that I think we've seen. You're informing us in a way I think we need to be informed, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair Clark. Vice Chancellor Hurtarte, did you have a response?
So first of all, Trustee Furstenberg, thank you for the question. I think as I've been in human resources for many decades, I get that same question. When do we know we're going to be there? So it's a fair question, so I appreciate that because we need people to push us. So I appreciate that. Chair Clark, your instincts are spot on. You're never there. That's if you in the presentation, it's continuous improvement and strengthening. We are going to have ups and downs, and we're going to bring that to you. My job is to strengthen the program so that there is not, significant failure. And Trustee Clark, the comment about the systems and the people, the rationale, and you've asked me to do this, so I'll do this in my first board. We're too dependent on people here. Meaning, we need a system, right, that is sustainable so that we can have more consistency. And when people come and go, and so we're dependent on the individuals who are wonderful people and we're training. But part of what I'm bringing to this as a strategy is what are the systems in place to stabilize it so we can have people come and go, but the experience of the student, faculty, and staff are excellent.
Chair Clark.
Thank you. And I would, in my role as chair, I would ask a couple of things. One, please don't ever be afraid of coming to this board and telling us your challenges. Don't feel like I don't want them to know that. If there's difficulty recruiting, if there's difficulty retaining, talk to us about that. We'd rather know about the real world than something that is simply put before us. And I am going to go back to one other thing I said. I'm going to withdraw the silent wish I had for myself. I think in a better world, a board that has oversight responsibility for a system this size would probably not get regular briefings on something like Title IX. And the reason I say that is, I think of something like Title IX in terms of the responsibility of a CEO of a campus or a system as being as basic and yet as important as making sure the water is running or the electricity is on. And so in this world, though, this is absolutely important. And so my hope was to get us to a place where we could get maybe every other or twice a year or perhaps once a year an update on Title IX. And I'm going to withdraw that wish. I think that this board needs to know this. We need to be assured. We owe it to the legislature. We owe it to the people of the state of California to keep this front and center in terms of what our oversight responsibility is, at least in this universe right now. And so there'll be a chair, maybe 2 or 3 chairs from now, who will be able to say, I think we've reached a point we don't need to hear this every single meeting. But again, I think you're in the right place, on the right road. This is people first, and it's human-centric, and I greatly appreciate that.
Thank you, Chair Clark. And we were all here a few years ago when our world was changed. So I agree that we need to have these reports for that goal, that wish, Chair Clark, but we're in the middle of it. Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you so much, Trustee Fong, and absolutely, Chair, I concur that these regular updates are needed, and especially as we are informing the legislature of our progress of where we're at, but this is definitely an ongoing process. But President Teniente Maston, thank you so much for your presentation today, because I think that's one of the asks that we had is like, how is it working? What is the examples? We've been waiting for that. So I was so appreciative of you sharing, and especially that piece of the prevention and education. I think one of the things that stood out to us when we first started these conversations is like, how are we communicating in a student-friendly way to our students across our campuses to say, this is what's offered to you? Because so many times students were not aware. So the marketing campaign that you all launched, I think is such a perfect example of how to share with our students across the campus that this is what's offered to you. We are here to serve you in a compassionate way and making sure that they have dignity and respect. So I really appreciate the example. I do have a question about next steps. I wanted to ask if when I was seeing here that the next steps are going to be to focus the work on effective implementation of these improvements across the campuses. My question is just when does this come into effect, and if we could see timeline and goals for that phase, that would be really appreciated. But yes, thank you for the example today and the work.
Trustee Arambula.
Whoever is controlling our slides, if you could pull us back to slide 15. Great. And then I'm going to have you just walk through these. I absolutely love, this whole presentation was incredibly helpful. I absolutely love from this slide forward. So I'm just going to walk us through to make sure we all know what we're seeing. And then I think, Dilsey, my question is for you, but maybe it's for anybody. So we're looking at a set of inputs. We went and hired more people. On the next slide, we see, and those people are connected to the chancellor's office in meaningful ways. On the next slide, we see, and we've created better ways for those, for students, faculty members, staff to have complaints, to go through the process. On the next slide, we've updated the place where we have all of this to make it more welcoming, to make it more likely that people are here. Every single one of those things are inputs and critical. So much of what we saw from the auditor's report, so much of what we saw from our Cozen O'Connor report that we sought, showed us that these inputs were needed and missing. And then as you go to the next couple of slides, you see, and there are a set of actions we need to be taking. We need to communicate significantly better. We need to train in ways that are ensuring that we are preventative and putting students first. And then on the next two, oh, I got one ahead of you on the slide. Sorry about that. This is we do trainings. Those are all actions deeply needed too. I will tell you, these two slides are the ones that I'm most excited about, this one and the next one, which then Dilsey is going to lead to, I think, maybe the question to you and to our oversight committee. Because are more students, faculty, and staff actually taking advantage of the Title IX process? Because what we heard from Cozen O'Connor is that actually there were a lot of people experiencing harm who just never even stepped up in the first place. And so really appreciated that you named that actually seeing more reports come forward is not a sign that more is happening. It's a sign that there's more trust on campus, that this system is set up to support me. I would have hoped between that reporting slide and this direct feedback slide that there could have been and what number of those reporting cases were closed and closed in a timely fashion. Because I think that's another thing we heard from the report that was so critical. And we just heard from public comment today. When that doesn't happen, how much that undercuts the sense of trust and safety on campus. But mostly I love this slide and we actually just went and asked our faculty, our staff, and our students, how are you doing? Because really at the end of the day, all of this work is to make sure that our students, our faculty, and our staff feel safe. And so just deeply appreciated all of this. The reality is we as a board we need to be careful about what we want to serve in the oversight role. We never want to back away from this. And yet we need to be careful that we're not doing a deep dive into all 23 of our campuses at each board meeting in all of these ways. So now I turn it to you, Dilsey. So and maybe Frank, this is you, but I don't know, what is the right balance for us who are seeking to ensure that we sit in our oversight role? Because one is just to say, Chancellor Garcia, we trust you, you got this. And the reality is that's what got us into this mess in the first place. Not with you, certainly not with you, but I just want to say that we probably took too big a step back. And so how do we live in that right space? But so the end of my weird question, but I hope it's understandable.
I love the question. Thank you very much. And then I'll start and then turn it over to Pete. I would say from an oversight, our charge is to be sure that what you said, we're doing what we say we're going to do, but also that we will communicate that to the various stakeholders within the system. And I think, with AVC Navalta here and her team, they have a comprehensive communication plan that the Oversight Committee will be reviewing. And I think we will begin to see more about the success that we're doing. in my humble opinion, I do not believe our oversight has stepped back at all. I actually think when you look at the audit, when you look at where the progress we've made on our Cozen and O'Connor recommendations, the reality is in the last 3 years, we have made great progress from compliance, infrastructure, the input, as you said. I do believe, and I will turn to Pete for this piece, though, is that the Oversight Committee has pressed in to talking about how do we dig past just the CO to know what is truly happening on the campuses and what those experiences are of the various individuals who are doing the work. And I think we have done a great job in learning that and pressing in that this is not just a Title IX issue. This is an entire campus culture opportunity for us to support our students, to support our faculty who go through very challenging situations. I would say to you that the administrative process is inherently traumatic just on every single campus. And we can lead, as we've talked about over various presentations, with dignity and respect. And so I think the Oversight Committee has done a great job of maintaining the North Star, no matter who the staff are in those positions. I also will say to you, I agree with you that I think it is good, and the presidents have talked with the chancellor about the number of reports that have increased. And there are mixed feelings that sometimes people do feel that more reports feel like there are more things happening. But the reality is we are creating spaces where people feel more comfortable and trust the process and the people more to report. But you are correct that there is another slide then to say, then how many investigations are there from those reports? And there is a way, and the Civil Rights Committee has developed a dashboard that would help us with that in the long term. So I will turn it to Pete to share that.
Thank you for that. There is a humanity in this work, and why I think San Jose State is such a remarkable example is we talk about compliance and we talk about care, and they're hand in hand. They're not two separate things. Take compliance. We can't get away from compliance. And why I say this is this. We've heard today in public comments and at the last board meeting that it feels like it takes forever. If we look at compliance and we look at the law says to do an investigation, and before you can reach a finding of responsibility, you need to give the parties an objection period to the investigator, 5 days. You need to give the parties an opportunity to review the evidence, at least 10 days. You need to give the opportunities to the parties to have another 10 days upon receipt of the final report. You need 15 days after the hearing to provide an outcome letter, and you need to give them another 10 days for the appeal. If you aggregate that time, that feels long. It feels forever, and if you've never experienced a process, then that feels like an eternity. That's the humanity piece. We can't lose the compliance piece. The question is, rather than seeing them as two separate things, how do we bridge the two together? Why I like San Jose State so much as an example today, especially for Vice Chancellor Hutarte's first presentation to this board, is because they've bridged those two things in a remarkable way. Take these processes. They're complicated. They're not understandable. So what, under President Teniente Matson's leadership, did they do? They demystified it. How did they do that? Through marketing, through becoming the part of the fabric of that campus. So it was not strange. There's no stigma to go to their office to seek support. They know where to go, when to go, and why to go there. They created informational materials, flowcharts, simple things that showed our students, this is what the process looks like. If you want to buy into that process and you want to give us that trust, what we give you back, knowing that it's going to take a long time, is a process where we keep you informed, updated, and included on next steps. It's how we bridge care and how we bridge compliance, how we bring them together. For timeliness, Chair Arambola, you've asked about timeliness. Under President Teniente Matson's leadership, they track the length of every investigation and every milestone, and they go through great pain to do that so that it keeps their work honest. So when we tell a student, if you engage in this process, we promise that we will do everything we can, absent some extenuating circumstance, to complete this process within this time frame. And throughout that time frame, we will provide you updates. We will share where we're at, what our anticipated next steps are, and how long those next steps take. And we will give you visuals, a dashboard so you can tell where you're at in the process and what's left next. That's the way we bridge care and compliance. And that's why this work never ends. This work never ends because if we really want to do those two things hand in hand and want to make equal effort towards compliance and care, the work never ends because that is an ongoing and continuous effort. And so I appreciate that question because that's why I think San Jose State is doing such a remarkable job, because they are bridging the care and the compliance and putting people first.
I totally agree that they are. Just really quickly, I think this was such a great example. I'm so excited about it. I think the question I have is, great, that's San Jose, like this is the example at San Jose State. We have 6 of these board meetings a year. If we did one every single board meeting, it would take us 4 years to get to, let's say, Dominguez Hills. That can't be our strategy for oversight. And so I'm like, so this presentation was amazing, was such a good example of the humanity of this matched with the fact that we're meeting compliance, meeting the moment, and that it's actually that we're seeing evidence, that we're doing the right inputs, we're taking the right actions, and we're seeing evidence. So then my question is, how do we roll that up into a chart somewhere? Poor Vlad, always, I like point back to the audit one pager, but there's gotta be something, I think, but I can't yet figure it out, that we can be looking at time and again as a board so that when we get each campus at a time, we can also have an eye on the whole so that we might say, there seems like there's something potentially red flag here. Or the chancellor's office might be looking at that and pull it out for us to then say, this is the place. But that's, I think, what I'm yearning for.
I'm going to ask the chancellor to clarify.
First of all, thank you very, very much. I thought it was a great presentation. But one of the things I wanted to say to the board is we do have a team under Vice Chancellor Utalte and Peter Lim that is overseeing our campuses. That's number one. Their job will be to let me know what is going on each one of these campuses. I am very proud of these presidents. Because without mentioning names, you know who you are. When things are not going the way they should be going, I get a direct phone call because they have it in their goals for the year. So what I am going to be expecting from Vice Chancellor Utalte is a report, just like we have on budget, just like we have a retention and graduation, et cetera, is a report on key performance indicators. How is each campus doing in this area that will come to me? Then if the board wants, then we could put something together. Then you don't have to hear all of them, but you'll get a feel of who's doing what where. We're all working together. I'm proud of these presidents because they're on it. And they are working as much as they can in getting the personnel and putting in processes that may be a little different, but have the components. And then they're going to be sharing with me in their annuals how they're doing on their campuses, and I want to get that input from our Vice Chancellor and their team. Does that make it clear?
Yeah. Chair Clark.
Thank you, Chancellor. And I don't know if this will be the last comment, but I wanted to make sure I get this in. Unfortunately, our colleague Jack McGrory couldn't attend. He had a personal matter that came up, and so he sent his regards. So I'm going to channel him. I'm going to try to.
Always right.
His essence. I'm not going to use his language. He's expressed on several occasions, what you guys are doing is really creating more bureaucracy. That what actually ought to happen is a CEO, senior manager, if somebody's acting up, you just bring them in and you do what's necessary. You discipline them, you get rid of them. You guys are creating bureaucracy. Mr. Lim, in your truly expert explanation just now, you showed that it's not a bureaucratic system, it's a legally compliant system in terms of due process, the right to be heard, and so forth. And so, with all due respect to all who have made presentations, you just summed up in about 45 seconds something I think that the board can understand in terms of why these things have to be done. And then your comment about harmony, bridging harmony with compliance, putting compliance in harmony with the humanity. As you come to the board, I would request that every single time you give us examples of that, hard, clear examples of that. So I hope I channeled Jack and gave him justice, because I have immense respect for that gentleman. But I don't know that you need to add anything. You answered my question before I phrased it. Thank you.
Thank you. I do not see any additional comments or questions from the board. Well, for Vice Chancellor Hutarte, what an excellent first presentation. Welcome. Thank you so very much for the work that I know that you're going to be doing. And Mr. Lim, thank you for your participation. It's been invaluable. So Chair Clark, this concludes the business of the Committee on University and Faculty Personnel.
Thank you. And let me get back to where I was supposed to be. Excuse me. Trustee Steinhauser, would you please convene the Committee on Audit?
Yes, thank you, Chair Clark. Will the Committee on Audit please come to order? It is now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda. Does any committee member wish to remove an item for separate discussion? Is there any objection to the approval of the consent agenda? Hearing none, the agenda is approved. Today we have 3 items on our discussion agenda for action. Item 3 of the discussion agenda is an action item regarding the fiscal year 2025-2026 audit plan. The item will be presented by Vlad Minerscu, Vice Chancellor and Chief Audit Officer. Please begin, Vlad.
Thank you, Chair Steinhauser. The goal of today's presentation is to share the proposed 2025-26 Audit and Advisory Services Audit Plan with the Board and seek approval from the Committee on Audit. The plan reflects internal audit activities for the CSU system and covers the period from July 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026. Audit and Advisory Services follows the Institute of Internal Auditors Global Internal Audit Standards, which guide the professional practice of internal auditing. These standards serve as a basis for evaluating the quality of the internal audit function, and we will be discussing the standards in greater detail in our next presentation. The standards outline the purpose and essential elements of the internal audit planning process, and both the standards and the Audit Committee Charter require the audit plan to be reviewed and approved by the Board of Trustees Committee on Audit. The chart on this slide illustrates the core activities of audit and advisory services grouped into 2 categories: those driven by the risk assessment process, shown on the left, and those considered as value-driven activities, shown on the right. As part of the 2025-26 audit plan, we will engage in a range of both risk-based and value-driven audit activities. In today's presentation, I will begin by outlining a risk assessment and audit planning process and discuss the assurance audit plan for fiscal year 2025-26. Next, I will share an overview of our data analytics initiatives for the upcoming year. I will also briefly describe our advisory services function. While these engagements are not planned in advance, we reserve approximately 20% of our audit resources to support universities and the Chancellor's Office with consultative reviews upon request. Audit and Advisory Services engages in an annual audit planning process in order to develop a comprehensive risk-based audit plan. The primary objectives of this process are to support senior management and the board in their oversight roles by providing assurance that prioritized risks are being addressed, support system-wide and university strategic objectives and priorities, and add value to CSU operations. While not all potential risks can be covered, our approach to the audit planning process provides reasonable assurance that the most significant and relevant risks are being effectively managed. The audit planning process begins with a comprehensive review of risks and trends at the system-wide level. This review includes evaluating emerging risks within the higher education landscape, engaging with peer institutions, consultation with system-wide leadership, and a review of CSU's strategies and initiatives. Additionally, relevant financial, regulatory, and other pertinent data are reviewed to inform the risk landscape. Based on this comprehensive review, over 120 identified auditable topics are evaluated using both qualitative and quantitative factors to determine which topics will be incorporated into individual university risk assessments. The next phase of the process is conducted at the university level. The top 20 topics derived from the system-wide assessment are shared with university leadership to solicit feedback on university-specific risks and areas of interest to inform the development of each university's individual audit plan. Concurrently, auxiliary organizations are evaluated through a separate assessment that examines factors such as the operational complexity, financial risk, leadership turnover, and the results from prior internal and external audits. This multi-layered risk assessment process culminates in the development of a comprehensive audit plan that addresses both university-specific and system-wide risks. An essential element in the annual risk assessment process involves reviewing information from a wide range of sources to gain a deeper understanding of the challenges faced by higher education institutions nationwide, identify current and emerging risks, and learn how peer institutions are addressing similar issues. As part of this effort, we regularly review risk-related publications from Big Four accounting firms, higher education publications, and audit plans from peer institutions. This process ensures that we are capturing relevant risks and that our assessment is comprehensive in scope. This slide presents the top 5 higher education business issues for 2024 as identified by the National Association of College and University Business Officers. We consistently find this resource to be particularly relevant during our risk assessment process. While the overarching themes tend to remain consistent year over year, specific issues may shift in response to changes in the political and regulatory environment. For example, although this document was published in September 2024, we have already seen significant developments at the federal level that continue to shape the risk landscape. It is important to emphasize that the risk assessment process is not intended to be static, and we employ a flexible approach to audit planning, allowing us to respond to emerging issues throughout the year. The risk assessment process culminates with the development of the Assurance Audit Plan. This comprehensive plan balances system-wide and individual university risks and priorities. This year, we plan to conduct 51 assurance audits across the CSU system, including 5 follow-up audits to verify that previously identified control weaknesses have been effectively addressed. The plan provides broad coverage across the CSU system and includes 24 distinct topics. While we cannot audit every area of potential risk, our approach ensures that audit resources are prioritized towards areas where we can provide the most value and meaningful support to university and system leadership. The foundation of our plan is focused on the core support areas of administration and compliance, business and finance, and information technology. These are common areas you would typically find in an audit plan at any organization, and many of these areas address system-wide priorities and risks. For example, due to the anticipated budget reductions and fiscal challenges, review of core fiscal and information technology areas can ensure that key controls remain effective, even as resources are declining. The second segment of our plan is focused on higher education-specific areas that are unique to university operations and are routinely reviewed by college and university audit organizations. This year, an example of one topic we plan to review is professional and continuing education, due to the recent passage of Assembly Bill 2395, which provides our universities with additional flexibility in the use of professional and continuing education funds. In addition, we plan to review a number of topics concerning student well-being and provision of services that support successful student outcomes. The final segment of the plan focuses on auxiliary organizations. We dedicate approximately 15 to 20% of our assurance audit plan each year to reviewing these separate 501c3 nonprofit organizations. Our audits of auxiliaries focus on auxiliary governance and financial controls, as well as the specific activities and programs performed by the organization. CSU auxiliary organizations perform a variety of functions, including commercial services, student government and activities, sponsored research, and philanthropic activities. This year, given their size, complexity, and potential financial exposure, we plan to focus on commercial service and research auxiliaries. In addition, we also plan to review Capital Public Radio now that corrective action has been fully implemented from our prior 2022-23 audit. A description of each planned audit topic is included in Appendix A of the audit plan document. Before we move on, I'd like to acknowledge that one important topic that isn't included in our 2025-26 audit plan is Title IX. We are just wrapping up our system-wide Title IX audit from the 2024-25 plan year and should be reporting our results this summer. Recommendations from our review will be aimed at providing assurance that implemented California State Auditor recommendations have been fully addressed, as Assembly Bill 2047 requires the California State Auditor to re-audit Title IX at the CSU every 3 years, with the next review planned for late calendar 2025 or early 2026. Audit and advisory services leverages data analytics to enhance audit quality, improve operational efficiency, and provide meaningful insights. Our analytics program is structured around 2 core components: providing dedicated support for assurance and advisory engagements, and continuously monitoring data analytics results. As artificial intelligence continues to reshape organizational practices, the CSU is actively embracing this transformation through its recently adopted AI strategy and partnerships with leading technology firms. In alignment with these efforts, Audit and Advisory Services is exploring the potential of AI to enhance our data analytics capabilities. AI tools offer powerful benefits, such as the ability to quickly process large data sets, summarize complex information, and cross-reference data from multiple sources. We are actively evaluating these technologies and remain committed to monitoring advancements in AI and data analytics to ensure we can effectively adapt and leverage emerging tools. We look forward to sharing updates as we continue to explore this evolving area. As part of the 2025-26 audit plan, we expect our data analytics team to support over 40 assurance audits and advisory reviews. Additionally, we will continue to monitor Concur travel, credit card, and payroll data. A description of each of these of the 3 areas displayed is included in Appendix B of the audit plan document in your agenda packet. In the dynamic landscape of higher education, internal audit departments serve a dual purpose: providing independent assurance while also offering strategic advisory services to support governance, risk management, and control processes. While assurance audits remain the cornerstone of our mission, our advisory services function plays a vital role in complementing and augmenting these efforts. By integrating advisory services into our annual plan, we address potential control weaknesses before they become audit observations, thereby strengthening risk identification and mitigation. Additionally, advisory services offer a collaborative platform for our universities to seek guidance on control design, process efficiency, and best practices for compliance. Finally, advisory engagements support a culture of continuous improvement by offering insights into process optimization, cost efficiency, and technology implementations, enabling our universities to adapt to dynamic business challenges while maintaining sound internal controls. We currently have the capacity to perform 16 to 20 advisory projects per year. However, we can scale our resources as needed based on the volume of requests received and the risk profiles of these projects. I want to close by sharing the staff resource allocation for the 2025-26 audit plan, which is based on estimated available staff hours and the current division budget allocation. My presentation today focused on the assurance audits, data analytics, and advisory services portions of the audit plan, as those are the areas we dedicate the vast majority of our resources to, and they form the core of our activities. Information on investigations and intergovernmental audits, outreach and engagement, and audit support can be found in the audit plan document included in your agenda packet. Before I hand it back to you, Chair Steinhauser, I would like to acknowledge the hard work of the entire Audit and Advisory Services Division staff. I would also like to thank our partners at each university and the Chancellor's Office for their contributions and feedback throughout the risk assessment and audit planning process. And with that, Chair Steinhauser, I conclude my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions from the board.
Thank you, Vlad, for your presentation. The fiscal year 2025-26 audit plan is an action item before the Committee on Audit. Only committee members may vote. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. A second?
Second.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board at this time? Trustee Adamson.
Thank you. Vlad, I'd like to just address an area that I have a little concern, given the size and magnitude of a number of our major construction projects that we're encountering. Where in the plan and how active will your office be over this next year in auditing those and ensuring that there isn't any collusive type action that takes place under any of those contracts?
Thank you, Trustee Adamson. Generally speaking, every year we perform about 3 construction audits. That's included in our audit plan. We work closely with CPDC and we look at constructions across the system, and that's, again, based on a risk assessment process. That's how we select our audits.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Chair Clark.
Thank you for this. And you just said a phrase. In response to Trustee Adamson's question, you said that you would do 3 to 4 audits of construction projects?
That is correct.
And then it was based upon a risk assessment process. Could you explain how those 3 or 4 projects are chosen and generally what the risk assessment process is?
I'm going to turn to my AVC, Wendy Shinsawa. She performs those audits.
For construction audits, we look at a variety of factors. We look at the size of the project. We look at the campus and whether we've audited that campus recently to look at their controls. We look at the type of delivery of the construction, whether there's the opportunity like a construction management at risk where we might be able to recover some costs. So that type of contract versus like a straight dollar contract, a lump sum. And we work with our CPDC partners. They give us input into, problem contractors, problem campuses. So we determine which projects to audit based on our meeting with them.
Thank you for that. And in that process, is it, I'm trying to formulate the question, is it random enough so that a person couldn't see it coming, and yet is it strategic enough to make it effective?
I don't know if they could see it coming. I hope that they all expect they might be audited, because I think that helps to deter any funny business. So yeah.
I'll just add, I think we often look at how do you value internal audit, and oftentimes we say it's that deterrence factor. It's hard to put a value on it, but we're always here, we're always watching. So,
thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we will now have a vote on the motion, and only committee members may vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The item is approved. Item 4 of the discussion agenda is an action item regarding the internal audit standards and proposed revisions to the Audit and Advisory Services Charter and Audit Committee Charter. The item will be presented by Vlad.
Thank you, Trustee Steinhauser. Today's presentation objectives are to inform the Committee on Audit of recent changes to the Global Internal Audit Standards that went into effect in January 2025 and confirm audit and advisory services implementation of and conformance with these standards. The standards guide the professional practice of internal auditing, mandating that the Chief Audit Officer inform the organization's governing body about their existence and key components. Additionally, this item seeks approval of proposed revisions to the Audit and Advisory Services Division Charter and the Audit Committee Charter in order to align with the new standards and enhance operational efficiency. Audit and Advisory Services conducts activities under the standards of internal auditing prescribed by the Institute of Internal Auditors, also known as the IIA. The IIA is an international professional association and the internal audit profession's leader in standards, certification, education, research, and technical guidance. The IIA develops and publishes a framework that is designed to standardize internal audit practices and provide a globally accepted basis for the operation of an internal audit function. The updated standards consist of 5 domains. These 5 domains are shown on the current slide and include the purpose of internal auditing, ethics and professionalism, governing the internal audit function, managing the internal audit function, and performing internal audit services. Key changes to the standards that pertain to the board include an emphasis on board oversight of the internal audit function and a revised purpose statement that underscores how internal audit strengthens an organization. While the update to the standards resulted in a comprehensive revision to their structure and language, it will not require substantial changes to audit and advisory services operations, as we already generally conform with the underlying requirements. The recent updates to the standards primarily refined and elevated concepts that were already part of the previous framework. Because audit and advisory services had already implemented practices aligned with these principles, our existing operations were largely consistent with the revised requirements. Furthermore, the Internal Quality Assurance and Improvement Program, along with the results of our most recent external quality assessment, confirmed that audit and advisory services was already operating in general conformance with the prior standards. As a result, no significant operational changes were necessary to align with the updated framework. In the following 2 slides, I'm going to provide more information on Domain 1, the purpose of internal auditing, and Domain 3, governing the internal audit function, as these are the areas pertinent to the board and are required to be communicated under the new standards. Domain 1 of the standards outlines the purpose of internal auditing, emphasizing that internal auditing strengthens the organization's ability to create, protect, and sustain value, which is also a critical element of effective governance. Internal audit's ability to provide the board and management with independent, risk-based, and objective assurance, advice, insight, and foresight is what makes internal audit unique within an organization. As such, an effective internal audit function can enhance the board's ability to exercise oversight, senior management's ability to achieve organizational objectives, and the organization's reputation and credibility with stakeholders. Domain 3 of the standards discusses governing the internal audit function and outlines the responsibilities of the board and senior management in ensuring the effective operation and oversight of the internal audit function, which is key to successful achievement of organizational objectives. The concepts of this domain are not new. However, they are now explicitly outlined within the standards, which require that the board be informed and aware of their responsibilities and governance expectations. Domain 3 consists of 3 principles that discuss these concepts. Principle 6 outlines how the board establishes, approves, and supports the internal audit function through approval and support of the internal audit mandate and charter. Principle 7 outlines how the board establishes and protects the internal audit function's independence and qualifications. This is done by enabling the independence of the internal audit function through a direct reporting line to the board and ensuring that the internal audit function is led by a qualified chief audit officer. Principle 8 outlines how the board oversees the internal audit function's effectiveness through collaboration and interactive communication with the chief audit officer, ensuring the internal audit function obtains sufficient resources to fulfill its mandate and maintains an effective program to assure the quality and improvement of the internal audit function's performance. Within each of these principles, the standards outline essential conditions or responsibilities that the board must perform to enable an effective internal audit function. Attachment A provides more information on Domain 3 and a summary of the essential conditions. In October 2024, Audit and Advisory Services completed a readiness assessment to determine if any changes to governing documents or operational processes were needed to align with the new standards. We reviewed the Audit and Advisory Services Charter and Audit Committee Charter and identified several areas for proposed revisions to align with the new standards and enhance operational efficiency. These changes do not significantly alter the authority, responsibility, or activities of Audit and Advisory Services. The proposed revisions to the Audit and Advisory Services Charter focus on updates to the purpose, scope of work, and responsibility sections as outlined in Attachment B. The revised purpose statement aligns with terminology from the new standards and highlights Audit and Advisory Services' role in enhancing the CSU's ability to create, protect, and sustain value. It also consolidates the previously separate mission statement into one clear, comprehensive statement. Beginning on page 3, in the scope of work section, the intent of the proposed revisions is to clarify and outline the type of services provided by Audit and Advisory Services. These include assurance services, advisory reviews, investigations, and additional engagements, both formal and informal, designed to educate and inform the CSU community on topics such as internal controls. Beginning on page 4, revisions to the responsibility section underscore the importance of maintaining a work environment that demonstrates integrity, objectivity, and competency. They also emphasize the need to maintain adequate audit resources through strategic recruitment, development, and retention efforts, as well as the importance of clear communication of engagement results in accordance with the standards. Also on page 4, language related to the development and execution of the risk-based audit plan has been revised to clarify that all material changes to the approved audit plan must be discussed with and approved by the chair of the audit committee. Previously, the charter required that only unscheduled audits receive approval from both the chancellor and the chair of the audit committee. The proposed revisions broaden this requirement to include all material changes to the audit plan, such as the addition of unplanned audits or the cancellation of planned audits, thereby ensuring a comprehensive approach to oversight. Furthermore, the revised language clarifies the roles of the chancellor and chair of the committee on audit, as it relates to material changes to the annual audit plan, maintaining that the responsibility to approve the audit plan lies with the Committee on Audit. This change supports the independence of the internal audit function. Material changes to the audit plan are relatively infrequent and are typically attributed to resource limitations such as staff turnover. Potential other changes to the plan could be prompted by operational changes or emerging risks. The proposed changes to the Audit Committee Charter can be found in Attachment C. Again, the primary purpose of the revisions is to strengthen alignment with the new standards, and the proposed changes do not significantly alter the authority, responsibility, or activities of the Committee on Audit. The proposed revisions to the Audit Committee Charter focus on the responsibility and authority section as outlined in Attachment C. Revisions to the language regarding non-audit services are intended to ensure that the Committee on Audit is aware of any non-audit services being provided by the external auditor, and that the provision of these services do not impair the independence of the external auditor. It is proposed that the chair of the Committee on Audit will approve any non-audit services performed by the external auditor, with the exception of tax services and other required tasks as stipulated in the external auditor's services contract that would not impair the external auditor's independence. All non-audit services performed by the external auditor will be reported to the Committee on Audit on an annual basis. Additionally, to better reflect its oversight responsibilities, the Committee on Audit will shift from reviewing to formally approving the results of the annual financial statement audit under the proposed revisions. Previously, the charter stated that the Committee on Audit would review any difficulties encountered during the annual financial audit. This language has been updated to reflect that the Committee on Audit will review matters required to be discussed under external auditing standards. This revision provides a more comprehensive framework as it encompasses the review of any difficulties encountered during the audit, along with other significant matters, thereby maintaining the original intent of the provision. Additional proposed revisions emphasize the Committee on Audit's responsibilities to periodically review the charters, ensure communication of the authority, role, and responsibility of audit and advisory services with the Chief Audit Officer, and oversight of the Quality Assurance Improvement Program. These responsibilities have been incorporated to formally document key essential conditions as outlined in the standards related to governance of the internal audit function. Chair Steinhauser, this concludes my overview of the updated IAA standards and proposed revisions to the Audit and Advisory Services and Audit Committee charters. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Vlad, for your presentation. The internal audit standards and proposed revisions to the Audit and Advisory Services Charter and Audit Committee Charter is an action item before the Committee on Audit. Only committee members may vote. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the board regarding this topic? Hearing none, I just want to take an item before, say something before we vote. I want to commend Vlad and his team for keeping the Vice Chair, Trustee Rodriguez, and myself up to speed in all these changes. They do a beautiful job of explaining everything, answering all our questions, and so we're in good hands. And as all of us have the responsibility of protecting the dollars, because these are, we're the stewards of these resources for the right reason. I feel very good that we have Vlad and his team to help us do that. So may I have all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The item is approved. And our third item, item number 5 of the discussion agenda, is an action item regarding the audited financial statements and the single audit report. The item will be presented by Steve Relier, Executive Vice Chancellor and Chief Financial Officer, Jenny Ketchell, Assistant Vice Chancellor and Controller, and Chris Ray, Partner with KPMG. Please begin, Steve.
Thank you, Trustee Steinhauser. This action item presents the CSU's financial statements, the Federal Single Audit Report, and the results of our annual external audit performed by KPMG for the year ending June 30th, 2024, as well as the reissued single audit report for the year ending June 30th, 2023. The financial statements are included in your agenda packet and will be published on the CSU Financial Transparency portal once they're approved. Jenny Kitchell, our Assistant Vice Chancellor and Controller, will present the financial statements and the federal single audit reports, followed by KPMG Audit Partner Chris Ray, who will present the annual external audit results. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jenny.
Thank you, Steve. Each year, the CSU produces audited financial statements to assess its overall fiscal position and ensure compliance. Today's presentation will cover 3 main components. First, the CSU consolidated financial statements for 23-24. Second, the single audit of federal funds for both the reissued prior year, 22-23, and the current year, 23-24. And finally, a summary of the auxiliary organization's audit results. The CSU prepares consolidated financial statements annually, which bring together financial information from all 23 universities, the Chancellor's Office, and our 94 auxiliary organizations. KPMG audits these statements annually, and we are pleased to report that there were no audit findings for the universities or the Chancellor's Office. That means no significant deficiencies or material weaknesses were identified in the financial reporting process. KPMG issued an unmodified or clean audit opinion. This is the highest level of assurance auditors can provide. While the auxiliaries are included in the consolidated financials, each auxiliary also conducts its own independent financial statement audit, which we'll cover later. Before turning to the specifics, I want to highlight the scope behind the financial statements we are reviewing today. With over 500 million transactions annually, the CSU's financial consolidation is among one of the most complex in higher education. Because of this complexity, for today's presentation, we'll focus on the financial net position, which offers a clear snapshot of the CSU's financial health. This slide will provide an overview of the CSU's financial performance across our three primary fund categories for the 23-24 year. Starting with the operating fund, the CSU's largest funding source. This includes student tuition and fees, state and federal appropriation, and financial aid-related revenues. In 23-24, the operating fund received just under $7.3 billion in revenue and had just over $7.3 billion in expenses, resulting in a $45 million net decrease. The next category is all other university funds, which encompasses resources designated for specific use by state law or restricted by funding source. These include capital projects, housing and parking operations, and federal financial aid, among others. Here, revenue totaled $4.2 billion, while expenses reached $4.7, resulting in a $457 million net decrease, primarily related to the spend down of one-time funds for capital projects that created capital assets. And last, our auxiliary organizations, which are legally separate nonprofit entities supporting the university through services like student bookstores, food operations, student body organizations, and university foundations, which generated $2.8 billion in revenue and $2.4 billion in expenses, yielding a positive net change of $431 million. This increase was driven primarily by a rise in investment and endowment income and additions to permanent endowments. Altogether, these funds reached about $14 billion in total revenue. After expenses, this resulted in an overall decrease in net position of $71 million, representing a 1% decline. While this is a relatively modest reduction in context, it underscores the ongoing fiscal pressures across the university and the need to align resources with our student-centered mission. This slide shows the year-over-year change in the CSU's financial net position, which on June 30th, 2024, totaled a deficit of $7.67 billion, reflecting the $71 million additional decline from the prior year. Next, we will break the net position down into four components, each offering a more detailed look at the system's assets and liabilities and how they are evolving. The largest component is pension and other post-employment benefits, or OPEB. This reflects the long-term estimate of liabilities associated with future retirement and health benefits for CSU employees. These obligations are mandated to be reported under the Governmental Accounting Standards Board, or GASB, and total a negative $22 billion at year end. Next, net investment in capital assets increased by $137 million, reflecting our continued capital investments, less associated debt. The balance is just over $4 billion. Restricted, non-expendable, and expendable resources are those with externally imposed restrictions, such as endowments, which rose to $3.7 billion. And the final component, unrestricted, includes resources from self-supporting activities such as student housing, parking, student unions, and state-supported instructional activities in the operating fund, which stands at $6.6 billion. This component decreased $795 million over the prior year, driven primarily by the reduction in one-time state funding, the end of federal pandemic relief funds, and increased labor-related costs. The unrestricted category represents the one-time balances that help the CSU system manage volatility, cover operational needs, and invest strategically in student-centered priorities. Next, we'll focus on this unrestricted balance and how it relates to the operating fund, which is the core of what we do. Starting with the $6.6 billion unrestricted net position, we will link this to the operating fund balance that has been shared with the board in previous presentations. Since this unrestricted net position includes other university funds like housing and auxiliary organizations, we have removed their portion as reflected here. After applying the required GAAP adjustments of $882 million, the operating fund balance was $2.4 billion as of June 30th, 2024. This compares to the prior year operating fund balance of $2.5 billion, reflecting a decrease of $114 million. This breakdown helps clarify what's available for primary university operations from the broader unrestricted net position figure in the financial statements that include funds restricted for specific uses. It is important to recognize that balances and reserves are a critical component of how universities manage their operating activities. These funds are held and utilized for designated purposes in alignment with state law and CSU policy, as we will cover on the next slide. Building on the operating fund, this slide breaks down the balance into designations and reserves. As shared in the July and September 2024 board meetings, the $1.6 billion in designated balances at June 30th, 2024 falls into three main categories: capital to repair, replace, and construct academic buildings, infrastructure, and equipment; catastrophic event costs like fires, floods, and earthquakes; and short-term obligations for open contracts and purchase orders, debt service, financial aid, and programs under development. And finally, less than 10%, or $777 million, of these funds are reserved for economic uncertainty, enough to cover just 33 days of system-wide operations. These one-time balances support system priorities, but cannot cover structural deficits or ongoing budget gaps. Long-term success requires permanent funding or sustained cost reductions. The information presented on this slide, including the breakdown by category and university, is available on the CSU Transparency Portal. Next, we'll move to review the results of the annual single audit report of federal awards. These audit reports demonstrate compliance with federal requirements and ensure proper stewardship of federal funds. Before issuing the 23-24 single audit report, we had to reissue the 22-23 report, an uncommon but necessary step due to federal funds that were incorrectly reported. The 22-23 single audit was reissued due to a control deficiency at Sacramento State, where $5 million in federal funds, primarily related to the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, also known as SNAP, were inadvertently omitted from the original submission. This resulted in two additional findings. First was an inaccurate schedule because the $5 million in federal expenditures were omitted. While the $5 million represents a small portion of the $2.6 billion reported, or less than 0.25%, it still exceeds the federal government's major program threshold. The second finding relates to unallowable costs and activities from a lack of required documentation to demonstrate compliance with federal requirements. Again, this was mainly centered around SNAP. While these issues triggered a federal compliance finding, there was no evidence of fraud or misuse. The problem was procedural non-compliance, such as missing payroll certifications. Both findings were classified as material weaknesses, and SNAP received an adverse opinion, meaning compliance was materially misstated. Before reviewing the findings for the 23-24 single audit, it's important to note that some of the findings, particularly those related to SNAP, are recurring. These stem from deficiencies identified during the reissuance, and because those findings were not uncovered until July 2024, similar findings appear again in the single audit for 23-24. Turning now to 23-24, two major federal programs were audited: Student Financial Assistance and SNAP. Three findings were identified. For the Student Financial Assistance, there was a material weakness finding of non-compliance with federal requirements for timely and accurate enrollment reporting at San Jose and Sacramento State. For SNAP, two separate material weaknesses were identified at Sacramento State. First, an overstatement of expenditures on the schedule of federal awards, where approximately $2.4 million more was reported than were actually incurred. Second, there were unallowed costs and activities stemming from inadequate documentation and failure to follow required procedures, such as approvals or certifications, similar to the findings cited in the reissued report. Again, these SNAP findings led to an adverse audit opinion. And finally, as a reminder, these findings are based on federal audit requirements, which use strict technical standards. Now let's review the audit results for the auxiliary organizations. This year, all required financial statements and single audit reports for our auxiliary organizations were received. However, there were 22 findings across 12 auxiliaries, including a qualified opinion for Capital Public Radio. Corrective action plans are underway for all of the findings, and they are being monitored by Chancellor's Office staff. We are concerned by the increase in findings from 9 to 22 this year and reporting delays. 43% of our auxiliary audits were submitted late, affecting system-wide timelines. Contributing factors include staff turnover, hiring challenges, and low audit thresholds. To address these trends, we have revised and consolidated the auxiliary organization's policy to incorporate clear guidance and improved processes. The Chancellor's Office staff and KPMG delivered a presentation to university CFOs on the importance of timely and accurate auxiliary financial reporting. We are also partnering, as you heard from Vlad earlier, with audit and advisory services to monitor and confirm corrective actions. Our collective observations and insights are also incorporated in the annual risk assessment, and we are working to address staffing turnover and the complexity of auxiliary financial operations by offering enhanced training and resources to staff. We remain focused on supporting accurate and timely reporting practices across the system. I'll now turn it over to Chris Ray, KPMG Audit Partner, for further comments. Chris?
Thanks, Jenny. Appreciate the opportunity to present to you today. As Jenny indicated, my name is Chris Ray. I am the lead engagement partner for the Cal State financial statement audit. With me today is Spencer Endicott. He led the single audit efforts. Whenever you receive federal funds, you're required to have a single audit, and so we're both here today to answer any questions that you might have. We've already provided our required communications in writing to you, but wanted to at least give you some high-level overviews of the results of the audit. First of all, we were engaged to audit the financial statements of the California system-wide report, which includes all of the auxiliaries that Jenny referred to. It is a large and significant consolidation of activities. Also involves the use of 11 other audit firms that help with some of those auxiliary audit reports, with the culmination of that work being our ability to then issue an opinion on your financial statements, which, as was noted, we issued an unmodified opinion on your report this year, which is the results of a lot of hard work by your team. We're also required under professional standards to communicate our responsibilities. Under audit, we performed our audit in accordance with auditing standards in accordance with U.S. auditing standards as well as government auditing standards. Because you receive federal funds, you have additional level of standards that we performed, which enabled us, again, to issue our opinion. We also highlight that there are accounting policies that change each year. You had a couple that were referenced in your footnotes this year related to GASB 99 and GASB 100. Not big changes and no significant impact to your financial statements. There's also a disclosure that you will have two newest accounting standards next year. One, the update to compensated absences that was originally issued back many moons ago, and GASB 16 is now being updated through GASB 101. And you'll also have a new GASB standard 102 related to new disclosures required to certain concentrations or constraints related to risks. So if you meet certain thresholds, you would need to report that information. The financial statements also include various estimates, as they have in the past. No significant changes to the format of the financial statements. So the estimates related to your pension and OPEB obligations are the biggest estimates, and we evaluate those as part of our audit. But just to highlight, there is a footnote disclosure related to the use of estimates. We're also required to communicate any corrected or uncorrected misstatements as part of the audit. A couple of the uncorrected misstatements relate to census data that goes into the determination of the actual liabilities for pension and OPEB. We've had these adjustments in the past, and so we do a sampling test work, and based on our sample, we project what the liability might be, which resulted in underaccruals for OPEB of $183 million and pension amounts for $43 million. Again, not material to the overall $22 billion liabilities, but we track those to make sure that if they become significant, that we would bring that to management's attention. We're also working with management to try to nail down some of those some of the differences in the census data, and I think we have a plan this year to try to work on that even more. Finally, because the audit is performed in accordance with government auditing standards, we also issue a report on internal control over financial reporting and compliance and other matters as part of the audit. So it's a lot of words. We basically, if we had any control deficiencies or compliance matters noted as part of the financial statement audit, that's something I'd present to you, and it would be listed in that report. As Jenny mentioned before, there were no findings related to the financial statement audit. So with that, we'll next talk about the single audit. I'm going to try not to duplicate some of the things Jenny said, but we do issue an opinion. We do issue reports on compliance and internal controls when you receive federal funds. Because of the change in the CFA, the Schedule of Expenditures of Federal Awards, also called the CFA, in 2023, that resulted in a restatement of that CFA, so we had to reissue our opinion and our report on the federal programs. As Jenny mentioned, a new program popped above the $3 million threshold for major programs, so it's very prescriptive on what you have to audit. If it hadn't been audited in the last 2 years, we have to audit it, and so we had to audit that. And with that, we did find exceptions related to the supporting documentation needed over effort reporting and payroll. Because payroll was then linked to indirect cost and fringe benefit cost, it resulted in question cost of approximately $2 million as part of the 23 audit. As part of the 24 audit, as Jenny mentioned, because that same program existed in 24 and they didn't have a chance to change any of their procedures because the audits happened back to back, the similar issues were noted as part of the 24 audit that we saw in 23. The other big major program that was audited in 24 was the Student Financial Aid Cluster. It represents about 97% of all of your $2+ billion of expenditure, so it's a big program. As part of that, we did have one finding related to enrollment reporting on San Jose and Sacramento, which is a carry forward of a finding that we had in the prior year. However, at the end of the day, we were able to issue an unmodified opinion on compliance related to the Student Financial Aid Program, which is positive. That completes our prepared remarks, but we're happy to open up to any questions that you might have. Once again, want to thank Steve, Jenny, and their teams on all of the hard work to get to this point as part of the audits.
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Jenny. So given the size and complexity of the CSU and the scope of the financial statements and the single federal audit report, this is a significant undertaking, as Chris noted, and a very good result. It reflects the dedication of our financial teams across the 23 universities and the Chancellor's Office. I also want to express my appreciation to KPMG for their outstanding work on what is the largest and most complex university audit in the United States. Trustee Steinhauser, that concludes the presentation, and we're happy to address any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. The audited financial statements and single audit report is an action item before the Committee on Audit. Only committee members may vote. May I have a motion?
So moved.
A second? Thank you. Before we have comments open to the board, I just want to thank everybody. Our internal auditors, our financial team, our external auditors. This is a little over $14 billion budget. It's huge. And I want to make sure that everyone understands anytime there's a material finding, there's an action plan that's developed and people are followed up right away. And I know that Trustee Rodriguez concurs with me that we want to thank you for all the input and support that we've had from you as we've met with you and asked questions and so on. So I'll open it up to the board if there are any comments or questions. Trustee Lopez.
Thanks. I also want to add my thanks and really congratulations for a clean a clean, unmodified opinion, because that is quite an accomplishment given the size and complexity. And I think you had the same thing last year, as I recall. So, I mean, it's quite remarkable work that you do. Jenny, I really thought you did a great job sort of going on the waterfall of our net financial position, our net position. And I want to just focus, at least for a minute, for the record, on the slide on operating fund designated balances and reserve, which is, I don't know what, no. Seven, yeah. Because this comes up often, you know, and if you follow Jenny, it really means, you know, this is ultimately when everybody talks about the balances and reserves. When people or public comment say you got $8 billion, that's not taking into account that 6 of that, roughly, is already in designated. You can't touch that money because it's for parking, it's for housing, it's for bond, whatever it is. You have to take that off the table. And that the only thing that we have any sort of discretion on is really these designated balances and reserve. And I just wanted to put this back on the table and for the record again, because it comes up again, that the designated balances, if you look at what that slide says, is that roughly out of $1.6 million of the designated balances, almost $1.3 million are for bills we have to pay. I mean, there are bills that are coming due. We can't just take that money and use it for something else, and then where are we going to pay those bills with, right? So we have to pay that. The other is capital improvements, things that we need to do. So right off the bat, that $1.6 million is just, other than the catastrophic events, which we keep our fingers crossed we don't have to use, that money is not committed in the official sense, but we're holding it because we know we're going to have to pay that out. And that the only money that we really truly have in reserves is that $777 million. And what's not shown on up there, that I just want to underscore this again and again and again, 2/3 of that money is not in an account. It's held out in the reserves of all the campuses. They have, through their own good management, built their reserves. That's not for us to then take and say, oh, okay, we'll use that to pay this or that or the, you know. So the point in all of this is those reserves, 33 days in total, 11 days if it's just the chancellor's office, what's in the chancellor's office, is not really, I mean, it's really way under anything that would be considered financially prudent for an organization this size. But I just wanted to come back to this. And this is, we have nothing to hide. For anybody that's listening who said, what do we have to hide? We have nothing to hide. All of this is in our transparency portal. It's devilishly complicated sometimes to read. This made it simple. This will be, if you want to look at for this presentation in our website, it will be there. But that's the reality of our financial situation in terms of what dollars we actually have. Now, this was last year. Last comment. This was last year. This fiscal year, when we come back next year to talk about what we've just been through, we will see some changes, and not for the better. Not for the better. So I just wanted to just say that and put that on the record, since we had such a good presentation, and I wanted to just, again, underscore the importance of understanding what it means when we say designated balances and reserves.
Well said, Trustee Lopez. Trustee Rambolet.
I'm here for both of those comments. Can you remind me how many transactions you said there were?
At least $500 million.
So, like, I can't keep my own dang finances in order at my house, and we don't have anywhere close to $500 million. It is unbelievable to have an unmodified. What that just shows us is that each of our universities, all of our auxiliaries, that our finance team, that everyone is staying focused on ensuring that we are being good stewards of these public dollars. And it takes real hard work. So just tremendous congratulations to the whole team. And Julia, you stole it right. I was going to pull up slide 7. I just think we need a different word for this. Like, I actually think we need to start using a different term to describe the money that is set aside that by statute or obligation must be spent on a particular thing, because that is not what most people think of when they think about a reserve. Right. A reserve, they think, oh, that's money when things get tough, you can dip into. And the reality is, it's not a savings account. It is when folks are setting aside to pay off the taxes on their home, right? They're setting aside specific money into an account that accrues over the years so that when taxes come due, they're ready to just pay those so it doesn't come as a surprise. This is the equivalent of that. We know these bills are coming. They are restricted because the money came in that way, so it must be spent in that place, or we have a particular obligation. So this made it so clear. Thank you once again for doing it. I know it's not the first time we've done it. Steve, I know you've done this before. This feels like one of those things we just need to keep saying again and again and again, because it's quite clear from listening to some others that our broader community isn't yet clear that that number is 777 million. We continue to hear that there's 8 billion, and why are we just being so stingy?
Chair Clark and then Trustee Rodriguez.
So I heard somewhere where there's a principle of persuasion where you tell the audience what you're going to say and then you tell them, and then you tell them what you told them. And so in light of what my fellow trustees were saying, I'm going to say what they just said, because it really is not getting across to the statewide community what this is. And so let me try to ask with regard to one line item here. Since you all did the audit, it's catastrophic events. So right now there's $30 million in funds that could be used for a catastrophic event. And I would imagine that would be something like what happened in the earthquake at CSUN. So if there was an earthquake at one of our universities, if we didn't have $30 million available, we would be in bad shape in terms of trying to remedy that situation. Is that fair?
Maybe I'll start and then I'll turn it over to Jenny. Thank you, Trustee Clark. It's a great question. In fact, I mean, I think where you're going with this is that 30 million isn't a hell of a lot of money for a system of this size for catastrophic events, because an event like the one you mentioned at CSUN clearly exceeded that by quite a margin. Okay. So in addition to this, when it comes to that level of events, the CSU actually has it's essentially its own insurance company, and it's called, it's a horrible acronym, it's called CIRMA, C-S-U-R-M-A, which stands for the California State University Risk Management Authority. It's essentially an insurance firm that we kind of run, where we take dollars from the campuses and essentially do a self-insurance program that's also complemented with insurance we buy in layers from other providers. So that will come into play when there's certain catastrophic events like a major wildfire that will do major damage, a major flood, something like what happened at CSUN. So this is really designed not to cover all of that, but to augment that for smaller things. So now we also have a sister corporation called, another horrible acronym, AORMA, which is the auxiliary organization version of that. So we actually have two separate insurance companies, one that handles all of the auxiliary needs and the other that handles all the campus needs. And this is really an augment to that. Jenny, did you want to add anything?
I think the only thing that I would add is a lot of times universities are setting aside about $1 million each, right? So 30 million for the 23 universities in the chancellor's office, it's about $1 million a piece. And it's exactly what Steve said, to cover those costs that wouldn't be covered by insurance. And if I recall correctly, San Bernardino had a flood in the last few years, and I think their costs above insurance were somewhere in the neighborhood of $6 to $8 million for one occurrence. And so if that university only had $1 million set aside, they would have to reprioritize or repurpose other funds to make up that difference. And so I think, to your point, Chair Clark, the 30 million is there. It's a probably very conservative amount, but it is setting aside something very specifically for these the catastrophic events.
Thank you for that very clear answer. And along that line, there was a community member like a year and a half ago who came in with concerns about our financial structure, and he made the assertion that we have a reoccurring budget reserve, which seemed to suggest that this money is somehow used and then it's replenished on a yearly basis. Was that assertion incorrect? In other words, if we were to spend this money, would there be some funding source that would replenish it?
No. You would see it in the bottom line. I showed you the 114 million that was decreased. If there was a year there was a surplus, you would see that, but we've seen a decrease this year, and like Trustee Lopez said, we anticipate a decrease again at June 30th, 25.
So let me ask one more question. If something happened that required us to use this $30 million, if it was to be replenished, would the only place it could be replenished, or the only source from which it could be replenished, is if the state allocated money specifically to replace that money?
Or we had additional revenues from students in another way, yes. You would have to see it in additional revenue, correct.
So we would increase tuition, or we would get funding from the state?
Yeah, there is another alternative, and that is that we would take money from, go down to the 777. You could, if you wanted to, make the conscious decision to move some of that into that. I mean, it would be just one more alternative.
So if we did that, would it be fair to say, though, that we could be maybe properly criticized for being irresponsible in terms of a working reserve account? In more than 30 days of reserves?
Well, right now we do have only 33 days of reserves when you count all of the truly discretionary reserves that exist between the campuses and the Chancellor's office. Reclassifying that money, you could criticize it, but I don't think it would be a criticism that would be based in logic. What happens on campuses all the time is that things change, their priorities change, and so for example, something will happen at a campus where they'll say, you know what, that capital project that we had prioritized and thought was important, it's now not as important as this other thing that we need to deal with. So we're going to set aside that project and redirect those funds to this other priority. So we want our campuses to have the flexibility to react to changes, where those changes are demographic changes, nature-made changes, person-made changes, whatever.
But the money is one-time money, right?
The money is one-time money.
So if a campus were to say that capital project, for example, I saw at one campus that they desperately need to have a very old building renovated, to the point where they have built an auxiliary building, literally have restrooms, then that campus would have to forego having a modern-looking campus in order to just survive.
Yeah, I mean, there's a judgment call that the campus has to make on whether a capital project truly is as important today as it was maybe 10 years ago when it was first put on their list.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Trustee Rodriguez?
Thank you, Trustee Steinhauser. Actually, my questions got answered, but again, just wanted to add my gratitude for all the work that was done here. I think just one added point that I wanted to state is that how clear this slide 7 was, but to also add the equivalent in days of what that means in reserves. I think that's also a message that we need to send across our system is like, what does that mean? And really, is that structurally sound to only have 33 days or less than as reserves?
Chancellor Rodriguez.
I want to say congratulations, great job. I know I'm going to go to the real simple, but I think this has to be really clear to the public. Jenny, you did an amazing job in saying capital, this is this, this is this, this is this. Catastrophic, it's this, it's this, it's this. If you could have, I'm going back to my college days, put footnotes and then just list out exactly what you said. So it is crystal clear what it is that goes under each one of those categories. I think that's something else that we can do so people can get a feeling of what we're trying to express. And then underscore this is one-time money.
Any other questions or comments? Hearing none, we need to take a vote. And only committee members may vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? The item is approved. And before I close this out, Chair Clark, I want to say two things. This is the best grade you can get. This is, I mean, as a former superintendent, I always wanted this grade. This is really, really important. And I just want to say, for the taxpayers, you should be thankful that you have this team who are taking such good care of the money for what was meant to do. So, Chair Clark, that concludes the Committee on Audit.
Thank you, Trustee Steinhauser. We're going to take a comfort break. We're going to take, we're running about 10 minutes behind, but we'll take 10 minutes now, and then we'll finish out for the day.
The live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting.
Welcome back. Trustee Rodriguez, will you please convene the Committee on Governmental Relations?
Thank you, Chair Clark. First, I want to thank all of our stakeholders, students, faculty, staff, alumni, community, and business leaders, the unions, for having their voices heard and sharing their CSU story for the past 3 months. I had the privilege of doing CSU Advocacy Day with Fresno State and saw how impactful it was to have one of our key business owners and leaders, CEO Waiona Foods, his name is Bill Smittcamp, an incredible community leader, how impactful it was for them to hear directly from the business sector of how these cuts could impact our community. So thank you to Bill Smittcamp for joining us, and thank you to Dr. Jimenez Sandoval for inviting him. I want to thank my colleagues who went to the state capitol for Trustee Advocacy Day. There was 8 of us who were there. I want to thank the alumni and President Poli for the work that they're doing at the local level. They're making sure that the momentum at the districts is also very much alive. I want to thank President Nicera, and the CSSA Advocacy Day and Rally was amazing. What an honor it was for me to stand with you in support, but completely there sharing your stories, which was so important for our legislators to hear that. So thank you so much for that work. So I also want to thank Chair Boyd for joining us for so many meetings. Chair Boyd, I think we did, I don't know how many advocacy days together. So thank you so much for sharing the stories of the faculty and being there with us to advocate. As our chancellor shared, April was also Hill Day in Washington, D.C., which many of our stakeholders also advocated on preserving the Pell Grant, supporting minority institutions, and making sure that our dreamers are supported. Thank you so much to VC Sachs and to AVC Dietrich and to AVC Collins, and your team just did so much work. We had to, and you did it. So I just really appreciate it. And it's continuing. It's absolutely continuing. So with that, I'd like to go ahead and ask that the Committee on Governmental Relations please come to order. It's now time for the committee to consider today's consent agenda, which consists of only the minutes from the March 2025 meeting. Are there any objections to the approval of the minutes? Hearing none, of the minutes are approved. The committee has 2 items on the discussion agenda today. Item 2 is the Tribal Relations Update and Status of NAGPRA and CalNAGPRA compliance. This information item will be presented by VC Sachs and Executive Director Seibert and also President Morales. Please begin.
Sounds great. Thank you so much, Trustee Rodriguez. And as you just heard, today we are pleased to provide you an important update on CSU's ongoing efforts to further NAGPRA and CalNAGPRA compliance and to enhance our engagement with tribal nations throughout California. This presentation will cover our progress in implementing the state auditor's recommendation, the development of a system-wide NAGPRA policy, the current status of campus inventories and collections, and the advancements in the use of technology to support this very, very critical work. Samantha Seibert, our Executive Director of Tribal Relations, who has just eclipsed 6 months on the job, is overseeing these efforts with great dedication and collaboration across the system and with our tribal partners. Sam has done an absolutely fantastic job. She will provide an update on several key initiatives related to NAGPRA compliance and system-wide technological advancements. System-wide technological advancements. Each of these efforts underscore the CSU's deep commitment to transparency, accountability, and respectful partnership with tribal nations. This work is central to ensuring that our practices align with both the spirit and the letter of the federal and state law, as well as our broader ethical and institutional values. We will also be joined, as Trustee Rodriguez noted, with CSU Cal State San Bernardino's President Tomas Morales as Chancellor Designee for the Tribal Relations work. He will share an update on recent university outreach efforts and tribal engagement activities. With that, I'll turn it over to Samantha to begin her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Sachs and Trustee Rodriguez, and to the Board of Trustees for the opportunity to speak with you all here today. As you have heard in prior board meetings, we've made significant progress in implementing the remainder of the state audit recommendations and AB 389 compliance. Audit recommendation number 5 stated that each campus with NAGPRA collection should hire a full-time experienced NAGPRA coordinator. The final campuses completed their hiring processes in November of 2024. With that, we are pleased to share that the state auditor has officially marked this recommendation as fully implemented. The CSU has now fully implemented recommendations 5, 6, and 7. We are actively working with the state auditor to provide the necessary documentation for recommendations 1, 2, and 8. Recommendation 3 focuses on the creation of the system-wide policy, so we anticipate fulfilling that recommendation following the policy's implementation on July 1st, which we will discuss more in the upcoming slides. It was previously shared that our next audit report would be due in June. However, we received notice that the auditor moved our due date up to the end of March. With the invaluable assistance from the Audit and Advisory Services team, specifically Vice Chancellor Marinescu and Senior Manager Sharon Best, we were able to submit our report by the new deadline. We are now waiting for our next due date from the State Auditor's Office. To address the auditor's recommendations and AB 389, we have been drafting a system-wide NAGPRA policy. In the fall, an initial working draft of the policy was circulated to the Native American Heritage Commission and California Indian tribes, both federally recognized and those without federal recognition, for input and comment. Tribal outreach sessions were held both in person and virtually. This feedback was incorporated into the first version of the policy, which was released in January. Following the release, the Chancellor's Office held 6 tribal outreach sessions, 4 in person at tribal venues in Northern, Central, Southern, and Eastern California, and 2 virtual sessions. We also completed government-to-government consultation with any tribal nation that made a request. All feedback received during this outreach was reviewed and, where possible, integrated into version 2 of the draft policy, which was just released on May 9th at the Native American Heritage Commission meeting. Copies of the policy have been sent to all California Indian tribes. The policy draft, outreach schedule, and feedback form are all available on the Chancellor's Office website, which is nagpra.calstate.edu, and we welcome feedback from any interested stakeholders, individuals, or parties. As we near adoption of the inaugural system-wide policy, I am pleased to present the final outreach schedule. These efforts fulfilled both the statutory requirements and the state auditor's recommendations, and more importantly, reflect our commitment to meaningful and lasting partnerships with California Indian tribes. We are currently in the tribal review phase. In addition to the 16 outreach sessions held during policy development, we have planned 4 additional sessions. Our Southern California session was hosted by the Paula Band of Mission Indians last week. We have 1 more in-person session hosted by the Federated Indians of Great and Rancheria at the end of this month, followed by 2 virtual sessions, including one scheduled on a Saturday to accommodate participants with weekday obligations. Following the conclusion of our comment period on June 9th, we will finalize any amendments and present our inaugural policy for adoption and system-wide implementation no later than July 1st, 2025. To support campus readiness and ensure consistent implementation, we have also scheduled a 2-day in-person training for all campus coordinators and NAGPRA staff on August 12th and 13th, which is being graciously hosted by Sacramento State. This training will provide a detailed overview of the new policy and practical guidance for campus-level implementation. We recognize that additional refinements will likely be necessary after initial adoption, and we remain committed to maintaining an open and adaptive process. Next, we are pleased to share an update on campus repatriation with you. In our 2024 annual report, we reported that there are 2,245 ancestral remains across the system, which is a substantial decrease from the 5,804 ancestors reported by the state auditor in 2023. Since the start of 2025, we have been able to repatriate an additional 14 ancestors. This progress is a meaningful step forward to returning our ancestors to their rightful home. Turning to cultural items, in 2023, our audit showed 692,400 cultural items. But in the 2024 report, we saw that number increase to 1.9 million. This increase is largely due to the extensive campus searches, new inventories, and better reporting procedures that have been implemented over the last year. It is an indication that our efforts are becoming more thorough and more effective. As of April 2025, we have repatriated 73,335 cultural items this year. This tangible achievement reflects both the volume and importance of the work being done. Now moving to NAGPRA notice updates. As of April, 19 notices have been published by 8 campuses this year. It is important to acknowledge that there was a pause in publication at the start of the year due to the federal administration transition. However, National NAGPRA has resumed its notice publication last month, and we expect an increase in notice publications in the coming weeks and months. Next, I would like to give you a brief update on the progress we've made implementing our Lyrasis collection space program for NAGPRA collections at our campus. As part of this process, Chico State, Sonoma State, and Cal Poly Pomona have been serving as our pilot campuses. Chico State was the first to be onboarded, with Sonoma State and Cal Poly Pomona following, and what we are learning from these campuses will be valuable for other campuses as we move forward. Lyrasis is working on developing tooling and scripting to automate the loading of shared data across all 21 campuses. This will help ensure a smoother and more consistent process as we expand the system. Additionally, Lyrasis is creating tools to assist with the extraction, transformation, and loading of data in a consistent manner across campuses. Once the necessary tools are in place, it will be easier to make updates and adjustments as we continue to bring on new campuses. This will help expedite our overall project and ensure that we are staying on track with our goals. Looking ahead, our next steps involve starting the onboarding process for our next round of campuses, which is Sacramento, Fullerton, and Fresno. We're hopeful that we will begin this process in June, depending on the data migration from the first 3 campuses. Following those campuses' successful onboarding, we will begin to onboard other campuses as they become ready. I will continue to keep you updated as we move forward, but overall things are progressing well, and we are excited about the next phase of the project. Next, in the hope of creating a resource for tribes and campuses for NAGPRA compliance, our office has created an interactive map of CSU campus collections by California County as reported by each campus. The purpose of this tool is to help identify split collections and provide a quick glance of all campuses for tribes. However, this will also be helpful to campus and system-wide committees and committee member development, as well as providing transparency to the general public. This tool utilizes button tabs at the top of each page to switch between a county map of collections by campus or a campus map of collections by county. On the slide, you see an example of both formats. On the left, the data is sorted by campus, with Chico State's collection highlighted. As you can see, Chico has collections from many counties in Northern California, including Butte County. On the right, the collections are sorted by county, where you can see that Chico State, Sacramento State, Sonoma State, and CSU East Bay all house collections from Butte County. Our office will continue to keep this map updated as reported by our coordinators in their bi-monthly progress reports. The date of the most recent update is shared at the bottom of the site, as is a disclaimer that the site is not intended to supplant CSU campus responsibility to conduct proactive outreach to tribal nations. I would like to thank our system-wide NAGPRA coordinator, Adrienne Tafoya, for diligently working with the website development team to create this important tool. I will now turn it over to President Morales to share an update on recent university outreach.
Thank you, Samantha. I'm honored to highlight some of the outstanding events recently hosted by campuses across the system that further our commitment to tribal outreach and engagement. Events like these are essential to building and sustaining long-lasting, meaningful relationships with California Indian tribes and the broader Native community. They not only foster trust and collaboration, but also celebrate Native culture, identity, and leadership within higher education. Cal State Long Beach hosted their 52nd annual powwow at Pagvagna, an American Indian social celebration, which is the largest spring event of its kind in Southern California. The 2-day event featured Native American cultural sharing, drums, arts, crafts, food, highlighted by dance contests and intertribal dancing. At Cal State San Marcos, the California Indian Culture and Sovereignty Center received a transformative $3 million endowment from the Yahavitam of San Manuel Nation. This extraordinary gift was further amplified by a $1 million matching contribution from the Epstein Family Foundation. Together, these generous contributions will significantly expand the center's ability to offer cultural preservation programs, enhance student success initiatives, strengthen community engagement efforts, and support operational excellence for generations to come. Chico State's Office of Tribal Relations also hosted a series of impactful events. The first event was Good Medicine, an evening of Native stand-up comedy featuring nationally acclaimed indigenous comedians from across North America. This event highlighted the power of humor as a form of expressions and resilience. In addition, Chico State organized a critical community dialogue focused on the murdered and missing indigenous people epidemic. This gathering addressed the policy and legislative gaps that contribute to the disproportionate rates of indigenous peoples going missing across the United States and Canada, fostering awareness and advocacy for change. At CSU San Bernardino, we proudly hosted the Dream the Impossible Native Youth Education Conference. This inspiring event brought together over 300 Native youth from across California, connecting them with Native American professionals in a variety of fields. Students were introduced to the transformative possibilities of higher education and encouraged to envision and pursue their dreams. Several CSU campuses participated in the conference's higher education concourse, sharing information about their programs and unique opportunities available to Native students. These events are powerful examples of how our campuses are creating spaces for celebration, dialogue, and empowerment, and how the CSU system is working to fulfill its commitment to Native communities. At this time, I'd like to welcome back Samantha Seibert to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, President Morales. Trustee Rodriguez, this concludes our presentation. Thank you for your continued support and dedication to improving system-wide tribal relations. Together, we are driving meaningful progress, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. And again, just so much gratitude to our presidents for ensuring that our system-wide progress and change is happening. So thank you for supporting your teams and making sure that this is going to come to fruition, and we're getting closer. But I do want to point out, Dr. Morales, you said something so important when we had a sidebar conversation, that it's not just about compliance. It's about relationships. It's about ensuring human dignity. And that is so key throughout this. So thank you for that.
I want to mention again, following up with your comments, I mean, I think we should be very proud. I think each and every one of our campuses are really developing authentic relationships, and we have an obligation as a system to leverage our resources for the benefit of tribal communities across the state of California.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much. So with that, I'd like to ask if there's any questions or comments. Any questions or comments? Go ahead.
That map is amazing.
I know.
I have not played around on the map, but just seeing it here, I can imagine the power.
Mm-hmm.
And so I know when we first got the report, that was not one of the things they told us to do, but my goodness, whoever made that decision and had the wherewithal to do that, kudos, because it shows that we're really going above and beyond to try and not just meet the minimum bar, but to make this as humane as possible to try and return these artifacts and remains. So just huge appreciation to whoever did that is the whole first part. And yeah, you can respond. I have one more too.
It's our system-wide NAGPRA coordinator, Adrienne Tafoya. It was her idea, and so I just gave her the kind of space to take it and run with it because it is such a powerful visual representation, and I think it will be great to see as collections are returned, the state turning less red, so we can really start to see how the progress that we're being made. I think it will be a great visual, and we've heard amazing feedback from tribes on it. They really appreciate it because they get so much communication, and so it's really helpful for them to see like these are the campuses we need to be engaging with, because so it's a great visual. So thank you for that, and thank you for appreciating that.
Way to go, Adrienne. And I'm actually going to use the language you just used because this idea of a powerful visual representation, and President Morales, you said how proud you are of the work that's happening on your campus and across, and I know I speak only for myself, but I believe I'm speaking for others on the board, that we are proud of the work we've been doing. And in many ways, this update is so similar to the Title IX update, in which there is both adhering to the letter of the law, but there's also the compassion and the humanity that we need to bring. And what you're saying is we're doing both. So I feel like I'm repeating myself a little bit from that one to this one. I would love for us to then get to the simplicity of a visual representation of, we have not all 23 of our campuses have remains and artifacts to return. Which do, how many, how are we doing in returning those? Something that's red, yellow, green for us. I'm sure you're getting some version of this, something so that when we look at something like this, alongside it, we see just a simple one page, would I think be a really powerful thing for us to be able to continue to say to those who care deeply about this, that yes, we take this seriously. Yeah. Yes, we're keeping a very close eye on it without getting ourselves down in the weeds.
Trustee Adamson.
I just have a question on expectation. If I annualize 14 remains that have been returned this year, by the end of the year, that's 70 or so, but maybe that's wrong math for it. And there's 2,200 still remaining. Is there an expectation that these will be returned in 10 years, 5 years, whatever? If I do the math, it's mind-boggling. It's not our lifetime, but can you help me just expectation-wise understand?
So NAGPRA and CalNAGPRA both have very strict timelines for once that process is initiated. So now that the system is doing a better job at complying, that number will continue to ramp up. It's a little bit difficult to say, this is the process, this is the pace that we expect to go because there's so many variables. A lot of it, and it's something that we've worked a lot with campuses on, is that they have to be ready to move at the pace set by the tribes. And sometimes that pace is quick, but sometimes it's also very slow because we have to realize that the CSU is not the only one that wasn't doing a wonderful job with NAGPRA compliance, and they are also we weren't the only system that were that was addressed. So now you have tribes that have sometimes no staff or a very small staff now getting somewhat inundated with requests to consult, with requests to move through this process. We have 23 campuses, 10 UCs, and that's just California, not including community colleges who also have collections, museums, libraries. And so some of the, so we have to make sure that we're ready to move at the pace that the tribes have the capacity to. So that's one of the challenges. One of the others is that through consultation, making determinations about tribal affiliation, and sometimes we don't have any information. So sometimes we're just looking at, especially a set of remains, that we have no idea really where those remains came from. So that's going to take a little bit longer than repatriating a set of remains where we have a full, documentation. So it really can vary in a case-by-case instance. What I in our office reminds every campus and every coordinator is that we really honor our duty to the tribes and to these ancestors by making sure we're following the law. And whatever that looks like, we need to make sure that we're acting in accordance with the law. And so I don't have a great answer to your question, but I can say that we're making sure that we are ready to move as quickly as the tribes are able to.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Item 3 is the state legislative update. This information item will be presented by VC Sachs and AVC Dietrich. I'll give you a minute to sit. Please begin, VC Sachs.
I'll get going while Nathan is getting settled. But before we begin, and thank you very much, Trustee Rodriguez, before we begin, I want to acknowledge and thank our trustees and universities who have been doing so much as it relates to legislative and budget advocacy. In April, 7 of our trustees spent the day in Sacramento advocating against the proposed state budget cuts, and many university staff were a part of the May 5th budget rally, along with many of our partners in the Academic Senate as well as CSSA. It was really a very special program, and it was great to see multiple legislators be able to be a part of it as well. And of course, this is all happening as we're going through the normal legislative session. I also want to especially thank Chair Clark, Trustee Rodriguez, Trustee Brar, our amazing presidents, system-wide Academic Senate and CSSA again, as well as other faculty, staff, and students, as was noted, that attended our Hill Week in Washington, D.C. last month. Our university and student leaders met with legislators to advocate for the CSU's priorities, including in preserving and enhancing Pell, which we heard earlier from Chancellor Garcia. With a number of legislative milestones happening this month, today's presentation will share with you more information about a variety of bills that are making their way through the legislative process. AVC Dietrich will also provide an update on state legislative matters overall, as well as our budget advocacy efforts. So with that, Nathan, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chancellor Sachs. As we shared in March, this year more than 2,600 bills have been introduced by the members of the State Assembly and State Senate. We have identified more than 50 priority bills listed in your agenda packet that we believe could have a significant impact to the CSU and our students. At the last board meeting, I shared with you some legislative themes that we have seen emerge. I'd like to use my time today to share with you additional information about some specific bills. First, Assemblymember Fong, who has been engaged with the effort to bring greater coordination to the state's K-12, higher education, and workforce agencies and their associated systems, has amended AB 95 to more closely align with Governor Newsom's proposal to create a California Education Interagency Council. This council would include 9 state officials and specifically the leaders of the State Board of Education, the Superintendent of Public Instruction, the leaders of the CSU, UC, and California Community Colleges, and the leaders of 4 state agencies that focus on workforce development and economic development. The goal of the council will be to better align K-12, higher education, and the state's workforce systems and our employers. Specifically, the council will be charged with drafting a strategic plan, creating faculty and employer advisory councils, creating a plan for experiential learning, and making recommendations to the legislature on a number of issues. Importantly, in this bill, each state agency and institution of higher education would retain their current authority. A similar bill has been introduced in the State Senate and has a greater focus on career technical education. In the same spirit of partnership and interagency coordination, the CSU has adopted a support position on AB 79, a bill that seeks to ease the process for students to become eligible for CalFresh benefits through county social services agencies and campus best practices. And there are 3 significant financial aid bills that we've adopted support positions on. AB 313, which was referred to this morning in CSSA's presentation, which will automatically extend the Cal Grant deadline whenever there is a FAFSA delay. AB 681, which expands the DREAM loan program to graduate students. and SB 67, which expands eligibility for the Cal Grant and middle class scholarship programs to the dependents of the members of the armed services who are based outside of California but maintain a legal residence in our state. I'd also like to share with you that the CSU is in support of SB 790, which would create the necessary infrastructure and allow California to enter into interstate reciprocity agreements. Under this bill, California institutions, including the CSU, could provide distance education outside of our state. This has been a longstanding goal for many of our universities as they seek ways to attract adult learners back to the CSU for a bachelor's degree or a credential. And additionally, as you know, we are in support of AB 48, which would place a higher education facilities bond on the 2026 ballot. We have spent many prior board meetings discussing intersegmental alignment between the UC, CSU, and community colleges. As demonstrated by the coordinating council bills, this issue remains on top of many legislators' minds as they seek to address regional needs. I'd like to share with you that due to efforts made by President Armstrong of Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and his counterpart at Allen Hancock College, Assembly Member Greg Hart has elected to not advance AB 1462, which would have allowed the community college to offer bachelor's degrees. Instead, Cal Poly has agreed to offer a Bachelor's of Science in Business Administration degree on-site at Hancock College, which will give even more residents of the Santa Maria Valley and the surrounding region access to a Cal Poly degree. Additionally, due to the proactive work between Assemblymember David Alvarez, San Diego State, and CSU San Marcos, AB 664 has been turned into a 2-year bill, as both institutions are working on increasing bachelor degree offerings in Chula Vista in order to serve the city and the border region. These are just two of many examples of the proactive work that the Chancellor's Office and our universities are doing to strengthen and deepen community college partnerships. At the same time, I'd like to remind you that Governor Newsom vetoed 2 bills that would have allowed community colleges to offer bachelor's degrees of nursing. This was last session. One of those bills was reintroduced this session by Assemblymember Esmeralda Soria and has passed out of committee. Chancellor Garcia and Fresno State President Jimenez Sandoval have both met with the Assemblymember and continue to encourage deeper CSU community college partnerships that will yield more BSN nurses to serve the Central Valley, which is a shared goal by all. And finally, you remember that last year there was legislation that aimed to expand the Board of Trustees and add additional layers of accountability to the CSU and our universities. Those bills are back again, and our concerns about the new processes and procedures remain. We believe that the CSU and the board's commitment to oversight and transparency is both clear and strong, and we will continue to work with the authors' offices and all stakeholders. Turning our attention to advocacy, and specifically budget advocacy efforts. As you know, as shared by the Chancellor Garcia this morning, last week the governor issued his May revision to the state budget, and it decreased our proposed cut from $375 million to $144 million. We are pleased by this development and greatly appreciative that Governor Newsom understands the value of the CSU to our state and the impact that a larger cut would have had. AVC Ryan Storm will share with you further details about the May revision in his presentation tomorrow. As AVC Storm and AVC Patty Navalta and I shared with you at last board meeting, we remain in an all-hands-on-deck mode for budget advocacy. In fact, a recent article in Politico called our efforts to avert the budget cuts a full court press. Trustee engagement and communication with our state leaders is important. On April 29th, 8 trustees traveled to Sacramento to meet with legislators to share the system-wide importance of averting a budget cut. Being loud, visible, and active is also critical. And on May 5th, we had a rally organized by both CSSA and ASR that was held at the Capitol. More than 50 students and our 25 staff, faculty, and alumni took part in it. All put a personal face on the impacts of the proposed budget cuts, and we were pleased to be joined by Assembly members Mike Fong and Jose Salache to publicly push back on the cuts. I'd like to thank Trustee Guajardo and ASCSU Chair Boyd for speaking at it, and Trustee Rodriguez for attending, and CSA President Isara for being the MC. After the rally, students took no state cut signs. no state cuts to the CSU signs to each lawmaker's office, and a number of them now have those signs posted on their door or inside their offices. And making sure our alumni voices are heard is also important. A website that alumni and all CSU stakeholders can use to email their legislators has been created and pushed out by all campus alumni associations. It also has tips on how to create and post messages on social media. Campuses, including Dominguez Hills, San Diego State, and San Marcos, all hosted events with alumni and legislative staff to review the negative impacts the budget cuts would have. Our industry partners also know what's at stake, and they have been activated. We now have more than 125 letters from civic and workforce partners from across the state pushing back on the cuts. This includes letters from the Los Angeles Chambers of Commerce, California Manufacturers and Technology Association, California Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and more than 25 local governments. I'd like to thank President Parham for working with the California Legislative Black Caucus to secure a letter on their behalf, also pushing back on the cuts. Staff from ASR and the Budget Office are delivering packets of these letters to legislators this week. We've also seen traction online and in the press. To date, more than a dozen op-eds have been published in local newspapers, and more are pending. On social media, the Stop CSU Cuts campaign has sparked over 20,000 engagements as students, faculty, and staff and our supporters actively share content and engage in discussions to amplify our message across multiple platforms. There is too much at stake for us to slow down now, and on behalf of AVC Storm and AVC Navalta, I can assure you that our efforts will continue unabated until a state budget passes. In addition to our specific budget advocacy, you should know that Chancellor Garcia spent a day in Sacramento last week meeting with a number of legislators, Speaker Rivas, and the governor's office. And you can move to the next slide. In the first week of May, in cooperation with the Division of Academic and Student Affairs, we also held a policy briefing on nursing education for Capitol staff. I'd like to thank Ramon Attar from the Chancellor's Office and nursing directors from San Jose, Long Beach, and Northridge, as well as students, including those from Sacramento State, for taking part in that panel discussion. We'll also be having upcoming briefings on our efforts to increase enrollment, our system-wide campus-based efforts on AI, and the importance of research happening in Sacramento in the coming weeks. The next legislative deadline is this Friday, as the Appropriation Committee will review all bills before they go to the floor for a vote in their House of Origin. Then each House must vote on their bills by June 6. After that, the process will start over again in the Assembly and the Senate, and the session will end on September 12th. The governor will then have until October 12th to sign or veto bills. And before I end, I'm going to thank the dedicated team in ASR for working on all these issues so diligently. They've done a great job working with legislative offices over the first few months of the session. We all understand the importance of what's at stake, both fiscally and for our campus, and will continue to ensure the CSU is well represented in Sacramento. This concludes my presentation, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, AVC Dietrich. And thank you to our presidents again for your commitment to advocacy, not just at the state capitol, but at your districts. I know that you are inviting the members to come to your campuses, and that's crucial. It's crucial to continue to send that message. And also, Chancellor Garcia, you have been super engaged in getting that message across. I know that you have, and we really appreciate your work on that. With that, I'd like to ask if there's any questions or comments. Yes, go ahead, Raji.
I want to echo the comments of Chair Rodriguez. This was such a great effort. It was such a great marketing campaign. I remember when we first started talking that we need to get marketing, we got to get social media out there. And this was executed beautifully. And I think the point of showing that everybody was on the same side, from the president to the chancellor to the students, to the trustees, I think that was very impactful. The legislators pay attention. These folks want to be reelected, and we were all one force, and that is when change happens. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. It was beautifully executed. So stop CSU cuts. I love it. Thank you, everyone.
Chancellor.
I just want to underscore your words, Trustee Brower, but also underscore one other thing. I remember when I first came here, we were all concerned about communication, op-eds, tweets, and real focus on what we were going after. if you heard Nathan and you listened to Nathan today, Nathan, you gave some data that I don't have in front of me, but if you should really just say it again, because we have come a long way from when I first got here. So I want to thank Greg Sachs and the communications team and the public relations team for also joining in with a very good ASR team to get the word across, because it's been a big change since when I first got here. So thank you. And could you just say those numbers again, please?
Yeah, so we had 125 letters from civic and workforce partners. Much of that was delivered by our campuses and our colleagues at the Chancellor's Office. We had more than a dozen op-eds published so far, more in the queue. We've had more than 20,000 engagements on social media across all platforms, and we know that across from the Chancellor's Office to our campuses to our partners and labor and faculty and students, there's been easily hundreds of meetings up and down the state and in Sacramento.
And just to underscore that, Chancellor, the Patty Navalta and her team have done a fantastic job developing toolkits that our campuses have really activated and really resulted in so many of the stats that Nathan just provided.
Trustee Lopez.
Echo all the kudos to everybody, and also this morning we heard a number of speakers also feel very good about being part of the team and just their contributions. And so that really is a great, an inspiring example of what we can do when we get together and all push in the same direction. We need to do more of that. Nathan, I just have one request and for you to consider. As the bills get through the deadlines passed or going into appropriations and into the House of Origin, it would be great if you could just add one line on your bill report on the fiscal effect of some of these bills, because, you know, we talk a lot about these unfunded mandates and it's sort of ethereal, but when you start looking at what these bills ask us to do, they have a cost, and they're usually, at least the LAO certainly does, the fiscal staff puts a number to it. Just let us see what the number, you know, so that we have a sense of what we're talking about as well. It's just another piece of information that I think would be helpful besides the content.
Well, thank you for bringing that up. In about 2 weeks from now, the board will be getting what we call our mid-year report, and that will have exactly that assigned to every bill for your awareness.
Great point, Trustee Lopez. Thank you. And Trustee Arambula.
I just want to make one more point along yours, Raji, which is it's so powerful when all of these groups, when our students, when our faculty, when our staff, when our trustees, when our presidents, when community members are all together. On one of the pictures you saw, I had the benefit of being in that room talking to an assemblywoman with Jasmine and with Darlene. And things that I may not have known from a student's perspective, Jasmine was able to say like that. Darlene was able to add faculty voice. I had Larry in some of those. He was able to offer what alumni were bringing. And so that ability to be shoulder to shoulder together in a meeting was incredibly powerful. And so just, again, deep appreciation. And I think Jasmine and Darlene would agree, there was some real power having multiple voices but different perspectives, but all singing from the same songbook. So just deep appreciation to all of our partners in this work for making that happen.
Wonderful. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you again. All the hard work, we know. Thank you. Appreciate it very much.
We'll keep going.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Very thankful to our governor for reducing the cut, as our chancellor said earlier today, you know, from 8% to 3%. That reduction does help, but a $143.8 million cut is still detrimental to the success of the CSU. So our work is not done. We have to continue to advocate. It's still a disinvestment, and we need to make sure that we are supporting the effort to stop the cuts. And before I conclude this committee, we have a gift for all of our trustees, and I think our president's got some too up there. I'm going to pass these around, but we're going to take a picture in solidarity with this. Yes, there we go, with this banner to stop state cuts to the CSU. And we are all in solidarity that this is what needs to happen in support of all of our stakeholders across the state. And we're going to take a picture afterwards. So if come on over, we'll take a picture. But this will be this is a neat statement on behalf of all of us that we cannot have cuts to the CSU. You have it upside down, Trustee Breyer. Okay.
It's like a American flag. We're in trouble.
Chair Clark, this does conclude the business. Is someone taking a picture? Because we need one picture of this.
So we're going to.
Okay, great, fantastic. Let's please hold them up as our photographer is coming around, because this is a clear statement on behalf of our stakeholders. Students, you have one back there? Okay, we got to give you one.
You guys get one.
Yeah.
I'll share with Yemi.
Yeah. This is a clear statement on behalf of all of our stakeholders, how important this is to us. And we're going to take a picture to put it on the record. But we stand with you, stakeholders of the CSU. Thank you, everybody. Chair Clark, this concludes the business of the Committee on Governmental Relations. Oh yes, one other picture? Okay.
And Chair Clark, we were hoping when we're done, we can invite our presidents to come down, and in the horseshoe, we could take a photo with everyone.
Correct.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yes.
This is an additional
Yes.
look.
Thank you.
All right.
Chair Clark.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. This concludes today's business. The board will reconvene tomorrow morning promptly at 8:45 here in the Dumke. And again, as noted, if the trustees and presidents would convene down here at the front of the dais, and we'll take a group picture that I hopefully will have some impact. Thank you all, and thank you for your hard work and patience today. Good night.
$1 in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized for excellence in research and creativity at the annual CSU Student Research Competition. They highlight their research by submitting written papers and giving presentations with the chance of winning trophies and cash prizes for their work. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. The California State University educates one of the most ethnically, economically, and academically diverse student bodies in the country. Graduates from our 23 universities finish job ready, prepared with valuable skills to enter the workforce and power California's economy. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Key to that job preparation are the research opportunities that provide our students with hands-on learning experiences. The CSU's 11 research consortia, including a new one on climate adaptation, focuses on vital areas such as coastal resources and biotechnology. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Last year, the CSU's top 10 research grants amounted to more than $79 million in funding. Those funds supported studies in tribal energy resilience, agricultural programs, higher education, and more. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. This year's Carnegie classifications recognized a total of 21 CSU campuses. 12 received the new designation of research colleges and universities. 8 others were classified as R2, high research activity, and 1 was given the R1, very high research activity status. Welcome to the live stream of the California State University Board of Trustees meeting. Please adjust your audio as needed. Dozens of students are recognized